Yes, yes. I just looked up and realized that it's literally midnight. And I'm talking about taking a break from the day. Okay. Well, today was a very good day. And I looked around and I was like, okay, proud of myself, made some effort, threw some stuff out, put it in the trash can, whether recycled trash. I had two grasshoppers, maybe crickets in my house. One in the corner. I was like, where the fuck y'all come from? Then another one, two of them, two little ones. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, what in the entire fuck is going on? These motherfuckers must have hopped in when I had opened the door to go dump out the trash. And it was little baby ones. If I could have picked them up and tossed them back outside, I promise you I would have. But I was not in the mood. I was like, get the fuck out my house, okay? Sorry, I don't like to take out Mother Nature like that, but they were between crickets and grasshoppers. One of them jumped up real good. I said, ah! Anyway, I need to look up the symbolism of that, but I'm sure they were probably grasshoppers because they had the big old long legs, right? I'm like, what's the symbolism of grasshoppers? Two grasshoppers in my house, okay? Gotta ask my chat GTP. Let me see what my chat GTP got to say about that. I didn't think about that. My mind was somewhere else and I was doing some other type of creations today. You know what I'm saying? So my mind was focused and concentrated. Then after that, I decided to lay in the bed and watch some Shonda Rhimes. Uh-oh. Did I blink it out? Did I exit out? Okay. And I decided to watch some Shonda Rhimes. And of course, she was talking about how much she does not watch TV and how she's been watching documentaries on sports and documentaries on what else did she say? I don't remember what she said, sports and something else. And she's like, I know that's strange for me to say that, but like she says she don't watch it. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I swear every time I do this damn live, it just makes everything go slow. It's this app. It's this whole program that's doing it. Okay, so that's what she said that she was doing, and I was listening to the interview. And I think the guy who interviewed her, he seemed a little bit nervous though. He did. He seemed a little bit nervous, like nervous, like he was asking her questions, but he didn't want to be disrespectful to her at the same time and shit. It was pretty cool. It was sincere. It was like, okay, he trying not to say anything disrespectful to her. He's still keeping it cool. You know what I'm saying? With his interview questions. Then I came across something who's probably going to get off of my playlist. Um, I saw this video of this lady talking about Right Like Shonda Rhimes, and I'm like, hey, I had uh, a shirt. You know what I'm saying? I had a shirt like that. You know what I'm saying? That said that, right, like Shonda Rhimes. And ironically, I started getting all this replies to my shirt. Like, they're like, oh yeah, I watched that show Scandal. I mean, people from all languages and backgrounds would come up to me like, I watched that show Scandal and I love Shonda, this and that. I'm like, I didn't even know people knew who this woman was. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. But this lady was actually talking about how she's envious of how Shonda writes and all this and that. And I'm looking at her video, and I'm not to be mean, but the apartment was a bit like, okay, this is an apartment. You know what I'm saying? It has that this is an apartment look. Do you get what I'm saying? And I was like, okay. And then she kept on talking, and she was like, well, I'm trying to write like Shonda, but Shonda writes from this time to this time, and she puts her headphones on. But I have children here, and I can't really make that, and this and that. I mean, I'm watching this shit, right? And eventually I turned the shit off. Okay. Okay. Dream gates. Unusual animal encounters within your personal space are often signs that your subconscious or guides are urging you towards inner or outer movement. Grasshoppers also represent song and vibration. Their presence may suggest tuning into inner frequencies or unspoken messages, especially within the domestic or an internalized realm, the house being a symbol of the self. The two reflects partnership, mirroring decision points. Two grasshoppers may symbolize a dual path or echo a call from both the outer and inner worlds. In mystical tradition, hermetic and Kabbalah, a pair is often seen as confirmation or witness, house or symbol. Reflect on where in life you're being called to leap. Are you hesitating on a decision or intuitive nudge? Pay attention to repeated patterns and synchronize in the next few days. Two grasshoppers in your house are like twins, Hoon and Fork striking the souls in the ear, inviting you to leap, not look back. Okay. Yeah, leap of faith. Got it. Two grasshoppers. Messages from spirits, shamanic, traditionally seen as symbol of bold forward motion, leaps into conscious, intuitive risk taking. Right, because they hop around. Sound and silence also represent song vibration. Okay. I had to check this out. Okay, let me see. This grasshopper feel like message is not pests. Energy is subtle but intention. They come during the time when you're being prompted to break an area and move forward. Could echo movement that begins within but must take soon external form. Your space, your home is sacred, consider the grasshopper crossed into it. Not by accident, but as a sign that something long dormant in you is ready to awaken. This could be creative, rational, or deeply spiritual. Twin energies. Yes. Time in this moment is a cups. There's a window of opportunity, a line now, something you're feeling, something but haven't acted on yet. Guys using nature, suggested action, sit in stillness and acts. Out of fear, the journal, your immediate associate with leaping home pairs. Consider cleansing your space with sound bells, claps, oh yeah, definitely good idea right there. All right, so where y'all at? I gotta find the tab. Where y'all at? This not the tab. It's over here. I gotta find y'all. Here you go. Feel my red dot. All right, so I had to read about that grasshopper energy. Let me open up this chat room. We're gonna go ahead and jump into this video. Why the chat room bigger than my presentation? Like, oh, maybe because I don't got to share. Hold on, y'all. We are gonna go ahead and share. And after this shares, okay, there she goes. Well, hello. I didn't know you was all the way over there. I'm loving it because she is in front of a whiteboard. And let me go ahead and do this. All right. We are going to definitely do this. We're going to talk while she's talking. So we're going to lower this down a little bit. Hopefully you all can hear while she talks, because I don't want to get copyright strike. Her name is Katie Clark. Definitely check out her video. I did not finish watching this one, but I'm so impressed by the whiteboard that I have to watch it with y'all together. right? And so, how to level up so fast it feels like cheating. So we're gonna hear. Let me tell you something. Anytime somebody gets a whiteboard, posers don't get whiteboards, y'all. You hear me? Posers don't get whiteboards. True teachers, people who are trying to teach you something, people who want you to learn something, get whiteboards. If you got a poser in front of a whiteboard, they can't pose in front of no whiteboard. The whiteboard tells on you. You better know what the hell you talking about in front of that whiteboard. In front of the blackboard too. You can't fake your knowledge in front of those boards. It's absolutely. Let's go.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to be talking about how to level up so fast that it feels like cheating.
Right.
So today I'm going to take you through how to compress time and go from level 1 to level 100, whatever that means for you, in a way that almost doesn't make sense according to a logical time frame. If you want dramatic change to happen very quickly, you need to start thinking differently than most people.
Right.
You can't go around with the normal mindset that the majority of people have, because that's going to get you normal results, which is probably what you've been getting 3 to 6 months to a year. Okay, point number 1, I want you to understand why you've been stuck at the level you've been at. This is so common. Most people stay stuck in their experience of reality because they're stuck.
Because it goes back to what I have been telling y'all about that timeline and using the success studies. Because using that success studies, measuring it from the timeline of whoever your success study person is to your timeline, right? You're going to find where you got stuck, distracted, or you didn't take opportunity. Or you didn't even get it.
And they never allow themselves to break out of that and consider possibilities, new dimensions, new goals, new dreams.
So even if, like, I have this thing with therapy with myself, right? I won't say it too much out loud, but I have this thing with my therapy where I'm like, well, I'm like this because of this. Therapy has taught me that I'm like this because of this, right? And so I told myself, well, I am aware of this, but I don't have to keep being like this because I don't like this. Does that make sense? So I'm like this because of this, and I understand that I'm like this because of this, but now I don't have to be like this no more. This is where I want to be. I don't want to identify with the trauma that comes with this. I can move my life and identify with the new me that likes things to be like this. See what I'm saying?
Anything like that, because it doesn't correspond with their view of themselves. So if you truly want to go from the level that you've been playing at to level 100 in this game of life, you've really got to make peace with the fact that this mindset that you've been operating from is not going to be the mindset that takes you there. It needs to be a different mindset. And most people are programmed by fear-based beliefs that they've inherited from their family and environment growing up, and also by their trauma. So most of us are running around in this like fear-based, trauma-based identity, trying to create our dream lives from that same energy and same level of mind.
And it's not going to happen that way. Just like I said, if I want to elevate my life to something more than what I have going on, I have to not identify with the thing that I do because of said traumatic, because of trauma, because the therapy said that this is my comfort. You see what I'm saying? And so now I have to say, no, this needs to be organized over here. No, this needs to be fixed up over here. No, I do not like this. I need this to be fixed up the way I like it. And I need to organize it and make it the way I like it and move this around, and no more of doing this. See what I'm saying? You start to change, to shift the mind. Like, no, I'm not living like this no more. I don't identify with living like this anymore. I don't identify with my life being this anymore.
And it never works. That's how you get stuck going
Yeah.
around in circles and in cycles over and over again, getting the same old results.
You have to understand that there has to be a change. You're going to see when we get into our success studies with Shonda Rhimes, she moved. She moved the hell out of LA, y'all. Makes sense. She lost weight. Her energy looks happier. She gave her worker space so she don't have to be on their shoulders anymore, over their shoulders, all of that. She moved. I knew something changed about her. She moved to the East Coast. Yeah, she moves. She moved right back to the East Coast, got out of LA, got out of the West Coast. And you can see the changes and transformations in her life and her mindset. And you still see what happened to her. You see, she ended up moving to Netflix, everything. And I can't tell you that timeline yet until I find out that timeline. But the point is, there's something she had to stop identifying with to get to where she is now. She looks great now. She looks so great with that lost weight. She's smiling more. She just seems to just be such a better person since she left LA. I didn't even know that's what she did. I knew she made some changes. I just thought she, got a better, weight training, or some kind of diet or something that she did for herself. Like, that's really this what I thought. Then I realized, oh, today I found out that, she moved. Okay. Now, the same thing with yourself. There has to be an absolute change. You don't have to go cold turkey, because it doesn't work like that. It doesn't just happen like that, because if you go cold turkey, you can go back cold turkey again. You have to start with little tiny things that causes to help you make the changes. I went in my closet today, and let's just say I was disappointed. When I put that shirt on today and I saw a spot on it, I was like, why is this shirt in my closet? If there's a spot on this shirt, the shirt shouldn't be in here. I was not feeling my clothes today. Like, when I tell you, I opened that closet and I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't even feeling the energy in my closet no more, y'all. Can y'all believe that? I have projects that I've done that I got sitting in the corner of that closet that I'm ready to take down and put on in my office desk space so I can go through all of it. Literally, so I can go through all of it. Or take it and put it in a box and put it in my desk space and just somewhere so I can just go through it one by one by one. That's how I feel. Do you understand what I'm saying? Matter of fact, no, I got boxes here prepared for when I redo my living room. Remember, I told y'all about that before I had got sick and shit. I'm redoing my entire living room. I'm talking about I'm doing it up, honey. Little things, but I'm doing it up. It's little things, but it's big, and I'm doing it up in my living room. But today, while I was in that closet, I was like, I am not feeling these clothes. I'm just so over these clothes. I'm just so over this. I was just so tired. I was like, you know what? I cannot get into these clothes no more. I cannot put on this shirt. I'm not feeling it. I'm not energetically feeling any of it. I'm not feeling it. So that's a beginning. That's a new beginning for me to start looking at my clothes, to start looking at my style, to see if I'm ready to go shopping again. How am I going to go shopping? How am I going to start building my wardrobe? What kind of clothes and pieces I'm going to buy? What size do I wear? How do my clothes fit me? So that means I'm going to have to start window shopping. I'm literally going to have to dress up nice, go window shopping. You know what else I might have to start doing? I saw that today when I looked in the mirror. I may have to go buy me a bra. I've been wearing sports bra all this time. I don't wear regular bras. Now, if I wear sports bras at work, that's fine. But I don't wear regular bras. But I may have to go out and start wearing regular bras again. I may have to invest into that. So I may have to write these things down. What kind of clothes pieces do I need to buy? What kind of pieces do I want to start wearing? How do I want to? Because I got clothes here. Don't get me wrong. Got plenty of clothes here. But it's like, how do I want my clothes to fit? What do I want my clothes to look like? What kind of style do is this from? What I'm saying to you before we get back to her is you have to get to a point where you do what's needed to make the changes in your life. I saw yellow. What was that? You have to get to a point of doing teeny tiny changes to make these changes. Okay. I should just let her talk and just talk over her by muting the phone.
Before we even get into the practical steps, I want you to just decide and consciously make peace with letting go of this old version of you.
Right.
If you truly want to collapse time and go from one dimension to another.
And notice how she's speaking. I'm loving the way she's speaking because this is start talking. If you notice, I've been picking it up, but I'm going to really start talking like this. Collapsing time.
Very quickly. The only thing that actually needs to shift is your energy. Your frequency determines what you are experiencing in this matrix reality. So this is a section of the matrix, this level that you've been at, and what you've experienced, perceived, everything around you is a byproduct of the energy you have embodied up until this moment.
Yes.
Nothing more, nothing less. And
because you've embodied the mindset that you're already at. This is when you say, I can't go out for a walk because I don't got nobody to walk with me. That's a mindset of codependency that you embodied. Well, I can't be what I want to be because I ain't really making the money. That's a mindset that you embodied. See, you begin to shift your frequency. You begin to shift who you are. You begin to do things differently. Because what happens when you begin to do things differently, your mindset begins to shift about how you do it. There's a lot of things I'm doing way different than I have ever done in my life right now. And then as time go on and I continue to grow, there's more and more things that's going to be different. And that's how it's supposed to be. But in order to do that, you have to shift your mind.
Is probably the belief of, oh, it's going to be hard, or it's going to take time.
Right.
But that is a fear-based belief that belongs to the old self.
Right.
And you don't have to keep believing things like that if you just decide that it's not true anymore.
And as you shed the old self and you begin to time jump from this old self, you're going to find that things around you are going to just transform on its own. Just like today, I opened the closet and I wasn't feeling it. And I wasn't feeling those clothes. And I'm like, you know what? I'm about to get a bag and I'm about to dump all these clothes out. And all these clothes is about to go in the trash can. If I had it my way, I'll burn these fucking clothes. But you know what else I see? I got clothes that I got from when I moved that I never even wore because I just had it sitting there. And so now I have to take it back to the drawing board of my entire wardrobe. What I'm going to keep, what I'm changing, and what I'm doing. You see what I'm saying?
If other people are operating from the belief that it's easy, if other people are operating from the belief that it can be fast, and then they're experiencing that, that means the same can be true for you if you just choose that belief instead of it needs to take time, it's going to be hard, it's going to be slow. Any belief like that doesn't serve you, realize you've chosen that to be your reality.
Yes, you chose that to be your reality.
Your belief. And as soon as you start separating from this fear-based way of thinking, from this,
your beliefs is your reality. And changing your beliefs is changing your reality. You have to understand that your belief is your reality.
Trauma-based identity, and you start opening up to believing differently.
The trauma-based identity that I had was, when I do this, I feel more comfortable doing this. But I have to shift from that trauma-based identity of, okay, I want to shed everything. I need to make a big new transformation. I got to change the way I look when I walk out here. I have to carry myself every day. Like when I don't care if I'm going to wear my work uniform and I'm ironing my shit to iron and steaming that motherfucker to look clean, whatever. But I'm preparing myself so when I walk out here, I'll run into somebody, okay, from the industry. Or, you know what I'm saying? Every time I walk outside, that's how I have to carry myself always. And I have to keep my mindset that this is who I am.
To thinking differently, to embodying differently. That's the only thing that's actually going to shift you and move you. It's nothing to do with time. So you could spend the next 50 years taking action from the same mindset. You won't move to this level. You will not move because your energy has not moved. Or you could shift your energy dramatically within the next week or today, even on this video, and immediately things set in motion to start shifting you from this level to that level, because you are not years away, you are only ever vibration away.
Yeah.
The energy you embody dictates.
Even when you learn about making up for time, right? Just pay attention to even these audiobooks. I'm glad because this, I remember now. When you sit here and you listen to these audiobooks, especially the one, you have to work twice as harder, for the time that you have lost, for those of you that's behind, they all got different titles, but the one for those of us that's behind, how we got to work twice as harder to get to the level where we want to be. It's vibration shifting. When it tells you, well, this is the work that you're going to have to do to get there faster. And I kept sitting back with that, like, get there faster, this, that, and the third. I kept sitting with that for a minute. But then I started realizing it's a vibrational shift. It's to speed up the vibrational shift. It's to speed up how you do things. It's to speed up how you make things happen. That's what it says.
Or the dimension in reality that you're playing in.
Right.
It is that simple. So time is not a factor here, so long as you're prioritizing your energy and your identity. Okay, so that's point one on how to level up so fast it feels like cheating. You've got to make peace with the fact that this version of you in this level is not coming with you to this level.
It can't come with you. It can't come with you.
Get over that, the sooner you're going to shift. Point two, you've got to define the level that you're leveling up to. How can you know where you're going if you don't ever put your stick in the ground and define what you actually want? And you would be shocked how many people I speak to who they desperately want to leave their current reality, but they don't ever define or even think about clearly where they're trying to go. And so you're essentially just shooting in the dark, not getting anywhere, and you don't have anything that's a strong enough pull to pull you out of your current reality. I always say, if you're trying to let go of one thing, you need something else to hold on to. So if you're trying to let go of this level, this reality that you've been in, you need to clearly have a vision, a clearly defined next level that you can hold onto with both hands. And so the energy of that is going to be able to pull you away from this experience.
So, because I got to skip and copyright laws and all that stuff, and I am talking over her and stuff like that, so I'm not really playing. So let's get to what she just said, and that's the video for those of you in the chat. Whoa. What the fuck is this? Fuck. What the fuck did I just put in the chat room, host? Every story needs memorable characters. If the audience doesn't care about what happens to them, no matter of technique or structure, where we should. Girl, I don't put a whole something I've been doing today. Who could play them? Think about an active voice, a person who could bring your character to life. Okay. That was an absolute mistake, y'all. That was me doing some work today. That's why the shit at pace. Poor me. Never mind. I can't even share the damn video. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and just pause while she talking and talk over her a little bit. All right. So, oh man, that's crazy. You cannot bring this reality with you. She
This
right
is you
about that.
defining your preferred dimension.
Right.
So you can connect your consciousness to it.
Yes. When you sit here and you do these success studies, you are setting yourself up to a goal, right? And we talked about the word goal, right? This is the level that you want to set yourself to. This is the level that you're trying to get to. That's what goal is really about. It's a level that you're trying to get to. We learned the word ambitious actually means someone that has something to prove, something to sell. Yeah, ambition has to don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Do that. Thank you. Something has to be proven with ambition. We're not doing ambition. But when it comes to setting goals, you putting the stick, you sticking the stick right here and saying, this is my goal. This is the level where I'm going.
And then you can begin to collapse time to arrive there.
Yes.
You can begin tuning your energy, your identity to this reality, and then time collapses and you will arrive there so fast. So all you need to do for this level is to be brutally honest with yourself about what you really want in your life. Take your ego out of the equation as much as you can, and take your old mindset out of the equation.
Yes.
Because this old mindset is going to try to bring in logic and fear-based beliefs.
Yeah, because the old frequency, you have to let the old, because that old frequency is based in fear. That old frequency is based in trauma logic, is based in trauma responses and all these type of things. And see, and here's the thing, as you make little increment of shifts, you're going to see the changes, and the other changes that you make, you're just gonna make them. There's just no if, ands, no thoughts about it. Today, when I looked at the corner, I looked around, I said, you know what? I'm really ready in this living room space, right? I said that today. And then I got in the kitchen and I went to go do something, and I was like, yo, if this shit don't work, I'm dead ass gonna just fucking throw this shit away. If not, I'm gonna try to do it another way and try to do this shit. But right now, this shit look like it's not working, and da 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 da. But I was like, maybe tomorrow I'll figure out a smarter way. And I'm kind of somebody, I work a little backwards when it comes to cleaning. I will clean my floors first. I don't know if anybody else is that way, but I'm like that. I will mop, I will go hard, scrub, clean. I will clean my floors first. And after I clean my floors first, then I will start cleaning after the floors is clean. That's me. That's how I like to clean. It's something about the floors. I like my floors to be looking spiffy. And then I like to go clean dishes and all that type of stuff. Because for some reason, if the floors is not done, then I can't move and do nothing else. And that's just how I clean, right? And that's just something I developed in time, where I do that first before I do anything else. And that works for me. You could be a person where you be like, you know what? I need all these dishes to be washed before anything get done. I need all these dishes to be washed and all my counters to be wiped down. And now I could do everything else. Whatever works for you is whatever works for you. But the point is, these little teeny tiny changes and transformation are going to happen on their own. Today, I saw my clothes and my work clothes, and I was like, man, this shit is all sloppy on the chair. And so I started folding them up. I started folding them up properly in my own style, in my own way, and I had like a tight fold, and I folded them up, and I folded up the what's that? The what the fuck? The shirts for my uniform, and I stacked them up on the side of the couch. Then I was like, you know what? Let me move this shit over here because I'm tired of looking at this shit too. And I moved this, and I just started moving a lot of stuff out the way to prepare for when I wake up in another few hours. Or, I had coffee today, so I might be up today. But whenever I wake up in another few hours to get up and start making these moves, right? Why am I talking about this? I'm talking about this because I can see my changes. I can see where I'm starting to get impatient with certain things, right? And because of my impatience, I'm making changes like, oof, man, this right here, this right here bothers me. Let me get this done right here. Today, cleaned out the refrigerator. And I said, I'm not going to let this happen again. Told myself that. I was like, this is not going to happen again. But I cleaned out the refrigerator. And I was like, okay, I got to get this cleaned out. Then I looked around and I made me something to eat and put that in the refrigerator after I took out the stuff in the refrigerator. I was like, I'm going to eat this up, put this in the air fryer. I should be good, or I should be good eating this. Even with my time, I made my rice and peas way better this time around. Way better this time around. And there's other little intricate things that I started to see that I didn't. I was just like I was getting impatient about these things. That's a sign of my frequency changing. That's a sign that my frequency is like, okay, we don't really got time for this no more. If you understand what I'm saying, we don't have patience for this right here no more. You see? So that's a sign that things are changing.
Always does, but that is not going to be relevant when you get to this level. So I'm going to walk you through this today really practically. So if you don't have a pen and a paper, don't have something to take notes on, go and get something, and just trust me, if you follow along and actually do this with me, you're really going to see a massive shift rather than just
I suggest anybody go to her channel. I can't do it now because I done messed it up.
Work.
The practical way this works.
I wrote this stuff down like I'm going to do with you today. Not even 2 years ago, January 11th, 2024. I wrote down, I was living in Ireland, all my vision, all the things that I wanted for my life. And I went back to Ireland earlier this week, and I found in my book, in that journal, all those dreams, all those desires, all the things that I wanted from this dream dimension. Written down clearly on a piece of paper. And I remember when I was writing those things on the 11th of January 2024, I didn't believe them. I really didn't believe them. I wrote down, I want to be a content creator, I want to be a coach, I want to have a community, I have certain income goals, I had a relationship goal, I had all these goals where I wanted to live, everything. And at the time, I had no YouTube channel, I had no community, right? I had my marketing business that wasn't doing so well. I was single, I was very alone, and I was just working out of that tiny bedroom in my house in Ireland, my family's home in Ireland. And so when I was writing this stuff down, I was not even really believing it, but I still took the time to really tune into my soul and figure out, what do I really want? And the moment that I wrote that stuff down was actually that in motion. And I can see that now when I found all that stuff written down. Most of it I've achieved, and it was set in motion. When I look back, I can see since the day that I wrote it down, I decided that that was actually what I was aiming for.
And with me, we did together is the timeline. When I sat down and I wrote and I bubble charted the outline from my success studies, and I went from the year 2005, a little bit before that time. I started in 2005, and then I kept going down the chart, right? And remember, I found another chart. I had wrote it down. I thought the chart was pretty cool. It's like, this chart gave me an idea. I think I told y'all with the actor, right? And then I wrote down the chart and I went to the timeline. And the moment I wrote down, I didn't take opportunities. I was too afraid. I didn't think I qualified for the opportunities. I didn't know opportunity as well. And then that is when opportunities start knocking. That's when opportunities start coming to me. See how the energy begins to shift. And then the opportunity that I did, because that was what was the word. I did not take opportunity. I did not take chances with the opportunities that I had. These are the things that I had. This is what I had wrote down on this paper, right? And now it hit me later. It's funny. A week later, it hit me like, wait, opportunities. That's all I've been attracting, was the very thing that I wasn't doing, and that was not taking opportunity. So I started taking opportunities. I started learning how to find opportunity. I started learning where the opportunities are for me. And so now I have to start, I have them in my head and I haven't forgot about them, but I have to go and I need to get a book and I need to write down these opportunities and keep them noted and write down whatever it is, right? From my success studies, right? So she is showing too, and she's going to tell a story. I never watched this, but I can sense she's going to get into, and I hope she does, what she realized when she wrote that down, because this is what I realized when I just wrote down what I didn't do. I was too afraid, and I stopped being afraid, and I started being wiser to who I watched, listened to, my success studies, who I followed from my success studies, who is Lena Waithe, right? And then from that, I found somebody, and then from that person, you see how I'm saying?
And before that, I kind of had like goals, I kind of had desires, but I never actually really thought about it and really wrote them down. So I always stayed kind of just floating around, never really getting anywhere because I hadn't defined a path. So what happens when you write it down like we're going to do together today is you basically signal to the universe, okay, here's where I'm going, my stick is in the ground, and then a path will start unfolding for you towards that immediately when you decide it, and you allow yourself to just believe.
And she didn't even believe in it, but she wrote it down. So there was a subconscious movement that was there.
It is 1% possible that it could happen.
And I will tell you this, I don't go into a place of fear when I see opportunity. Go into a place of preparation for the opportunity. You get what I'm saying? Now I'm in preparation for the opportunity. Like, this is the opportunity, but now I must make moves to be more prepared for this opportunity.
Happen, and then you do the other steps I'm going to share with you. The path just unfolds before you in a way that you won't expect, and you will start moving towards it, but you need to define it first.
You have to define it first.
Let's take an example of someone called Frank, and let's say Frank's current reality is he's like a freelance editor. He's just doing whatever projects come his way, but his income is not consistent.
Right.
And he's got this vision that he wants to live in Bali, and he wants to have a whole editing studio where he's the owner and he has editors underneath him, and he's leading a whole team, and they record people surfing and all different water sports, and it's extremely successful.
That sounds pretty cool.
So this is just a random example, but I want you now to do this practically in your own way with your own desires.
This is why I use my own example.
You can write down, okay, income. Okay, so this is like the easiest, clearest starting point. How much money would you like to be making per month? Okay, if you could have it your way 3 months, 6 months from now, how much would you like to be making on a monthly basis, on a yearly basis?
Right.
Whatever the first figure was that came to mind, write that down. Okay, so let's say Frank here is quite ambitious. He wants to be making $100,000 per month, okay? The next thing, you want to just think about, what do you want to be doing?
Right.
In an ideal situation, again, don't put logic into the equation here. If you were having your dream life, if you were literally, if you could just design it exactly how you wanted to, if you could get paid to just do what you love, what would you do? What would be the things you would like to fill your time with? So I just wrote a few things down to give you some examples. It doesn't need to be like super detailed, but just when you tune into this dimension where you're having the best day ever and you're working on what you love and you're making the income you want to make, what does that look like? Like, what are you doing? So Frank here, his income is $100,000 per month. He's leading a film studio in Bali. He's working on exciting surfing projects. I don't know that much about surfing, so this is a terrible example, but he's traveling, he's getting flown around the
Surfing is
world by
dope,
different
bro.
brands, so he can
I love
bring
watching
his
surfing
filming team
videos.
and they can do all the edits and
Surfing
everything.
people like
Other things that come to
their
mind, like he's
personality
going to have
matters.
an
They
amazing
love their
team. So
job.
just write things down. The more you kind of write,
Surfing
more
is
things are
something I
going to
should
come
have
out.
did that I
So when I
never
did my example of
just
this, I
did.
had create content, and then I thought, well, I don't want to just create content, I want a community. No, I don't just want a community, I want a community I feel connected to. And then I was like, well, I want clients as well, and I want to do coaching. And so you let it spiral, you let it just spiral naturally, intuitively. What would you prefer? And just write it all down. Even if it seems small or subtle, write it down. Okay, so my knowledge of running a surfing filming company in Bali is quite limited, but you can see some example here. This is just to give you ideas, right? Closing big filming deals, having meetings with really cool people, traveling to cool places to do that, working with amazing people.
Okay, before she starts talking,
new talent coming into this
come on, girl, pause.
industry. Everything that
the one thing that Frank will have to do, the income will come to Frank. He will have to first, number one, he will have to start where he's at. Right? Besides get into the documentary, who is the best in the film industry when it comes to documenting things. Who's out there documenting surfers? Who are documenting the surfers out there? Somebody's doing it. I can tell you, I've seen plenty of surfing videos, and I lived my old out there in Rockaway Beach. Who's doing that? Then he also needs to, learn, depending where he located, try to find areas like Rockaway Beach and where they do stuff like this for surfers. He'll have to put himself in a space for surfers as well. But if he wants to really, I would say for quantum leaping, find someone who's a great film worker when it comes to docuseries. Who's the best in the game doing that? Go to the celebrity level, see who that is. That's still working though. Someone who's still working on it. Who else is doing it? Put yourself in the world of people who document surfers around the world, because he's trying to go to Bali. He needs to put himself in Bali. He needs to energetically watch Bali films, watch Bali movies, watch Bali docuseries, watch people traveling to Bali, watch history of Bali. He needs to put himself energetically in Bali. He needs to see how they dress in Bali. He needs to see what kind of food they eat in Bali. You see, all of this stuff he has to indulge himself in Bali, right? But number one thing he's gonna have to do is the filming. He's gonna have to crawl with that film. He's gonna have to start there. You never know. He might can get on a work visa and go to Bali and make the income that he needs to look at. He has to you still have to make effort to get to energetically move into the space that you want to.
That might come to mind for you in whatever your vision is, write it down. And then you can branch this out into, if you want a particular kind of relationship, if you want a particular type of friendship, if you want to be traveling a certain way, if you want a certain car, if you want to be spending your morning way, if you want to be spending your evenings a certain way, if you want to spend your whole day a certain way, if you don't want to work at all, whatever it is, write it down and just go with the flow, whatever comes to mind. Okay, have you written it down? Okay, good. So once it's all written down, I want you to look at what you've written down, see if there's anything else you can fill in that you maybe didn't think of, anything more subtle, like do you want to be going to a coffee shop, whatever little things, write them all down. And once you've got everything there, I want you to look at what you've written and realize that this is a parallel reality that already exists.
So, like she said, you have just built a parallel reality for yourself. When I sat here and I was writing that timeline down, like with me and Lena and all that stuff, right? And I wrote down that timeline and I saw what she accomplished at this point in her life and what I was doing at that point in my life. I was like, damn, that was the time that I was really blogging and doing my art and painting and this, that, and the third. That's the time I really was doing something, but I didn't, that's the time I was working on. Like, I remember what I was doing at that time, but nothing came out in the public. But this is what I was doing in this time in my life, and I could see that. So I was in some kind of momentum, and I was like, well, why did nothing get published? Why didn't I get to an art event? Why didn't these things happen? Because I don't have to ask why. I already knew when I looked at it. And that's when I made notes. And I was like, opportunities. I didn't take opportunities. I got distracted. I got distracted with this. I got distracted doing that. I got distracted with this. And like, I put that down. I didn't even put what was distracting me. I just said, no, opportunities and distraction. So I became, when I did that and I did the self-assessment, and I probably have to read what I wrote, who knows, that was me putting myself in a parallel universe with Lena. Even though it was me and the choices I made and things, and I looked at her, I still was putting myself in a parallel universe when I said opportunities, distractions. I had an awareness of these two things and how it happened. And that's why when I had that distraction the other day I told y'all about, I recognized the distraction. And could you believe I text that person today? And they did not text me back.
And all you have to do to start moving there, the first thing you have to do is decide that this is where you're going. Right. And when I say decide, I mean you cut off every other option. This is where you're going, no matter what, no matter if you think it's impossible right now, this is where you're going. Make the decision.
Right.
And this is what I did in January last year, and it changed my life so much that I don't even recognize who I was when I even wrote this down. It's insane. But it starts with the decision. So picture this, it's like, it is a dimension, a parallel reality that exists right now, and that's your destination. That's where you're going, no matter what. Okay, now you're probably thinking, well, how the hell am I gonna get over there? Good question. It's not gonna be you. It's gonna be the version of you who's there already. So you, in this reality, you don't have to stress about how, what, where, when, why.
Right. Because
you just have to worry about becoming there already. That's the only control, and that's the only thing that matters. Why? Because when you do that, you essentially start shifting your frequency to resonate energetically with this dimension that already exists as a parallel reality upon your mental plane.
And see, the thing is, I know I said with success studies, I didn't tell y'all to I did not say, hey, write down the life that you visualize that you want to quantum leap into. I know I did not say that. And purposefully, I did not do that. Okay, I just want y'all to know that I did not do that. And I hear what she's saying, that it works, but I did not do that. I chose the formula that I chose because I could see that it works. I chose the formula of being in the frequency of what it is that I am quantum leaping to, because I know that it works for me. And this is why I said with this person, for everything that she said, my phone, oh, it's at 100%, y'all. I thought my phone is not even dead. And so from what she said here, she's like, what she's saying. And I'm open to listening to it. It's just that I've heard this way so many times before. You know what I'm saying? I realized that people who build from a muse, people who build from some type of inspiration, I find that those people, uh, there's something different in the quantum leaping that is there. There's a channeling that goes with that. And remember, I have my
When
moon
you
in the
start
12th house.
shifting your identity, your energy, your belief system to resonate with this, the how takes care of itself automatically.
Yes.
Just like everything that you're experiencing right now on this level takes care of itself automatically because it resonates with who you are in this level.
Right.
It's an automatic thing. So you don't have to worry about how, you just have to worry about becoming this version of you. So this is step 3. We're going to define the self who's there already. So right now, beside this page where you've written your vision, you're going to draw a stick figure. Trust me, the stick figure has magic powers. Don't ask me how,
It does. I love stick figures.
know that it works. You're going to draw a stick figure. And this isn't just any stick figure. This stick figure is the version of you who's already there.
Yes.
Who's already done it all, who it's easy and natural for.
When I did my skincare today, I looked at my hair, right? I looked at my hair and I said, I like this look. I'm going to keep this look. And you know what's so funny about this look that I'm keeping, right? It looks like Shonda's hairstyle. And it's even the way I formulated it, the way I shaped it. I said, this looks like Shonda's hairstyle, but in a very natural way. And the young lady I watch, right, that's the screenwriter that I learned from, she actually wears her hair in that style that Shonda wears it in, but just in a more her own little look to it. And I was like, wait a minute, this seems to be like the signature, because Oprah wears her hair like that, Shonda Rhimes wears her hair like that. I'm like, there's something about this look for Black women in power. This is like the crown look, right? And when I looked at my locks today, I said, damn, I really like this style on me. I'm going to really keep the style. And when I take care of it and clean it and stuff and really formulate it, and I'm going to keep this style. And it's going to stay just like this. And this is going to be my style for my hair. That just happened. Okay? That was something that just happened from me doing the mirror work. That's something that just happened for me just getting up and just making all of these changes. Even when I'm not, when I don't beat myself down anymore, because talking to yourself kinder, being more patient with yourself, giving yourself more grace, putting more love into myself. I'm not so hard on myself. I'm not so hard on myself.
And so I want you to just connect to that right now and think about, okay, this person who's at this level, who this is their natural reality, who are they? And to narrow this down for you, you can think about what are their emotions, characteristics, standards,
And
habits, and
right.
anything else that comes to mind, no matter how specific or weird or subtle it might seem, it's relevant. So Frank here, for example, he's going from being a freelancer to a business owner. So automatically, what do we think about Frank? Frank is going to need to become more of a leader. And you can write these qualities around, I don't really have space here, but around the stick figure in a circle. So leader, confident,
right,
bold, and anything else that comes to mind. So some more examples for Frank could be making decisions quickly, having authority, responsible is a big one as well, being able to handle a lot of different tasks. This version of Frank probably keeps his word. This version of Frank probably goes the extra mile. This version of Frank is probably thinking long term about a big vision and big picture for the company, rather than this freelancer version of Frank is probably just thinking, when's my next project, right? So you really want to tune into, what is this version of me feeling? What are their dominant states? Are they feeling grateful? Are they feeling free? Are they feeling inspired? Are they feeling open?
Right, because you go into the emotion. And that was what the book of the imagination was talking about that I had turned off because I was like, I don't want everybody, I kind of want everybody to stay a little bit more grounded. Because I actually have a custom carpet that says use your imagination. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, but still, you still need to be practical. You know what I'm saying? I mean, nothing wrong with the imagination. You can be practical in your imagination as well. You know, this all is a part of the imagination, but quantum leaping and quantum jumping is a whole nother beast. You feel me? From just the imagination.
Open? Are they feeling loving? Are they feeling
Right.
brave? Are they feeling
Fair
confident?
use
And write them all down.
of
The
teaching
characteristics.
and
Are
while
they
she's
a
speaking, as
leader? Do
well
they have
as
a lot of confidence? Are they high
presenting
energy?
it
Are they relentless? Do
to
they always pick themselves back up?
my
Whatever comes to mind.
whoever's
And then
listening in my
standards.
audience.
So
I'm not
standards
doing
is
this
to just get you thinking a little bit differently.
I'm not doing this to go any strike against Katie's Clark copyrights or anything. I'm just teaching from what she's saying as well as me speaking
What
at the same
standards does this
time.
version of you have?
Yeah.
What do they not accept, and what?
And see, this is what I was going into what I was doing. The standards for myself begin to build from itself, right? What that means is when I sat here and I said taking more opportunities, right? Um not being afraid, being fearless, right? Or just not being afraid, period. And taking opportunities. And if I feel anything, I prepare for the opportunity. If the opportunity is, see the wordage that I use, if the opportunity is challenging, we at the top of the hour. I prepare for the opportunity. So what came with that was the frustration of my clothes. Don't like my clothes no more. Don't like the way it look. Don't like to put a shirt on from my closet and it got a fucking spot on it. Don't like the way this shirt look. Don't like the way any of this stuff look. I want all this stuff out my closet. I don't want to look at this stuff in my closet no more. I don't want to look at this paperwork and stuff in my closet no more. I want to take all this paperwork down and I'll put it in the corner of my desk right now. At least if it's sitting at my desk, I'm going to bend down and I'm going to fix it up and I'm going to do something with it. I'm going to organize it better. I'm going to go through it. Something's going to get done with it. It's not just going to be there no more. I'm going to do what I need to do to even like whatever I need to do to clear out what needs to be cleared out in my closet because I'm not liking my closet. You see what I'm saying? And so these little things begin to move. I want my appearance when I walk outside to change. We're going to get into rebranding next. You see, it will begin to move on its own, right? So let's hear more what she has to say to Frank.
What is acceptable to them? What is like the minimum acceptable standard? Because I always say this, we don't rise above to our highest expectations. We always fall to our lowest standards. And so this is going to clarify to you the standards that you will need to bring in order to enter this reality.
Yes, you have to build the standards. That's the standards that I brought in naturally. The standards that I brought in naturally. And I can only use myself as an example. You know what I mean? And I mean, that's the only way that I know how to talk for it to be real for me. You know, I could use examples. I mean, it's nothing, but I'd rather just use myself as the example because I'm living it. Right. So the standard happens naturally because the frequency is beginning to change and the way that the mind is looking at things begins to shift as well.
So for example, always gets projects done ahead of time, always goes the extra mile, always negotiating, always networking, always getting people's phone numbers, always.
I even today to get something organized, I said, while I had laid in the bed, I said, you know, I'm going to start doing things like this moving forward. This is the best way for me to get it done. And I might have to start writing. I might have to write in a pencil. And I'm okay with that as long as it gets done. And then from there, I'm going to have to work it from that and then work it from there and work it from that. And once I complete all of this, then I'm going to start doing this. And I'm just going to wing it. And I'm just going to put my best into it. And if I got to rewrite, I'm going to just keep rewriting because everybody says it's all about that rewrite. It's all about them notes and that rewriting. because that's another thing that I learned. I learned that screenwriting, there's a lot of notes that you have to take. There's a lot of notes that you're given. There are people to this day that they have taken their notes and it has helped them make their show better to this day. And it is what it is because of those notes. So I take these things in. I live my mindset as a screenwriter. I live my mindset as a showrunner. I go day by day taking in industry level people. Why? Because of that young lady I found, and she has access to that. So she gives me access to that by what she talks about. Do you understand? You see how that works? That's my quantum leaping. The old me would have found somebody who was talking the talk, and I would have never seen them out there like that. I would have just seen them talking the talk, going live, doing this and that. I would have never ever seen them give courses or classes to teach you anything, but they probably would have been asking for money to see your script or some shit. I would have never seen that. You know what I'm saying? That the old me, and I'm not here to talk about the old me. I'm just saying vibrationally, I was not aware and I was not at the standard that I have for myself now.
Is making people feel welcome, and being interested in people, whatever it is that Frank does, he will write this down in his stick figure, and you should do the same. And this should be bringing up something expect. Like I've got clients do this, and especially when we get into habits and routines as well. So this is like, what is this version of you doing on a day-to-day basis? I have had clients who they've realized, okay, first of all, this version of me is they're a lot less bitter and angry. So that's a big realization to make. Then they
I feel lighter. I have to say that. I feel more kind to myself. Okay with admitting my wrongs. That was a big step for me, to admitting my wrongs and not going into my ego. I'm also finding I am seeing a change in my attitude. I really am seeing a major change in my attitude. Besides still being very professional and stuff like that, you know, I could do that anyway, but starting to really be a lot more professional in my approach and everything like that. But I am starting to catch on to, I feel a lot lighter. I don't have that heavy anger in my body like I used to. Do you get what I'm saying? I can feel the difference within the past week or so. I can feel this shift in me.
might think, okay, this version of me keeps their word. They don't always go back on their word. That's a big realization.
Yes.
Another standard could be this version of me always does extra, always introduces themselves, right? Never leaves a conversation without getting somebody's phone number. And then some habits, some really specific ones that have come in. I've had a client who literally, she was like, for some reason, I'm getting that this version of me drinks a green juice every day. So it can be really weird, specific things. So I'll tell you right now, when that client started drinking that green juice, her frequency shifted, and all of a sudden she was getting like all these opportunities and investor meetings coming to her. So when I tell you this is the vehicle, it's the vehicle, and this should be bringing you a lot of relief. This is very serious, and you need to take your time going through this and doing this. And you should almost feel like you're really connecting to this person. Who are they? The most accurate thing you can do is become your own role model. Like this higher self, this vision version of you is who you're shooting for, is the thing that's going to inspire and motivate you the most. This exercise, by the way, quantum shifted me so many times. And the biggest one I think happened right when I first posted my first YouTube video, around that time. And I all of a sudden had this big block of resistance, of self-sabotage, and I realized I was still trying to do the vision as the old version of me.
Right. And that's the thing. You cannot You can't, there is no space for the old version. That's the point that you have to understand. You'll just keep leaping and leaping and moving, that there is no old version. Something as simple as, hey, make sure you have food in your belly before make sure you get that morning routine. Make sure you have food in your belly before you start the day. I started incorporating that. I'm eating very lightly. I'm literally eating rice and peas and greens, vegetables. Literally, that's how I'm eating out here. Wash the kidney beans from the can and all that, the peas and all that. Wash them up good before I put them in my rice today. Then I took my rice, add some duck sauce, soy sauce, even though we know that's salt, I know, for some flavor and stuff, but still, I just ate my rice. And it's still such a hearty, light meal that's the meal that I've been eating that I'm comfortable with. So much if I come out of it, I might toss in a chicken. You understand what I'm saying? I might toss in a chicken, or I might toss in, something light with the meal, right? If I ever got any kind of protein with it, or maybe some chopped up turkey or something like that, because I've been eating so light, I've been eating so in a very comfortable way, and I've been seeing that I've been losing weight right there, and then I'm ready to start lifting weights again. That it's all the quantum jumping. It makes sense that the grasshopper was the two grasshoppers is in my house, right? You see the symbolism, quantum jumping, quantum jumping, quantum jumping. I've never had a grasshopper in my house, y'all. That was something.
And I did this exercise and I became so super crystal clear on the vision I even wanted with YouTube, because my first video, I just kind of posted a video. I reconnected to, and then I reconnected to, who am I in that vision? And all of a sudden, I realized all of these traits, all of these standards, all of these emotional states, and all of these like characteristics that version of me had that I was not focusing on at all. And that was the missing link. So once you've got that super clear, the version of you is there already.
Identify the gap.
I want you to identify the gap between the you now at this level and the you at the other level.
Yes. So now this is when we are doing the timeline. Now I like this because she said the gap. Let's hear what she has to say about the gap.
Difference. So to do this practically right now, you can draw another stick figure, and this stick figure is you right here in this present moment. And automatically you should be thinking about where the gap is and what the difference is. Around the stick figure, I want you to write the emotions, the characteristics, the standards, and the habits.
What she's doing with this is she is bringing you down. She's bringing you into digging deeper into who you are, your old you, to see the progress of the new you. So she's basically teaching you how to do a vibratory self-assessment, right? That's what she's doing right here. I can't wait to get to the rebrand one. I can't wait to
hear. Of you today has that don't align with this version,
right?
And this is going to kind of be a punch in the face, but this is how you level up so fast that people think you're cheating. Okay, most people don't do this, and this is why most people stay stuck where they are. Yes, having complete honesty and clarity on this is what's going to start to shift you, because awareness always precedes action. If you're not aware of what's blocking you, you won't be able to move. These are some examples maybe that Frank might have realized in this scenario. He's been complaining, he's been dwelling on problems and not on solutions. He's been procrastinating everything to the last minute and doing the bare minimum. That's a big difference between the version of him who's at this level. He's been, in terms of his emotions, he's been more bitter, more reserved, more ungrateful, more worried, more anxious, expecting the worst in people. That could be a big contrast between the version of him who's here, who's loving, who's confident, who's bold, who's a leader. He's been thinking really small. He hasn't been thinking about his vision, whatever comes to mind. And then also standards and habits. What are your minimum standards? Write them down. And you can know what these are by looking at what you're accepting in your life. Write them down and notice how different they are to the standards of the version of you who's already at your desired level. So this is the gap, and this is why you're not there. It's nothing to do with anything in your external reality.
Right.
It's
It
everything to
doesn't
do
look
with this, you and
Yes.
your energy.
That's what the self-assessment at night is about. When I sat down, and y'all saw me read that to y'all early this morning, when I sat down and I read a little bit of that self-assessment of what I end up doing with that domino effect situation, right? With that toxic effect situation. Guess what? That was enough for me to do that and not do that shit again. See how that works? That was enough for me to do that and not do that shit no more.
And when you change this, everything around you changes, because you're the light through which the shadow of reality is cast. Okay, it's all you. You and your reality are one. And so getting super clear on the discrepancy here is the turning point for you if you really go through this and do this. So write down all of this stuff, the emotions, the characteristics. What are your standards? What are your habits? Look honestly at your day-to-day life and see what your habits are, bad and good, and notice the difference again between you here and you there. Okay, point number 5, you're going to close the gap. So point number 4, we identified the gap. Point number 5, you're going to close the gap. How do you do that? You let go of the goals completely. You stop looking for where's my money, where's my job, where's my raise,
I like the way
where's my
she
business.
told you to do this, right?
You let go of the actual goal completely, because that's saying separation to the universe, so that's actually in contradiction with how you manifest something. But you let go of it completely, and instead you focus entirely on becoming this version of you. Even though your reality looks exactly the same, this is all you focus on. Even though you don't know how it's going to happen, this is what you focus on.
And the beauty of it is you will make your reality what you want it to look like by where you're living. You ever see movies, right? And you see like I was thinking about that Animal Farm, and it has like the rat, and then the rat lives in this hole, right? And I had to laugh because I think it's always a joke on people who live in the city. And so the rat lives in this hole, and you walk into this hole, and the rat is like living goddamn up, living lavish as fuck, you know what I'm saying? Nice ass motherfucking bathroom and shit. Got their little gym area in the corner where they work out all day. You got shit that's like, you know, this guy in the kitchen looking nice. Everything just look good in this little cubicle, this little home that this person stay in. This is how you have to manifest in your own space. You have to start making it look like what it is that you see. One thing I remember with my stepdad was that he cooked and chefed all day in the kitchen when we first lived in the projects where we had lived at. Was supposed to be the projects. I guess it's not the projects anymore, but at the time it was supposed to be the project. And he would sit down, he would cook, and he would chef up, cook, chef up. And I remember when they had first bought that house, the first thing he did was buy Allen in that kitchen. That's the first thing he bought, was an Allen. He put his knives and his stuff and everything in that Allen. I'll never forget it. Till this day, they still have that Allen. Okay. They still have that Allen. They still have the little table that they attached to it in that house to this day. It is funny, I'm thinking about this damn table, right? And this is where he started becoming the chef he always wanted to be in that kitchen. And he cooked and he got that whole kitchen set up a certain way. Then my sister, she went off to be a chef. And while she went off to be a chef, she showed him how he can go to school to be a gunsmith. And so he went to go to school to be a gunsmith. He did not know he can do that. So he did that. She went off to continue her life as a pastry chef. And as you know, years down the line, she's one now. And so he gets more extra stuff by way of her. You see how that happens in life? And I'm using this example to show you that by whatever you're quantum jumping into, life is going to unfold for you. Whether it may be that I may be in this apartment this year, but I may be somewhere better and new next year around the same time. And this apartment may be history. This apartment, this apartment may be a part of the old me. You know what I'm saying? You never know. You know what can happen too with your quantum leaping as you time jump and stuff? That's something you may want for yourself. You may realize that, hey, I'm ready to quantum jump away from. I want to quantum jump into things like this, that, and this to be closer to my opportunities. You see what I'm saying? Because I could choose to say, I'm just throwing this out here. I really want to work in a studio. I really want to work in a writer's room. Even if I just work in a studio as a writer's assistant, work in a studio, work in an actual studio, work somewhere that's close to being in the industry, work with somebody on their project that I can get credit on. See what I'm saying? All of these little things. But see, you have to quantum leap into what is going to get me closer energetically to my goal. What kind of practice, what kind of work can I do to get me closer? It's about how you want to quantum jump. I'm the person that's like, hey, I think about that. But let me see what she say, because I'm curious now how she responds to that.
So if you go back to me and my example,
So
I had written down I want to be a content creator, I want a YouTube channel, I want so and so many subscribers, I
right.
want all of these things. That was not my reality. I did not have any of those. I didn't even have a YouTube channel. What I had was a marketing agency, and what I had was this vision and an intuition of who I needed to become in order to access that vision. And so all I did is I started showing up as that version of me in my old reality. And it was just a matter of time, a very short amount of time, before my reality started catching up to my new energy.
Yes.
So there's going to be a period of time where you're in your old reality as your new self, but that's how you move quickly, dramatically to a new level. And that's why people don't ever get to the next level, because they find it too uncomfortable to be a different self in an old reality.
Because the thing is, there's a lot of things that play a part in the old reality going into the new self, and it goes into the world of distraction that I talk about, and the stories that I have told y'all on in so many ways. Listen, you can have that fake friend standing right next to you being the reason that doors are closing in your life, because you're sitting next to that fake friend, because doors are closing in your life. Okay? Because of that fake friend. You can have, because of energetically you're not aligned properly to the old you're not going to be able to even believe, right? You're not even going to be able to have the confidence or the love enough for yourself to even know that you can have that. There's so much doors opening up for me, so much stuff that I have going on in my life that I keep to myself. I got so much things that I keep to myself. I can see the changes of people around me, and I'm prepared for that shit. I'm just sitting back like, damn, shit changing, man. shit shifting, man. Shit shifting around me, bro. I got to get ready for the shift that's coming. This is what life has become for me because this is how much I quantum jumped. And you got people that they can't quantum jump because quantum jumping means they can't hang around with the friends that they like hanging around with and kicking the shit and doing this with. They can't quantum jump because they can't put themselves in a space of different kind of people that's going to require them to step up their style, how they dress, how they tailor their clothes, how they present themselves, how they say hi, hello in the room, if you know, how energetically they have to come off, how they have to have social skills. They can't quantum jump into stuff like that. They can't quantum jump and having the confidence to say, hey, I like to pitch you my idea. They can't quantum jump to be in a position of being in a true leadership, confident leadership position and handling things without manipulating and being an honest human being. They can't quantum jump because they can't get past their own trauma. That's why they can't quantum jump.
They don't have the strength of will to go through that and to see everything around them as the same and still say, you know what, this is still who I am now. I'm still different now. Even though my financial situation hasn't changed, even though everything around me hasn't changed, even though I'm still single, even though I still don't have a YouTube channel, even though I still don't have a business, I'm not going to let that throw me off the version of myself that I'm embodying, because that's the thing that matters the most. This is the energy that you need to have if you truly want this to work, because you didn't come here to be created by your environment.
Right.
You've got like God creative energy within you. You're a fractal of God consciousness.
Yes.
But when you're acting like a circumstance all the time, you're not exercising that creative power.
Yes.
And that's exactly what you're acting like. When you're using everything around you to dictate to you how you should feel, how you should act, who you should be, you're the circumstance.
Yes,
and your external reality is basically the gods that you're bowing to all the time.
Yes.
That's not how you're going to start literally quantum shifting and collapsing time.
Yes.
If you want to collapse time, you need to stop acting like an ego circumstance. Start acting like a higher consciousness.
And this is why I keep stressing to y'all, go higher. Take a celebrity. Look at what they've done. Look at that celebrity that's still goddamn going. Look at that celebrity that has accolades and accomplishments. Even if you know that, even if that celebrity don't even feel. Can I tell you something from my intuitive reader side? There are so many artists and creatives out here at the level that they're at, and they still feel like they still haven't worked hard enough. You got artists that got awards and shit that are Black artists, and they feel like, did I just get this because I was Black or because I look good having this or I was a good candidate to have it? And it's like Tyler Perry, that was like, when he was like, not Tyler Perry, Tyler the Creator, when he was like, listen, you know, am I the kid with the remote control that's not plugged in and believing that I'm playing the game? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, why did I really get this award? I heard so many great albums better than mine. Why did I get it? You got artists that are like this, but it's okay. You still are quantum leaping and collapsing time to get to the level of life that you need to be for yourself, that you know that you need. It's not even about wanting. It's you need, you know, it is who you are. It's a life that's who you are. You would not be sitting here thinking about it or even asking for it if it wasn't the life that was for you.
Being. And you do that by becoming bigger environment, by rising above whatever limitation, whatever old problem, whatever old pattern, and saying, this no longer dictates to me who I am.
Doesn't dictate to me who I am. I decide who I am.
Every single moment of every single day, as much as you can, you embody this version of you.
You embody
even
this
if it feels
version
stupid,
of you.
even if it feels delusional. You decide to show up as a leader more. You decide to show up in more confidence.
And when I tell you about showing up as a leader more, here's something I have to say. This is how you lead in your own home. This is your own circle. Now, here is what I also learned about time, collapsing time. I don't know what she's going to say about this, but this is what I have to say about collapsing time. If you have a job that does not align with your destiny, it does not align with your goal, you need to put enough into that job for what that job is for. Okay? You need to put enough in for what that job is for. Okay? If it's not a part of your time collapsing and your quantum leaping and shit, I don't think you should put that much time and energy into that job. That's just all I'm saying.
You decide to show up more boldly. You decide to have higher standards. You decide to have different habits and routines.
And you can actually, even if you show up at the job and you show up doing just what the job is, I mean, it's your choice if you say that, hey, you want this raise or you want this promotion or whatever to give you so you can have more money in your pocket, but then you have to think about what responsibility is going to come with it. Or maybe you just walk into the job and ask for a raise. For whatever reason, just have your pitch ready to ask for that raise.
You take on new characteristics. And this is something that you're going to have to do step by step by step. When I did this in January last year, my wallpaper on my phone was just, I had written in my notes, step by step by step. And that's exactly what I did. I let go of the vision and I just said, okay, today, how can I be this version of Katie? And that's all I did every single day. And the path unfolded before me and it happened so, so quickly that now when I look back, it feels like a different person. It feels like a different life, right? So that's all you need to do. And just know as well, you've got to take it all the time.
Because what's going to happen is as you change, more of a leader. Before she get into that, but one step at a time, you when you go back to your job, right? Because I'm going to tell you a change that I made, right? Because it's going to go into the rebranding. I iron my clothes and I steam my clothes. And I wore my clothes different. Usually I would put my clothes on. Usually I didn't iron my clothes. I iron clothes and I steam my clothes. And I wore my clothes different, right? Meaning I actually took my clothes and what's the name? I actually took them and wore them, tied them up and wore them and at my belly button level, not under my belly, over my belly, my belly button level. And then I put on my shirt and I wore them real high. I wore them high-waisted, basically. I wore my pants high-waisted and then I wore my shirt down and I had a very comfortable shirt. I had it didn't fit too tight or nothing, but it was a comfortable shirt. And I looked at myself in the mirror before I started work. I looked at how I had my stuff on and everything. And I continued my day just like that. Whatever. When I did that, and I was taking my time and I was working and stuff like that, that was the beginning of how I started the job. Then the next thing you know, I got on the list of people who have to come back at a certain time. And when that had happened to me, right, I said, I know why they did that to me. I know why they did that to me, right? That's the first thing I said to myself. And I said, because of da 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 and da 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 da. That's why they did that to me. That's why they did that to me. Because I wasn't going hard for the job. I wasn't breaking my back to do anything. Not that I was being lazy. It wasn't my fault. I was still recovering from being sick. I said, but there was something in me that shifted. That's why I got on that list. And I took advantage of this time, right? Before I go back. And I said, what the hell is going on? What is this? I took advantage of this time before I went back. And I said, you know what? This is why this happened to me. And I started realizing my weight started going down, right? My skincare routine started working up. And there's some things that, going on and stuff. And I got some things handled and shit like that. And then after that, I started realizing that I started realizing like other little things about myself that started changing, right? It started happening in little ways. You see what I'm saying? And I started just noticing all the changes and changes and changes and more changes that's coming.
It's not going to be, well, you can definitely try. If you have the capacity to just activate that within you, go for it. But if you've got limiting beliefs, if you've got resistance, if you've got a strong identity built up in this old self, then you're going to have to let yourself lean into this new self just step by step. And the reason for that is your nervous system needs to learn that it's safe to do this, but it learns it through experiencing that it's safe to do it. So you have to start letting yourself show up as this version of take different actions, have new experiences, and then your body will learn, your mind will learn that this is safe, then it will learn that it is normal, and then you'll be able to take another step. Next thing you know, you're going to be doing things that you've never done before. You're going to be embodying an identity that you've never been before. And because this is top down.
When I went to work like that, I'm trying to tell you, no matter how quiet I was and I was working, that type of change is going to be recognized, especially when you keep it. Okay. I also noticed too, with my changes and transformations, yes, she's right. You have to begin to embody it.
Just so you know, as soon as you start being a new self, even just a subtle difference in the self, what happens is your identity shifts, then your belief system shifts, then your thoughts shift, your emotions shift, and then what you focus on shifts, and then your actions naturally shift. So you won't need to keep forcing. Maybe in the beginning you'll have a few actions that you're doing to confirm that you're a new self. It might feel a little bit forced and outside your comfort zone. That's fine. But eventually what's going to happen is you're going to have momentum in this new self, and naturally the actions that you take are going to be different and are going to be more aligned with getting you to here. Okay, point number 6 is so important. And I was going to leave this out because it could be a whole nother video, and I may make another video on this. However, I think you need to know this before you leave this video. So at this point, wrote your vision, you've written down the version of you who's already achieved it, you've identified the gaps, you've identified what you're going to let go, what you're going to embody. Great. What's going to happen next is usually you will enter some resistance. So this resistance is the old self clinging on for dear life and trying to get you to stay attached to being this self. Because if you fully let go of this version of you and you become this version of you, this self, this entity basically that you've been for your whole life, this ego, is going to die. Okay, so your ego is going to,
and that's true, because what happened to me was I had one day I was like, let me get up and do something different. We're not doing this no more, right? I was like, let me get up and let me handle this by doing something different. Let me handle this by being, let me make this a part of me. Let me make this routine of when I get up in the day, this. I don't give a damn every day. And even when I do this, I'm going to do this better. As a matter of fact, I need to clean this out. I need to get rid of this. I'm tired of looking at this. You're going to fight for yourself. You're not going to want to be your old self no more. Your old self will fight to be its old self. Oh yeah, it will fight, but you will not want to be your old self no more. You will want to get rid of your old self. Like you want it to die. Literally. You want that person to die. And it takes time. It'll take time, but it'll get there. But you have to fight for it. You have to not want that old
attached to
person no more.
these qualities in this version of self, but this old self is essentially like an entity. It's going to die. And so it wants to survive. It
Right.
doesn't want you to let go. And it will throw
Absolutely.
things at you to try and
It
get you
sure will. It will
emotionally
bring-
triggered so you will stay attached to it. When you get triggered after doing this work, when something comes up, when you have doubt, when you have resistance, just know that that means you are on the path. Resistance and triggers are part of the path. I think at this point I can say they're pretty much unavoidable. So what matters most is what you do when you're triggered. The
Right.
first thing you need to do is realize it's part of the path, okay? It's not that you've messed up. It's not that you're going backwards. It's not that there's something wrong with you.
Right.
It's literally that this is part of the process of you becoming this version of you. And I want to give it to you like this as well. As you shift from this version of you in this level to this version of you in that level,
Right.
the path is not linear. It's like this. Okay?
Right.
It goes up and down. And you're going to have phases where you feel like you're gaining momentum and you're growing. And you're going to have phases that I call resistance phases, where you're triggered and you feel like you're going backwards and you feel
Yes.
bad, you feel overwhelmed, you feel angry, you feel sad, you feel like all of these things are coming up. What's happening is the aspects of the old version of you that can't come with you to this level because they don't energetically resonate with this level are getting triggered because they were subconscious, okay? So we've all got parts of us unconsciously that are dormant until they get triggered. These are parts of us that have been created through trauma, throughout our lives in moments of distress, and they end up repressed and in the dark until something happens that triggers those parts of us. So for example, when I started making content, finally, after I wrote this all down, the part of me that was afraid of being seen got triggered. And I thought, oh my God, this is so bad. I resisted a long time. I thought this is something wrong with me. This means it's not me. No, I stopped resisting. I started listening to why I was sabotaging, why I was procrastinating. I figured out that it was because I had a part of me that was afraid of being rejected and seen and bullied and criticized. And I went into that part of me. I went into it with compassion. I sought to understand it, where it came from, why it was so afraid. And mindedness and compassion, I was able to released it. And then I was able to move forward. So you come down here into a trigger after you set your sights on going to this dimension and you've made a decision to go to this level. When you get triggered, all that's happening is a part of you that doesn't resonate with this level brought to the surface so you can release it, so you can move forward towards that level. I can't tell you how many low points, how many triggers I have gone through to get to this point that I'm at today, to get to this level that I wrote down in January last year. There were so many triggers, and every single one was something that I needed to release because it was not resonant with the frequency of this level. If I had still had that stuff lying dormant within me energetically, I would not be here today. I would have to get triggered for me to process it and release it so I could become this version of me who could energetically resonate with this reality. And so expect resistance. And
The
when
resistance
a trigger comes up, try to just accept it. So
so I'll just stop it here because we're going to go to the brand new, the rebrand, the recognizable in 42 days. Okay, so the key thing, guys, is this. When you have a set goal of where you want to collapse into, where you want to time jump into, whatever that set goal is that you want to time jump into, that right there sets the momentum of where you are going. Where I say that I am, that I call out, this is what I am. And this is the life I'm going to live in because this is what I am. Don't give a damn about that I work a 9 to 5. Okay, that 9 to 5 job puts me in a position of this position. All right, cool. But this is what I am while I'm working this job position, while that provides for me and all this stuff like that, right? But this is what I am. This is what I vibrate on. This is who I am. As I focus on that goal, on that energy, as everything I take in, opportunities, writing them down, people that I follow, writing them down, learning from people, writing them down, educate myself, writing it down. Who did this? Who wrote this? Who's this? Teaching myself more things, writing it down. Applying it to my own work, writing it down. Studying somebody else's work, Lena Waithe, studying her work, writing it down. Okay, I see how this went, this, that, and the third. Okay, let me look at this again. Let me write this down, writing it down. Okay, let me start doing this. This is what this person did, writing it down. And realizing every day that I walk outside, I want myself to look prepared and ready for what? Like if I go, I got my certain look when I'm at home. That's my at home look. That's fine. But when I get prepared and ready to go out there to get dressed up or whatever it is, this is the kind of outfit I want to have on. This is how I want to look. This is how I want to appear. This is what I want my shoes. This is what I want things to look like when I walk out this door. And I keep that. And if I got to sketch out my looks, sketch out dresses, sketch out fits and looks, cut out looks, whatever, go shopping for that, see myself as this showrunner. This is how I dress. This is what I look like. This is what my hair looks like. That's what I got to do. And keep going and going and going and manifesting and living my life as the very thing that I'm quantum jumping to. So yes, I work this 9 to 5 job, whatever shift job I work, and I tie my hair back and I flip my hair back, but I am still what I say I am. And therefore will carry myself as that. And that's what I do after this is done. And see, this is why with the quantum jumping, it just may get to the point where your alignment can get closer. For example, this guy, he may get more income by actually working with a place where there's surfers at, where surfers are the biggest clientele. So now he has more access to surfers and talk to them. Hey, I'm trying to do this documentary, da 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 da. There go his surfers that he can talk to. This is what the quantum leaping is all about. And then you're going to have to take some steps in your life in order to quantum jump to where you have to go, but you have to take those steps.
So expect yourself to enter periods of resistance or getting triggered. And the most important thing to do is to remember this is part of the path.
And so the triggers that she's talking about too, I don't know, I wasn't supposed to keep playing that. The triggers that she's talking about too is the choices and what you got around you energetically. And that is when you really start leaning into yourself, when you start realizing, because I have a neighbor that was like, she's tired of looking at her apartment. She's tired of being where she is. But yet she let a family member stay in that's fucking toxic. And I mean very toxic. And when she went to go get something new, they told her she didn't make enough. I'm like, what? I'm like, clearly this person makes enough. Clearly this person makes enough. What do they mean she don't make enough? This person make way more than I do. Way more than I do. Better position than me. Because energetically, the dead weight. And I don't know her. I don't know her history. I don't know if she, you know what I'm saying? I don't know her to know her past. Okay? I don't know her to know her past. Yeah. And so because I don't know her to know her past, understand that it's all a matter of that dead weight. and what else other dead weight she got around her. You get what I'm saying?
And ask yourself, what part of me is this triggering and why?
Yes. Now, why did I use that example? Because I'm just saying,
How to rebrand and become unrecognizable in
you gotta
42
realize
days.
when you
You
have
may have seen a lot of content
uh,
like this.
dead weight
This
around you
video is
cause
going
a
to be
problem.
quite different, more than likely, than anything you've ever seen before. We're going to get into the really deep energetic shifts that need to happen in order for you to completely rebrand your identity, and as a result, completely change your experience of
She actually has a
reality.
good
The
channel. I'm
next
not gonna hold you.
42 days of your life are going to pass, whether you do what I tell you to do in this video or not.
We do have
That
a
time is
solar
going to
eclipse
pass
coming,
by
y'all.
regardless. If you follow along with me today, and this is going to be a really practical video, and actually follow the different steps over the next 42 days and rewire in what I'm going to share with you, you are going to be standing in an entirely new version of yourself. And even if we think about why you've even clicked on this video, why do you want to rebrand? Why do you want to become unrecognizable? It's probably because this version of you that you've been for your whole life is not getting you the outcomes in reality that you prefer. Maybe you feel really limited. Maybe you feel really stuck.
Right.
Maybe you feel really lost. Maybe you feel really insecure.
No, we about to skip this one.
The steps in this video are going to help you shift your state.
Let's see what's going on here. What's she talking about?
The overall big shift. For us to just transplant ourselves into an entirely new identity all at once.
Right.
And living a life in misalignment. Living a life as a version of you who you're really not meant to be, who doesn't resonate with you.
Right.
So, with that being said, tune into your higher self. We're all very unique. We're all very different. So just make sure that what you write down feels aligned for you. So, you know, one person, it could be that you're a little bit more direct and you're more calm and you're more serious. Another, your higher self might be more lighthearted, more open, might be more playful in their energy. And so you need to find this in accordance with what's really aligned for you. So some examples from my own tuning into my higher self was more loving, more compassionate, more playful, more grounded.
Right.
A really key one is I was very nurturing when I tuned into this version of me. I was really in like this maternal energy, which was kind of strange, but that was such a good insight for me of something that I wanted to bring in. This I've spoken about a million times, because this, when I look back at my own life, and I notice the things that really were like the big dominoes in me being able to shift my frequency dramatically, shift my reality dramatically. This was one of the really, really massive components of it. You're going to create your container of peace, or container for peace.
Right.
When I first implemented this, it was 2020. And I was living with my then boyfriend. I was actually staying in his house because it was during COVID time.
Oh, I think I know what she's talking about here.
In the shed. And I was chasing all of these things that were not aligned. I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life. I had just really fallen head over heels in love with psychology, self-development, and spirituality. But I was in the middle of a law degree, so I was having this like fragmentation and this confusion about what to do, as well as the stress of just that time and everything, as well as the relationship not being very aligned either. And I had an anxious attachment. So there was a lot going on in my energy. But one thing I decided to do at this time is I was going to start carving out the first hour of my day as my sacred time to connect to myself, to let go of my fears, to let go of my worries, and just be present and go within. And so I don't want to hear any excuses about this, because I literally used to do this. I had nowhere to really do this in that house. I used to go out to the sheds in Ireland in the cold weather at like very, very early hours in the morning before anyone was awake. and I would sit there and I would just meditate. And I cannot tell
Yep.
you the level of bliss that I reached sitting there in that cold ass sheds, you know, with nothing around me to really be that blissful about. And I discovered that
Right.
bliss and peace and any feeling state that I really wanted was
Right.
within me. And it was in my detachment to the external world.
Yes.
So in week.
All right, let's go. Another way.
All the ways that I am abundant. Look at maybe what's coming, what's in the pipeline, right?
Attention mastery. I like this.
Your
Hold
emotions. So it's quite serious. You start trusting in yourself and having conviction in your show up for those things. Yourself, your attention on this thing that gives me access to you and your energy. So whatever
Right.
frequency that thing carries, it's going to be
Yes.
adopted into your energy. You're going to be programming your subconscious mind with the things that you place a lot of attention on and that you buy into your emotions. So it's quite serious, actually. Become very, very meticulous about what you're putting your attention on, because that is your currency. Okay, we say paying attention. The English language is very literal. You're basically
Right.
giving your life force away with your attention when you put it on something. And you can know how valuable your attention is if you just look at social media companies. Your attention, our attention collectively in this human race, is the most resource on the planet. Okay, companies are profiting billions off of our attention, our life force, us feeding our attention into these algorithms and these things coming up on social media. So it's an extremely, extremely valuable resource, and you must start treating it as such.
I tell y'all all the time, you have to recognize your distraction. You have to these distractions come in. I know that I had distractions in my life, and I know what I have allowed to distract me. And I know how I can listen to things, and I can listen to it, and I can move on. And eventually I'm like, you know what? I was listening to something that I'm subscribed to on a Patreon, and I was like, how much longer am I going to listen to this shit? Maybe another week. And on such and such day, I'm going to gut this shit. On such and such day, I'm going to gut. Because what am I listening to this for? What am I really receiving from this? What am I really getting from this? If I should be on anybody's Patreon, I need to be on the Patreon of a screenwriter. My investment needs to be into other screenwriters, into screenwriting courses. My investment needs to be getting tickets into certain places, whether I get it there for free or whether I get in there for $50. This is what my investment needs to be. My investment needs to be into what it is that I'm focused on. I need to be invested into that. I'm not saying I can't entertain myself. I'm not saying that I can't sit back and listen to things, because I can. But if I'm paying this Patreon to be here, then that's an investment to me. Whatever I put my money into, my money is, it's okay if I got my money in Netflix. It's okay if I got my money in a YouTube premium, because hey, I do the show and now I don't have no commercials. Great. I can play some audiobooks straight through, go to sleep. I could just listen to them and no commercials. That's awesome, right? It's okay if my money, whatever my money goes into, it's an investment. Netflix is fine. I usually do between Netflix, Amazon Prime. I don't even know how to control that. I got both of them. Usually it's between either I got Amazon Prime or Netflix. Most of the time I stick with Netflix. It's okay that I'm doing this, because it's something I take to use as an education, as a study point. It ain't entertainment, it's studying for me. Me watching TV, it's not entertainment, it's studying. I saw a show yesterday, it was pretty good. Kingdom of something, Kingdom of Gangs, Kings of Gangs, something like that is called. I had found it yesterday, and I found it from the screenwriter that I watch. And I said, oh damn, this is actually really good. Okay. I skipped through it, but I got to go back and watch from where I started. And so I was like, okay, I see what's going on here. Okay. And I took notes on a few other things. And so all of these different things, right, still ties into what is worth your time? What is worth your attention? Is this person worth your time? Even if you have a relationship right now, what time are you, what time are you okay with putting into the relationship? What time are you okay with, with the relationship, So that's a different kind of time, but that's something you want to put time into. That's by choice. If you have, if it's worth your time, right?
Touch. Whatever you put your attention on, if you put it on it for long enough, it expands, it grows, and it perpetuates in your reality because it becomes a part of your energy, a part of your frequency, and then that is cast outwards in what you perceive and what you
Right.
continue to resonate with in reality. So for week 3, you cut out distractions. Every time you notice that you're focusing on something that you don't prefer or you don't want to be part of your energy, want to continue to persist in your reality,
Right.
you
See.
shift your focus from
Yep.
what you don't prefer to what you do
Do
prefer.
prefer.
Okay.
Exactly.
Very simple. This is like
Very
basic
simple.
alchemy. When you're thinking about, even if you're looking at your reality and you're going, that's so bad, I hate that, even your
Right.
financial situation, your friendship group, whatever it is, instead of focusing on what you don't prefer, you
Right.
want to put your focus on what you do prefer.
Yes.
So let's say, for example, I've given this example before. Let's say, for example, you're looking at your financial situation and all the things that you don't prefer about your financial situation. You're going to keep resonating with that reality. That's going to stay a part of your identity. It's going to be, you're going to be staying in the old version of you because you're paying attention still as the old version of you. So
Right.
you want to look at, how would the unrecognizable, the new version of me, pay attention to this thing? They would look at all the good things about my financial situation. They would look at ways that I am abundant. They would look at maybe what's coming, what's in the pipeline, right? So you want to always go back to the version of you that you're becoming. How would they focus on this thing? What are they focusing on, and what are they absolutely not focusing on? They're not focusing on life. They're not focusing on the worries. They're not focusing on the worst case scenario.
Because I'm sure when Shonda Rhimes put those headphones on and she works from 8 a.m., what time does she work to? We all know 8 a.m., 9, 10, to 12 p.m. or something like that, or 4 p.m. or whatever time. Ain't nobody on that phone calling her. Ain't nobody calling her. Ain't nobody interrupting her. And whoever is her emergency knows how to reach her through an emergency. But other than that, she's not being bothered. I guarantee you she not. I bet when Lena's sitting up there and she doing her meditation, I bet you she don't let nobody bother her.
Scenario. So that's how you need to shift your attention, because that's what's going to allow you to start aligning with that identity. And once you do this, the things you don't prefer are simply going to fall away out of your experience because you've stopped feeding your life force into them.
Right. You don't feed
and
into
things
it.
You do prefer are going to align
This
for
is
you.
what I do prefer.
They're actually not only going to align, they're going to compound and grow, because that is what attention does. It grows the thing that you put it on. So align your attention to be resonant with the version of you that you wish to become. What are they paying attention to? Use that as your compass. Okay, phase 4 or week 4, belief mastery. At this point, you're going to be very aware. Like, if you actually have gone through the first 3 phases and you've come to this point, you're going to be so aware of what your blocks are, okay? You're going to know the beliefs, the narratives, the thoughts, the things that are stopping you from fully stepping into this version of you. So at this point, it's a great time to start rewriting your story. What do I mean by that? You start changing your beliefs. So I have a whole video on how to rewire your subconscious mind. You can go and watch that for a full breakdown, or I have a whole module on it in my community if you want to join and get step-by-step tutorials to guide you through this process. You can find.
Okay, so I don't have to really get into the whole belief mastery. It goes into what I've been saying to y'all before about just, it's a new mindset that you believe in, that you keep, that you have leaned into, that you have walked into.
So
we're going to listen to some part of
let's say, for example, you feel really bad after meeting up with a particular friend. You feel terrible. You're in a really bad mood. And instead of spiraling, the things that bring you joy and bring you bliss and bring you happiness.
I think we get where she's going with this. I think that we heard enough here. Let me check this out, because this one keeps saying you must find this before September 27th. Why? You need to find this before September 27th. Let's see why. I'm so used to commercials. I'll be waiting for a commercial to come on. To observe by the very act of observation changes the reality of what is being observed. The observer, by the very act of observation, changes the reality of what is being observed. Right now,
as you're reading these words, there's an invisible current moving through your reality. It's been weaving itself through the fabric of your daily existence, while your attention has been elsewhere, quietly orchestrating a convergence that will only become apparent once it's already in motion. The fact that this message has reached you isn't an accident. It's proof you're positioned exactly where the universe needs you to be. September 27th carries an energetic signature unlike any other moment in your timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Most people will walk right past this portal without ever sensing its presence. But you're here now, which means something deeper within you has already recognized what your mind hasn't yet processed. Your life has been preparing for what's about to unfold through every challenge you've navigated, every doubt you've wrestled with, every moment you chose to keep going when giving up felt easier. Pay attention to what's been shifting in your inner land, that growing sense of anticipation mixed with uncertainty. That's not restlessness. That's your energy field adjusting to frequencies that haven't fully materialized yet. Your consciousness has been downloading information about changes before they become visible in your external reality. Look at how these past weeks have unfolded around you. Notice how conversations that once felt natural now carry an underlying tension. How goals that previously energized you now seem to lack substance. How routines that once provided stability now feel restricting. This isn't chaos, it's clearing. Reality has been dissolving everything in your experience that won't serve the version of you that's emerging. Understanding the mechanics of timing reveals something most people never grasp. Synchronicity isn't random. It operates according to principles as precise as physics. The confluence of circumstances that creates transformational opportunity follows predictable patterns. September 27th represents a convergence point where multiple streams of possibility align to create a doorway that opens for specific individuals at specific moments.
Okay.
Most people approach change backwards. They wait until they feel fully prepared, until every variable is controlled, until success feels guaranteed. But quantum leaps don't work that way. They require you to step into uncertainty while trusting intelligence that operates beyond logical calculation. The readiness that matters isn't intellectual, it's energetic. What I can tell you about your preparation, even story, is this. Every situation that challenged your limits, has been expanding your capacity to hold what's coming. Every time you chose growth over safety, you've been calibrating yourself for this moment. Every night you've lain awake questioning your direction has been strengthening the inner compass you'll need to navigate uncharted territory. People who consistently experience breakthrough share one crucial trait. They understand that opportunity operates on its own timeline. They recognize that windows of possibility have natural opening and closing cycles. The same configuration of circumstances that creates an opening today transforms into something entirely different tomorrow. Not because they're unworthy, but because energy moves in rhythms that don't wait for anyone's convenience. You've observed how some individuals seem to effortlessly attract exactly what they need. Career advancement appears in their path. Ideal relationships materialize. Creative projects gain momentum. Opportunities align with seeming timing. What looks like luck from the outside is actually recognition. These people have developed sensitivity to the subtle signals that precede manifestation. Your window is September 27th, not next September, not when your circumstances feel more stable, not after you've resolved every uncertainty in your life. This specific date, this precise moment in time. Because once this particular alignment of factors shifts, the exact combination that's creating this opening will reorganize into an entirely different pattern. Consider how every significant advancement in human consciousness required individuals to act without complete information. The inventors of flight didn't wait for perfect atmospheric conditions. Civil rights pioneers didn't wait for society's permission. Technological innovators didn't wait until they could predict every outcome. They recognized their moment and moved forward, guided by something deeper than logical analysis. Here's what distinguishes this message from typical motivational content. This isn't about manufacturing change through mental effort or visualization techniques. This is about alignment, recognizing the currents already moving in your life and positioning yourself to work with them instead of against them. It's about becoming conscious of forces that have been operating beneath your awareness. The signals have been accumulating for months now. Opportunities that seemed important suddenly losing their appeal. Relationships reconfiguring in unexpected ways. Patterns that once felt automatic becoming impossible to maintain. What appeared to be loss was actually refinement. What felt like confusion was actually recalibration. Everything has been repositioning to support what wants to emerge through you. Your rational mind is likely searching for concrete evidence, for guarantees that would eliminate uncertainty.
Hold on,
But
y'all.
transformation doesn't originate in your analytical thinking
We're skipping.
zone. Available to opportunities that require you to grow into them rather than already being qualified. Available to becoming someone you've never been before, while honoring who you've always core. The version of yourself that will reflect on this period a year from now will barely recognize the person receiving this message today. Not because you'll become completely different, but because you'll finally embody who you've always been beneath all the protective mechanisms and compromises you created to navigate situations that no longer exist in your reality. Every transformation in your life has followed the same archetypal pattern. First comes the discomfort phase. Then arrives the decision point. Then comes action taken despite uncertainty. Then comes the adjustment period, where nothing feels familiar. Finally comes integration, where the new normal becomes natural, and you can't imagine having lived any other way. You're currently in the discomfort phase. The decision point is approaching rapidly. September 27th represents the deadline for that choice. Not because something mystical occurs on that specific date, but because that's when the particular combination of circumstances creating this opening will shift into an entirely different configuration. Take a moment and comment below with this phrase: I trust what I've been sensing. Let this be your conscious declaration to the field that you're ready to honor the intelligence that's been guiding you toward this moment. Frame it as your signal that you're willing to move beyond the safety of the known and into the territory where transformation becomes possible. What separates those who seize their transformational moment from those who let it pass or certain act on incomplete information, to move forward when they can only see the next step, not the entire staircase. Right now, you're standing at the base of a staircase that leads to dimensions of experience you've never explored. The quantum around you is reorganizing in ways that will only become clear. Look back from your future perspective. Conversations are preparing
What the hell?
to unfold that will redirect your entire life path. People are about to enter your experience who carry keys to portals you didn't even know existed. Opportunities are materializing that will require you to become someone you've never been while remaining true to your essential nature.
See. Now, that's funny, right? Because this is all synchronicity, alignment, right? Notice what it's saying, being available for breakthrough transformation, right? Let's listen to it a little bit more, then we're going to jump to the next one.
But here's the crucial understanding that most people miss. These shifts don't arrive with fanfare. They don't come with warning labels or detailed instructions. They show up camouflaged as ordinary Monday mornings, casual interactions, routine choices that seem meaningless until you realize they transformed everything. If this message is touching something deeper in you, if it's activating a recognition you can't quite name but definitely feel, then I invite you to subscribe. Not just this channel, but to this frequency.
I love when they do that.
Subscribe to staying aligned with the intelligence that brought this message into your awareness at exactly the right moment. This isn't about content consumption. It's about joining a community of individuals who are choosing to trust what they sense rather than what they're told. The resistance you've been feeling isn't a sign you're on the wrong path. It's evidence of motion. Friction only occurs when something is moving against something else. You've been moving towards something significant, and the closer you approach, the more resistance you encounter. That tension in your solar plexus, that restlessness that wakes you at 3 a.m., that's not fear. That's your system preparing for expansion. Those moments of overwhelming emotion that seem to arise from nowhere, that's your body processing and releasing patterns that won't serve you in what's emerging. Those sudden flashes of clarity followed by confusion, that's your mind expanding to accommodate possibilities it hasn't had to consider before. Think about the last time something genuinely transformative occurred in your life. If you trace back to the weeks preceding that shift, I guarantee you'll find they felt exactly like this current period. Unsettled, charged with potential, like standing in an open field as lightning builds in the distance. You couldn't have predicted the specific form change would take, but you could sense energy gathering in the atmosphere around you. This is exactly why most people miss their breakthrough moments. They interpret the discomfort as evidence they're heading in the wrong direction, so they retreat to familiar patterns. They mistake the turbulence that precedes landing for a signal to remain in flight indefinitely. But you're different. You've learned to interpret these signals differently. You've developed the capacity to remain present with uncertainty without immediately trying to fix it or flee from it. You've built confidence in your ability to navigate uncharted territory. These aren't natural talents. These are muscles you've strengthened through every challenge you've encountered and transformed. September 27th represents convergence. Multiple streams of your existence flowing together to create forward momentum unlike anything you've experienced.
All right, hold on. Let's go to the next one. It says the portal timing window beyond the frequencies complete system guide. Let's click on that one.
Has fallen away. Everything that needed to enter has begun making.
Hold on. Let's go back to portal timing. Oh shit, did I miss it? Portal time window. Let's go. Let's go ahead and go through all of them. Let's go.
Will reorganize into something entirely different. Here's what you need to understand. This message found you because you're ready for what's approaching. Even if you don't feel ready, your readiness isn't measured by your confidence level. It's measured by your willingness to trust what you've been sensing and act from that knowing. The quantum field responds to intention combined with action. It responds to individuals who are willing to step forward before they can see the complete picture. It responds to those who understand that perfect preparation is impossible, but aligned action creates the very clarity they're seeking. September 27th is your portal. After that date passes, the door closes and opens for someone else who's ready to trust what they sense rather than what they think. The choice is yours, but the timing operates according to forces larger than individual preference. Your nervous system has been recalibrating for months now. Those sleep disruptions, those moments of inexplicable emotion, those flashes of insight followed by confusion, all of this has been preparing you for what wants to emerge through your life. You've been downloading new frequencies without consciously realizing it. People around you have been shifting too. Some relationships feeling more strained, while others deepen unexpectedly. This isn't random. It's your energy field reorganizing to support what's coming. Those who resonate with your emerging frequency draw closer, while those who don't naturally create distance. Even your daily routines have been changing. Activities that once brought satisfaction now feel hollow. Goals that previously motivated you now seem irrelevant. This isn't loss of direction. It's your system clearing space for new priorities that align with who you're becoming. The universe has been sending you signals through synchronicities, through repeated number sequences, through conversations that seem to address exactly what you've been thinking about. These aren't coincidences. They're confirmations that you're moving in alignment with forces that operate beyond ordinary cause and effect. Your dreams have probably been more vivid lately, sometimes featuring scenarios that feel more real than your waking life.
Oh, nigga.
That's because your consciousness has been exploring possibilities that your logical mind isn't ready to process yet. You're literally dreaming your future into existence. Even your physical body has been changing. Perhaps you've noticed shifts in your appetite, in what foods appeal to you, in your...
Yep, I eat a lot of rice. Hold on. Let's see what's next.
Guide to consciousness mastery. It's linked in the pinned comment below. September 27th represents the completion of a cycle that began long before you were conscious it had started. Everything that needed to fall away from your life has fallen away. Everything that needed to enter begun making its presence known. Now comes the moment of conscious participation in what has been unfolding through you. This is your invitation to stop being the person who things happen to and become the person who happens to things.
Okay. So we don't went down the quantum nexus rabbit hole, right? But there was the one that I can't find it, where it was like the girl was meditating and this and that things was a work for her. And so they started going into the whole what she needs to do for it to work for her type shit. Oh shit, we done went down a rabbit hole. Well, this person it's so funny because they went hard, bro. They went hard on Charlie Kirk. They would sound like they was starting divested for a minute. They was starting real divested. But I don't know. Charlie Kirk, they're like, that blackness came back real quick. Oh, no, I don't subscribe to this. The divested subscribed to him, but not this one. Is this the one that I was... It'd be the extra shit for me. Okay. You're seeing this because you passed the final test. Let go of the old you. I don't know. Is this the one I listened to where they was talking about quantum jumping backwards? Hold on. I think I like that one more. I actually like the girl Katie. Like, I actually like her. I actually really like her. I'm gonna have to probably go back over there because I have to click on her name. The backwards quantum trick to manifest anything. Children of Ra. Nope. That was not it. How to actually quantum leap and change your reality. I kept seeing this girl, this Jill's Guten girl. She looked like she speak another language. That's why it's so fun. Quantum out is so simple it feels wrong. Quantum leap rewards. We watch podcasts. Memphis Melody. Quantum leap rewatch. Okay. I did nothing. I manifested my dream life only 30 days. Big life lesson from elder women to women in their 30s and 40s. Behind him, we don't take no mess over no man. Okay, now they look like they're a little erratic. When Quantum League Scott finally responds, but someone isn't telling the truth. Okay, I don't got time for this. Here we go. Quantum Nexus. Quantum shift. Quantum jump is real. Okay. Somebody just quoted Dr. Joe Dispenza. Okay, let's listen to this because I see Joe Dispenza. Like, man, that dude, that's the dude right there. Joe Dispenza right there, bro. All right, fair use, y'all. Hold on. Okay, it says, oh, okay, I see
There's a
another one
version
here,
of you
y'all.
right now, living the life you only dream about. And the only thing keeping you from it is your frequency.
Yeah.
They have the clarity, the peace, the confidence, the abundance, the love. And they're not waiting. They're not chasing, visualizing endlessly, or repeating affirmations hoping something will change.
Yes.
They've already become it. And you?
Yep.
You're just one shift away from meeting them. This is not a metaphor. It's a quantum reality. And once you understand how to access this version of yourself, your entire life can change faster than you ever thought possible. Not through force, not through hustle,
Right.
but through something much deeper. Something that most people never learn. You don't create a new
Or don't even believe.
reality through action. You do it through frequency. In the
Yeah.
next few minutes, you're going to discover what quantum jumping really is and what it's not. Why your current identity is holding your reality in place. How to shift timelines by aligning with a version of you who already has what you want. The biggest mistake people make that blocks the jump, and a practical, powerful method to activate a real timeline shift. Starting today. But this video isn't just about learning. It's about remembering, because deep inside you, something else. You were never meant to wait for your dream life. You were designed to jump into it. And by the end of this video, you'll understand how. But first, let's open the portal. Before we dive in, I need you to know something. Quantum jumping isn't magic. It's mechanics. Of energy, of consciousness, of identity. It doesn't require years of spiritual practice or scientific knowledge. It only requires one thing: a willingness to let go of who you've been. So you can become who you already. Stay with me until the end, because this isn't just a concept. By the time we finish, I'll share a practical technique that you can apply tonight to start collapsing the old timeline and aligning with the version of you that's already living the life you crave. You're not here by accident. You're here because your future self is calling you back.
Okay.
First of all, let's clear the fog.
Let's clear the fog.
When most people hear the term quantum jumping, they picture something wild, like teleportation, astral projection, a wormhole opening in their living room, or maybe even a sci-fi movie where someone travels to a parallel universe and meets an alternate version of themselves.
Pretty much that's what
It's
you're doing.
easy to think it's something magical, or something mystical that only a few people
It's
can
not
access.
really, it's not really like
But
that.
here's the truth.
It's that deep.
Quantum jumping is not about escaping reality. It's about shifting your relationship to it.
That's
And
right.
once you understand what it really is,
It
not in
is
theory, but in your
your
body,
body.
in your frequency, you realize
Do y'all understand that before this incident, that changes was already being made in my life? Let me make that clear. Changes was already being made. But there were changes in my mind that I knew I had to make. And it started with my body. And then my body got sick, got very sick in a way it's never sick. And then, you know, after that, somebody, a co-worker found out from where I'm from, the odds of that, right? Came back, her brother has a store for electrolytes. And I saw the stuff. I said, oh shit. Oh shit. I was just thinking about a store like this where I could get my drinks and stuff. I can't do that. I was just little talking about it. And after that knocked me on my ass, I knew right then and there needed to be a change. So even then, that was me quantum jumping. And then from that, I decided I found this new app to host a show on. I said, I want to do this podcast. I got some shit to say. I need to find something where I don't have to get measured and all this extra shit. And I found this right here. I found this, and it's perfect for me because I just get up here and I just talk. And while I'm here, I'm like, oh shit, I could screen share, I could do this, I could do that. I didn't know. I started learning all these things. And then anyway, I got on here and I was like talking about what I was talking about. And I said, fuck that. We focusing on success studies. And y'all coming right along with me. And I tell you, when I started that, and I started doing the writing, I started doing the timeline, everything I was talking about, everything I talked to you about, everything started unfolding. Everything started unfolding. I started getting things in my email. Opportunity in my email. Took that opportunity, got that opportunity, started my classes. Then from that, more opportunity came in. Oh shit, let me take note of this, write this down, more opportunity. The more opportunity come to my inbox, more opportunity. Back to back to back to back to back. Just like that. And then other things start happening. Routine. When I wake up, things like that. Drinking tea instead of coffee. I know today I had coffee because I had to. Actually, yesterday I did. I had to. Start doing little things in my kitchen. Fix my kitchen up. Looked at some things. Okay, this got to change. This got to change. I got to do this. Just slowly doing things. And told myself, I noticed that if I tell myself I'm going to do this at this time and stuff, it don't get done. It just don't get done. So I can't tell myself I'm going to do something at a certain time. I need to just get up and do it. So now I'm learning how to work through that. See, that's something I learned about myself. Can't do it like that. So now I got to find another way to do it that works for me. And so all of these little things started just unfolding naturally. And it all started from me just taking action. And it really started from me getting sick.
It's one of the most natural and accessible things you've ever done. In fact, you've already quantum jumped many times. You just didn't know you were doing it.
Yeah.
So, what is quantum jumping? At its core, quantum jumping is the process of shifting your energetic signature, your thoughts, your emotions, your beliefs, your vibration, to align with a version of reality where a different you already exists. A version of you who has the clarity, the joy, the courage, the money, the relationship, the purpose, the peace. That version is not a fantasy. That version is existing right now in the quantum field of infinite potential. Quantum physics has long proposed the idea of the multiverse, that every choice, every possibility, every thought spawns a new reality. And while some scientists debate the literal existence of parallel universes, what matters for us is this. Your consciousness chooses which version of reality you collapse into. The you who continues in the same patterns is just one of many. But there's also a you who broke the cycle. A you who chose a different frequency, and with it, a different life.
Different life.
Quantum jumping is the process of choosing that you. Let's bring this down to earth. In the famous double slit, particles behave like waves of infinite possibilities until they are observed. And then, boom, they collapse into a fixed point. That's reality, infinite potential, until your observation, your attention, your belief, expectation, collapses one of those potentials into form. Now imagine that instead of particles, we're talking about versions of you. Which version are you observing? Which version are you expecting? Which one are you emotionally entangled with? Because that's the one you're living. And here's the key most people miss. You don't shift timelines by thinking about it. You shift by becoming a vibration match to the view in that reality.
This is why I need to start writing these words down. Shift by becoming a vibrational match to that reality. And this is what I was saying when I say to you, you can't sit around here and think this is what I This is what I am. You have to do. You have to walk in that reality. You have to end saying this is what you are by taking the steps to be what it is that you say that you are. You have to teach yourself, educate yourself in that reality of what you say that you are. You have to hone your craft in what you say that you are. I like these words. I need to start writing them down.
It's not thought alone. It's thought plus emotion plus identity. That combination creates the energetic password the quantum field recognizes. Let's get something straight. Quantum jumping is not daydreaming about a better life and waiting for it to show up, repeating affirmations while still feeling unworthy, trying to force the universe to bring something faster, escaping your current reality because you're dissatisfied. That's not jumping. That's avoidance. And the quantum field doesn't respond to fantasy. It responds to frequency. If you're still rooted in fear, doubt, lack, or unworthiness, you're locked into the version of you that vibrates with those emotions. No matter how hard you wish for something else, you don't get what you want. You get who you are. Quantum jumping requires a true shift in being. You've already jumped. You just didn't know it. Think back to a time in your life when something changed. Suddenly. Maybe you had a wake-up call. Maybe you took a risk. Maybe you let go of something toxic. Maybe you started acting like someone new before there was evidence that it would work. And suddenly, life changed. You felt different. People responded to you differently. Opportunities appeared. Everything just clicked. That was a quantum jump. It didn't happen because the universe decided to give you a break. It happened because you shifted timelines by aligning with a new frequency of self. And the moment you did, a new version of reality became accessible. You've done it before. Now it's time to do it intentionally. Why this matters. Understanding. This isn't just fascinating, it's liberating. Because it means you're never stuck. You're never doomed to repeat the same patterns. You're never truly trapped in your current identity. The door to your next level life isn't locked. It's just vibrating at a frequency you haven't tuned into yet. And once you do, everything shifts. You don't need to wait for a sign. You don't need to earn it. You just need to choose it. And choosing it means becoming the one who already lives it. In the next minutes, I'll show you how to do exactly that. You'll discover why identity is the bridge between timelines, and how to align with the version of you who already has what you want. Ready to jump? Let's go. Here's a truth that might shake your entire belief system. You're not manifesting your reality through effort. You are being, energetically, emotionally, vibrationally. No external shift will last. Because in the quantum field, it's not about chasing outcomes, it's about matching frequencies. And your frequency isn't set by what you want. It's set by who you believe you are. Let's imagine this. Right now, there are infinites of you existing in parallel, each one making different choices, holding different beliefs, living different outcomes. There's a version of you who isn't afraid to speak their truth, has a magnetic relationship, lives in financial abundance, feels deeply fulfilled, moves with clarity, confidence, and peace. This version of you isn't better or more deserving. They're just aligned with a different identity, and therefore a different frequency. And because of that frequency, they're in a different timeline. Now here's where most people get stuck. They try to change the outer world. Take new actions, say new affirmations, visualize new things, but they're still carrying the same core identity underneath. So no matter what they do, they keep jumping back into the same version of reality. You don't get what you want, you get what you are. Let's make this practical. You want abundance? Stop acting like someone who's broke, stressed, or proving their worth. Start embodying the energy of someone who trusts, who flows, who receives easily. You want love? Stop acting like someone waiting to be chosen. Start showing up like someone who already knows they're worthy, complete, magnetic. Because here's the hard truth. If your identity is the one who's still becoming, you'll never reach the version who already is. You must become the identity now, before the evidence appears. That's what quantum jumping is really about. It's not pretending. It's not forcing. It's a full-body, full-belief shift into the version of you who already lives it. Most people live in what I call the identity feedback loop. They feel like they don't have what they want, so they act like someone who's trying, which reinforces the belief that they're not there yet, which creates more of the same reality, and the cycle repeats. Quantum jump.
And this why when it comes to quantum jumping or shifting timelines, and what I'm showing you is how to quantum jump into that space. That's what I'm doing. I'm teaching you how to energetically channel and quantum jump into the level of life that you want your frequency to be at. Whatever that goal may be, right? Whatever it is that you set for yourself, that you say that you are. I need you to quantum jump there. But not come from a place of lacking. This is why my approach and the things I've said was just far more direct and grounded. Because I can understand where people can kind of get, where it can get convoluted for people. Let's keep going.
Jumping breaks that loop. It says, I no longer identify as the one who's waiting. I am now the version who already lives this reality. And I choose to act, think, feel, and move as them.
Yeah.
Even before it's real. Especially before it's real. Because the field doesn't respond to what's real. It responds to what's consistent. When your energy matches your future self, not just in your mind, but in your nervous system, you become a magnet for the timeline where that version of you already exists.
Right.
Reality starts to shift. People treat you differently. New opportunities appear, synchronicities become normal. Your decisions come from inner knowing, not fear, and it feels less like trying to become, and more like remembering who you've always been. Here's a simple activation practice. Identify the version of you you want to jump into. Be specific. How do they feel? How do they speak? What do they believe? About life? Embody that version in small ways. Today, posture, tone of voice, decisions, self-talk. Embody their confidence, their calm, their certainty. Eliminate anything that reinforces your current limiting identity. Old habit, victim stories, excuses. You're not becoming anymore. You're shifting. Reinforce the new identity with aligned action. Do what that version of you would do, even if it scares you, especially if it scares you. And here's the secret. You don't have to be 100% perfect to shift. You just need to stop rehearsing the old you and start repeating the energy of the new you long enough for the field to recognize the new signal. You don't need to earn the life you want. You just need to remember the version of you who already lives it, because they're not far away. They're right here, waiting for you to collapse the illusion of who you think you are, and step into the truth of who you've always been. And once you shift into that identity, reality adjusts around you, not because you forced it, but because you finally matched it. So, how do you actually do it? How do you jump timelines and align with the version of yourself who already has life you're trying to create? The answer might surprise you, because it doesn't start with a list of steps. It doesn't begin in the mind. It doesn't require special abilities or some perfect vibe. It begins with something much deeper and much simpler. A decision. Not a logical decision. A vibrational decision. A full body, full heart, full frequency declaration. I am no longer that version of me. I choose this one now. And then, you stop looking back. Imagine quantum jumping like walking across a bridge of energy. On one side, there's the you you've known, the one who doubts, hesitates, tries, hopes. On the other side is the you who lives in trust, who feels aligned, who already has what you're seeking. That bridge isn't built by hoping, it's built by being. Each time you think, feel, and act as the future you, you're laying another piece of that bridge, and one day, Maybe after one moment of real surrender, you step across, and nothing is the same. Let me give you a powerful process you can start using tonight. Tune in, sit in stillness. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply until your thoughts begin to soften. Then ask yourself, what version of me is already living the reality I desire? Don't think, feel. This version of you already exists. They're not wishing, they're living. Let them appear in your awareness. Feel their frequency. What does this version of you believe? How do they walk? What do they no longer tolerate? What kind of decisions do they make? What energy do they radiate? Now, merge with that version. See yourself stepping into their body. Breathe like them. Sit like them. Let their frequency overwrite yours. This is not imagination. This is entrainment. Syncing your field with theirs. Drop the old timeline. Now here's the most important part, and the one most people resist. Let go of the version of you who isn't ready. Say goodbye to the one who overthinks, who doubts, who waits for permission. You can't jump while holding on to the past. You can't shift realities while trying to bring your old self with you. Let it die. Let it dissolve. Let it go with love. But let it go, because every time you step back into that identity, you jump right back into that timeline. 4. Reinforce the new signal, open your eyes. And now, live as them. Make a decision they would make. Speak with their tone. Handle your phone, your tasks, your money, your conversations as they would. Walk through the day wearing their energy like a second skin. You don't have to be perfect, you just have to be intentional, because the field doesn't respond to performance, it responds to resonance. And if your energy is consistent enough, the shift becomes inevitable. You're not waiting, you're broadcasting. Here's what most people don't realize. You're not waiting for your new reality to show up. Your new reality is waiting for you to become the signal that matches it. The moment you embody the version of yourself who already lives that life, you begin pulling that timeline toward you, like gravity. It's not about earning the upgrade, it's about collapsing into it. And the collapse begins the moment you say, "This is who I am now." The secret isn't effort, it's identity. Plus, emotion. Quantum jumping doesn't happen by trying harder. It happens by letting go deeper. Letting go of needing proof. Letting go of performing a new version. Letting go of the fear that it won't work. The moment you trust the jump trusts you back. You don't force the quantum field, you sync with it. You don't need to create a new version of you. You just need to remember them. They already exist. Quantum jumping is the moment you stop pretending you're not ready and start living as if you've already arrived. And when you do, reality doesn't argue, it aligns. You've visualized, you've felt it, you've even started acting like the future version of you. And yet, somehow, you keep falling back into the old patterns. The same thoughts, the same emotions, the same reactions. It's frustrating, isn't it? You think, what am I missing? Why can't I stay in the new timeline? Am I doing something wrong? And the truth is, you're not doing it wrong. But you may be doing one thing that's holding it all in place. You're trying to jump while holding the old you. Imagine trying to leap across a canyon while dragging a suitcase full of bricks behind you. That's what most people do when they attempt a quantum jump. They start aligning with the new version of themselves. But they're still emotionally entangled with the old one. They say, "I'm abundant now," but still obsess over bills. "I trust the universe," but still check for signs every hour. "I'm confident," but still shrink when challenged. There's a part of them that hasn't let go. A hidden identity still whispering. What if this isn't real? What if I fall back? What if I'm just pretending? And that whisper is enough to pull you right back. The quantum field reflects your deepest truth. Here's the secret. The quantum field doesn't respond to what you say out loud. It responds to the identity you won't let go of. You can repeat affirmations all day. You can meditate every morning. You can act like your future self on social media. But if deep down, you still believe the version of you who struggles, who doubts, who isn't ready, then that's the version the field will respond to. Because energy doesn't lie. It's not what you perform, it's what you believe in silence. To truly jump timelines, you have to do something most people avoid. Let the old you go. Yes, grieve them if you have to. Honor them, thank them, but release them. Because as long as you keep a back door open to the old identity, as long as you keep just-in-case patterns running in the background, you'll keep energetically choosing that version again and again and again. And this is the part where the leap becomes real. You don't get to bring your doubt into the new timeline. You don't get to bring your fear. You don't get to bring the version of you that was never ready. To shift fully, you must surrender completely. Loop of collapse. Here's how the cycle tends to go. You feel inspired. You jump into a higher version of you. Life starts shifting. Things feel lighter, more aligned. A challenge appears. Old fear resurfaces. Instead of holding your new identity, you slip back into the old one. Reality mirrors it, and you say, see, it didn't work. You collapse back into the timeline you just escaped. This isn't failure, this is feedback. It's the universe saying, choose again, anchor deeper, be who you said you are. The timeline you want already exists, but only one version of you gets to live it, the version who won't look back. If you feel like you keep jumping but not staying, here's what you do. Locate the attachment. What belief, emotion, or identity are you still clinging to? Make it conscious. Write it down. Name it. Shine light on it. Bless it. Then, burn it. Not with shame. With gratitude. Say, thank you for keeping me safe. But I no longer need this. 4. Step forward. And don't flinch. When the doubt returns, and it will, recognize it as the echo of the old you. Not truth. Just habit. And in that moment, choose again. You can't jump into a new identity while defending the old one. The universe listens to your clarity, not your confusion. So be clear, be bold, be done. Say goodbye to the version of you who was always trying, and say hello to the one who simply is. Because when the old you is no longer available, the new timeline has no choice but become your home. Get ready to complete the shift. Let's seal this with power and purpose. If you've come this far, if you've felt even a flicker of recognition in your chest, a deep remembering that whispers, this is who I've always been, then you're not just watching a video anymore. You're standing at the edge of a choice, the edge of a timeline, the edge of a version of you who's no longer trying, no longer chasing, no longer doubting. And from here, there's only one thing left to do. Jump, not by effort, not by force, but by frequency, by identity, by embodying what you now know is already yours. Let's be clear, you are not becoming your future self. You are remembering them, because they've always been there. In the quiet moments, in the bold visions, in the pull you feel when something inside says, there's more. I was made for more. You were never meant to live small. You were never meant to loop the same patterns. You were never meant to wait for permission. You were made to leap, to collapse the illusion, to shift, and now, you are. So, what happens now? From here, the only work left is to practice the new signal. Every time you feel doubt, time the old identity tries to resurface. Every time your mind says nothing is changing, you get to choose again. Because jumping isn't just a one-time moment. It's a new way of being, a new way of responding to life, a new way of showing up to decisions, a new way of holding yourself when no one is watching. That's how you lock in the shift. That's how you stay in the new timeline. Not by begging, not by proving, but by simply saying, this is who I am now. The quantum field has no concept of time. It doesn't care how long you've struggled, how many mistakes you've made, or how many times you failed. It only cares about the signal you're broadcasting now. So, what are you broadcasting? Are you still waiting, or are you choosing? Because right now, in this very moment, you are collapsing either the timeline of hesitation or the timeline of embodiment. You don't need more tools. You don't need more proof. You don't need to get ready. You just need to decide, and hold the frequency of that decision like your life depends on it. Because in a way, it does. The life you were born for is on the other side of that decision. If this message sparked something inside you,
Okay.
if part of your soul just
I hope I don't get copyright for this. Okay, so it is 3 in the morning. I did not know it was 3 in the morning, y'all. I want to go to your focus. I started playing this damn game. Your focus determines your timeline. I want to see this one right here. Let me see how this one is called. It's called Quantum Eye.
There is something quietly miraculous happening in you right now, and you have been
Let's just skip. Let's just skip. Hold on. We know what's happening inside.
useless experiment. And if you understand it, you begin to understand how powerful you really are.
Observation.
Imagine a tiny particle like an electron. When we fire it at a barrier with 2 slits,
So your focus is a tuning fork. We should know this
let us
already.
explore that next.
The ability
Every
to
time you focus on something,
science
a
meets
thought,
soul.
a memory, a dream, you are
Shift
doing more than
timeline.
paying attention.
How it really
You are
works.
tuning your entire being, like a tuning fork vibrating to a certain pitch.
Okay, let's go here.
Timeline shifting is not fantasy. It is not some
Oh, what
mysterious
is
leap that only mystics and masters can access. It is a natural, ongoing process, one that you are already participating in, even if you have never realized it. The truth is, you shift timelines every time you make a choice from a new state of being. Not a surface-level decision, but a shift in how you see yourself, who you believe you are, what you expect life to be. Most people think timelines shift by external force, a sudden breakthrough, a miracle, a dramatic moment of change. But in reality, they shift through subtle, consistent adjustments in your thoughts, feelings, and focus, quiet recalibrations that, over time, change the course of your entire life. The timeline does not jump. You do, every time you act in alignment with the version of you that already exists. Imagine 2 versions of you. One repeats the same habits, fears, and doubts. The other takes a breath, tunes in, and chooses differently, even slightly. That single shift, held with intention, nudges you onto a new trajectory. And once you make that shift, reality begins to respond. Not always instantly, not always loudly, but it does respond. You meet people you wouldn't have met. You notice opportunities that once felt invisible. You feel thoughts arise that match your new identity, not the old one. And slowly the world reshapes itself around your updated self-perception. But it only works when the shift is embodied. Meaning you do not just want the new timeline, you begin to live as if it is already happening. You walk like someone who trusts. You speak like someone who knows. You choose like someone who remembers. That is when momentum builds. That is when the gap closes between the current you and the you that already lives the timeline you desire. And here is the key. You do not need to leap into perfection. You just need to shift your center, even slightly. Because timelines are fluid. They bend easily to identity, and identity is shaped by focus, repetition, and emotional coherence. It begins with awareness. Notice the moments when your body wants to react from the old story, when fear speaks, when doubt whispers, when shame echoes. Do not fight it. Observe it. That observation alone weakens grip. Then comes intention. Ask yourself, what would the future version of me choose right now? Not later. Now. Would they say yes? Would they walk away? Would they breathe deeper? Would they stay silent or speak truth? And finally, integration. Begin to make those micro moves over and over. Each time you do, you reinforce the signal. You stabilize the shift. You tell the quantum field, this and now. You are not just shifting energy, you are reinforcing structure, a new internal architecture that mirrors the timeline you are aligning with. And the more often you hold that version of yourself in focus, the more it becomes second nature, not forced, not performed, just real. But understand, the old timeline will still call your name. It will pull with familiarity, offer comfort, whisper doubts. This is not a sign of failure. It is a sign that you are in transition, that you have become aware of the fork in the road, and in that awareness lies all your power. You do not need to destroy the old version, you just need to stop feeding it your focus. Your attention is fuel. What you feed lives, what you ignore fades. So let the old timeline starve, and let the new one thrive through choice, presence, and repetition. Shifting timelines is not about becoming someone else. It is about remembering who you were before the world convinced you to forget. It is about peeling back the layers of doubt and stepping into the self that has always been there, waiting in the wings of potential. That version of you is not far away. It is a frequency away. And every choice made in alignment brings you closer, not just to a different life, but to a different you. So if shifting is this subtle, this precise, what holds it all together? The answer is identity, the anchor that either stabilizes your current reality or lifts you into a new one. At the core of every timeline is a single question. Who do you believe you are? Not what you do. Not what you hope for, but the quiet, constant identity you carry, even when no one's watching. Because the truth is, you do not act your way into identity. You observe your way into it. Over time, your focus creates familiarity. Familiarity creates belief, and belief becomes identity. It is not magic, it is pattern. Every time you focus on your flaws, you reinforce the identity of someone who is broken. Every time you focus on your growth, you anchor the identity of someone evolving. And every time you choose to see yourself through the lens of expansion, even in your lowest moments, you make space for a new self to emerge. You do not need to change who you are. You need to observe differently and let who you are emerge. This is why repeating old stories is so dangerous. Not because the story itself has power, but because your attention gives it life. Every time you replay the past, every time you narrate your pain without seeing your strength, you deepen the anchor of that version of you. And timelines respond to identity anchors. They do not just follow your choices, they orbit around who you think you are. So ask yourself, who am I rehearsing in my mind each day? Am I watching the version of me who is stuck, or the one who is rising? Because that version, the one you watch, is the one you become. Identity is not static. It is fluid, flexible. It shifts with your focus. It molds to your attention. This is why affirmations work, not because they are magic words, but because they shift your lens. They train you to observe yourself from a new vantage point, until that vantage becomes reality. I am aligned. I am becoming. I am the observer. And I choose what I become. Each repetition is not about convincing yourself, it is about familiarizing your mind with a new signal. And once that signal becomes dominant, your nervous system, your behavior, and your reality all begin to conform. That is anchoring. That is identity. But here is the part most people miss. Anchoring only works when it is grounded in consistency. If you shift focus once, you wobble. If you shift daily, you stabilize. If you observe from the same elevated place again and again, you lock in the new self. And that is when the outer world shifts to match your new inner center. This is also why comparison can be so toxic. Because when you constantly observe someone else's life through jealousy, judgment, or longing, you weaken your own signal. You dilute your anchor. You start becoming someone who watches others live instead of someone who lives from within. So redirect. Bring your gaze back home. Notice who you are becoming by what you are paying attention to, not in theory, but in practice. Because right now, in this very moment, your identity is being sculpted, not by what is happening, but by what you are choosing to see. You are not lost. You are between anchors. And the stronger your new focus becomes, the more clearly the timeline appears that reflects it. But many never reach that clarity, not because it is hidden, but because subtle forces pull their attention away again and again. Let us explore those blocks next, and how to dissolve them. Even with all the awareness in the world, even with a clear vision of who you want to become, there are forces that can quietly pull you off your chosen path, not because you lack power, but because your attention is being subtly hijacked. These blocks do not shout, they whisper, they nudge, they distract. The first is self-doubt, the quiet question that sneaks in when progress feels slow. What if I am wrong? What if it is not working? This doubt, when observed repeatedly,
I had to jump in and say something to this because y'all know what I heard. Okay. The nudges of distraction is a part of the self-doubt. Okay? The nudges of distraction is a part of the self-doubt. Okay? So you won't continue to self-sabotage or have the self-doubt if you don't have the distractions around you. I'm telling you this. I'm telling you for sure. When those distractions go away, when you pull away those distractions, you're able to realize and go back into yourself more.
Comes a lens, and the moment you begin to see through it, you shift timelines from possibility to stagnation. Then comes environmental influence,
Yes.
the energy around you,
Yes.
people, places, conversations.
And that's why I
If
keep
you are
saying
constantly
that's
surrounded by those who reinforce your past, your old habits, your fear, you begin to unconsciously collapse into the timeline they believe in, not the one you are
That's
choosing.
why I told you.
Next is the fear.
That's why I told you when I be at work, I constantly talk about New York. And I said, I gotta stop talking about New York. I gotta live in the now. I gotta live my new life in North Carolina, and I have to say what my life is in North Carolina. New York is never gonna leave me. That's just never. But at the same time, what is my life now? My life is here in North Carolina, and I need to make life in North Carolina. I do. And therefore, the people from the past that want to tell me what they remember and all this, that, cut them off. Gotta go. You want to remember shit from my past that I am moving forward from, then that means you can go keep remembering it back there. Cut all that off. You also got to stay away from people who also live in the past. You know, people who be like, oh, yeah, back when I was in such and such, and I lived and I used to run the streets, or back when I was 20 some years old and I used to knock people out, or I used to get in fights on Jamaica Avenue, back when, you know, we used to dance out there. I remember. You got to stay away from people like that too. You keep living like that, your mind going to deteriorate. I'm starting to realize that people who mind constantly go through these mind lapses is because they keep going back. They're not moving their life forward. You got to go forward.
Loop. When your focus circles around what might go wrong. What if I fail? What if I get hurt again? What if it never changes? The body tightens, the mind races, and your attention locks on to imagined futures that carry the vibration of loss. And where it goes, timeline follows. Another block, attention fragmentation. In today's world, your focus is constantly being pulled in 100 directions, devices, notifications, noise. When your attention is scattered, your energy is diluted. And when your energy is diluted, your signal weakens. You cannot align with a new timeline while constantly feeding the frequency of distraction. What if your dream life did not fail, it just faded from your field of attention? But there is a way through. The first shift is awareness. Notice when these blocks arise. Do not fight them, observe them, because observation without judgment dissolves their grip. When you see the loop clearly, you step outside of it. The second shift is redirection. Instead of trying to force positivity, gently guide your focus back to the version of you who believes, who remembers, who feels the pull of their higher timeline. The third shift is environment. Surround yourself with reminders of your chosen identity, voices, spaces, words, practices. Make your vision louder than your doubts. And finally,
Surround yourself.
repetition, not perfection.
Now you heard this time and time again. No matter what book, no matter what we listen to, surround yourself with your chosen identity. Surround yourself with your chosen identity. So, confirming North Carolina, right? Title, business owner, whatever, North Carolina, surfer, professionally, right? Whatever, bodybuilder, professionally, whatever, North Carolina. I'm just saying, I'm just bringing it. Registered nurse, professionally, whatever. And this is the identity. Impatient to bullshit. Compassionate, right? More compassionate for those who are worthy of compassion. Compassionate with myself. More loving to myself, more kind to myself, not so hard on myself. Willing to take challenges for myself, not hard on myself, but take challenges for myself, take my time with myself. You see, that's the new identity. That's the new quantum leap. Speaks kind words to myself. You're intelligent. You're very smart. You're a good researcher. You're a master researcher. You're so good at that. You're good with your words. You know how to tell a story. You're smart. You know how to tell a good story. You know how to research. You know how to find things. You're smart. Little things like that I start with for my new reality.
Just daily return. Each time you return to your aligned focus, the old timeline weakens, its momentum slows, and your chosen path strengthens beneath your feet. These blocks are not failures, they are invitations, proof that you are on the edge of something new. They only arise when you are nearing a shift. So instead of fearing them, recognize them for what they are, echoes of the old you, asking for one last glance before you move on. But do not look back too long. You have timelines to choose, frequencies to match, a reality to anchor. Now let us ground this into action, because clarity means nothing without embodiment. Here is how to train your inner observer and build the focus that shapes new worlds.
Okay.
Knowing you are the observer is powerful, but training that observer, sharpening it, strengthening it, disciplining its gaze, is where transformation becomes inevitable. Because in every moment you are being pulled.
Because when you are doing your success studies, you're disciplining the pull of your quantum leap. That's a part of it. You're taking and channeling on the energy of your success studies. That's where you are quantum jumping as well. You're energetically pulling yourself into a space with that person, whether they're being interviewed, whether every time you see Lena and she has that same background. Anybody notice that that same background? And we saw where that background comes from. It comes from her office, her Hillman grad office, and we done been to the Hillman grad office, right? Because you have to see it that way. We done been to the Hillman grad office. We didn't physically go there, but we have been there. We quantum leap into the Hillman grad office. And so when she's sitting down in that chair, we know where she's sitting at. It's that same, by the pictures in the background, we know where she's sitting at because we've been in the Hillman grad office before. We can also tell when she's not in her office because it's obvious when she's not in her office. We also can tell from the way she dressed for the day. Like, oh yeah, she always wears that shirt, that character, that this, that, and the third, because we've been quantum leaping, and we've been quantum leaping into the energy of her. We've been pulling on it.
Pulled by noise, emotions, habits, external stories. Without training, your attention scatters, your energy leaks, your signal weakens. But with training, your focus becomes sacred, still, precise. And what you observe with intention becomes real. This ritual is not complex. It is not about perfection. It is about presence, about returning again and again to your seat of awareness until that seat becomes your throne. Step 1. Breath anchoring. Each morning, before the noise of the world enters, sit in stillness. Bring your attention to your breath, not to control it, but to feel it. Inhale through the nose. Exhale through the mouth. As thoughts arise, do not resist them. Observe them. This teaches your mind that you are the awareness behind the thought, not the thought itself. Even 5 minutes of this builds the muscle of conscious observation, a muscle most people never develop. Step 2. Timeline journaling. After breath work, ask yourself a single question. What version of me am I becoming today? Write as that version.
What version of me am I becoming today? I like that. What version of me am I becoming today? I like that.
Not about them, as them. I am clear. I am focused. I speak from truth. I walk with purpose. My attention is my compass. This is not about scripting a fantasy. It is about locking your observer onto a specific frequency, one that aligns with the timeline you are choosing. The more clearly you write it, the more real it becomes to your subconscious. You are not just describing, you are collapsing it into being. Step 3. Reality recoding. Throughout your day, moments will arise where the old identity tries to reclaim you. A reactive thought, a familiar fear, a trigger.
Let me tell you about that trigger and that familiar fear and all that stuff. That only happened when somebody else was in my space. That only happened when somebody else was in my space, and that person was only allowed in my space because I was upset with one person, and it trickled down to me with that person and all this other stuff. That's how I got off track for that one day.
This is not failure. It is an invitation. Pause. Breathe. Ask, is this the version of me I choose to observe into being? Then shift. Even if you are mid-conversation. Even if the emotion is intense. The moment you observe the pattern, you are no longer inside it. You have stepped back into the observer's seat. And
Right.
from that seat, you choose again. Over time, this becomes automatic. You begin to feel when your attention is drifting. You sense when your gaze is reinforcing the wrong timeline, and you bring it back.
Bring it back.
Not with force, but with skill, with devotion. This is training, not in theory, but in rhythm. You begin to live from your center, not your reaction. You begin to choose silence when the old you would speak. You begin to act from vision, not memory. And slowly, The world around you responds, not because you demanded it, but because you became the version of you that matches the timeline you desired. What you practice, you become. And what you observe with intention becomes real. You do not need hours of meditation. You need moments of mastery.
Did you hear that? What you observe with attention becomes real. So when we do our success studies, whoever you are doing the success studies with, remember, technically I'm doing Lena Waithe and Shonda, but Lena Waithe more than Shonda, but Shonda is in the mix. When you begin to do that, what begins to happen is you are quantum leaping and time jumping with them. If you notice, I like to watch a lot of more updated things with Lena. Now, I don't mind watching the older stuff to learn the things I'm learning, but I find myself to like her more in a more updated sense, because this Lena is way more confident and brave than the other Lena. The other Lena was young, still figuring herself out, being careful a little bit with her words, still saying her thing, but still kindly saying them. So this is what that is also. Okay, audio freezing. That's what that's also saying.
Tiny, precise shifts, practiced daily, that move you from randomness to alignment. This ritual is not a task, it is a tuning. And like any instrument, the more often you play it, the more beautiful the sound becomes.
Yeah.
Your life becomes coherent, clear, directed, magnetic.
Right.
And people around you feel it, without knowing why. Your presence deepens.
All right,
Your energy sharpens. Your timeline solidifies.
I'm ready for this.
You become the calm in the chaos, the clarity in the noise, the frequency that does not flinch. You are the observer, not by concept, but by practice. And in that role, reality begins to bend toward your gaze. So take the seat, do the training, and watch what unfolds. Now let us witness this power in motion through real stories that show what happens when the observer becomes conscious and timelines transform. Understanding the theory is powerful, practicing the ritual is transformative, but seeing it in motion, witnessing what happens when people live as conscious observers, brings the truth fully alive. Let us begin with science. The placebo effect is one of the most well-documented phenomena in modern medicine, and one of the least understood. A patient takes a sugar pill, told it is medicine. Their body responds as if it were real. Pain fades, healing accelerates, biochemistry shifts, all without a single active ingredient. Why? Because the patient believes they are healing. Their attention, their observer state, collapses a new biological reality. The body listens to the mind. The cells respond to the focus. The placebo does not heal. The observer does. This is not rare. It happens in thousands of clinical trials across the world every single year. In another study, people who visualized lifting weights without ever physically doing it experienced measurable strength gains. The body changed based on mental focus alone. Science calls it neuroplasticity, quantum biology, psychoneuroimmunology. But underneath the terms is one core truth. What you observe with belief becomes your biology. Now let us step into the spiritual. A woman diagnosed with an incurable condition begins meditating daily, not as escape, but as conscious observer training. She visualizes her body whole. She feels gratitude for healing before any evidence appears. 6 months later, her scans return clean. Her doctors call it spontaneous remission. She calls it alignment. She did not just hope for a new timeline. She inhabited until her body had no choice but to follow. A man, once lost in anxiety and financial struggle, starts to journal from the perspective of his future self. Calm, clear, thriving. He rewires his daily thoughts, speaks as if his vision is real, and gently removes his focus from what is not serving him. Within a year, his external reality transforms: new job, deep relationships, inner peace. He did not chase a goal, he tuned into a frequency, and the timeline met him there. These stories are not flukes. They are examples of what happens when the observer becomes intentional, when the focus becomes consistent, when the self-image is rewritten. And perhaps you have already experienced it. The moment you chose peace over reaction, and everything softened. The time you trusted something invisible, and the right door opened. The gut feeling you followed, that led to a breakthrough you could not explain. Those were timeline shifts, not accidents, not luck. Alignment. When you step into the seat of the observer, with clarity, with consistency, the quantum field begins to respond in tangible ways. Life bends toward your gaze, not always instantly, not always dramatically, but steadily, unmistakably. Because reality is not static, it is waiting, listening, mirroring. And you, with every breath, every choice, every focus, are shaping it. You do not need to be special. You do not need to be perfect. You only need to become aware. Aware of the version of you you are rehearsing. Aware of the stories you are breathing life into. Aware of where your gaze is resting and what it is activating. These stories, scientific and spiritual, are not exceptions. They are reflections of what is possible for anyone who commits to conscious observation. And now it is time to pause. Not to think, not to analyze, but to feel the timeline that is calling you. Let us take that moment together now. Take a moment now, wherever you are, whatever surrounds you, and breathe. Let your shoulders drop. Let your mind quiet. Let your awareness return to center. You have been listening with your ears, perhaps with your intellect, but now listen with your body, with your heart, with the observer within you. You are not separate from the truth we've explored. You are living proof of it. Right now, even in this breath, you are collapsing a timeline into being. So ask yourself gently, which version of me is emerging right now? There is no need to rush toward the answer. Just notice what rises. A feeling, a knowing, a sense of readiness. Now repeat these words silently, or aloud if you can, not as hope, but as remembrance. I am the observer. I choose my timeline. My focus is my power. Say it again. Let each word land deeper. I am the observer. I choose my timeline. My focus is my power. Feel those words shift your center, how they reframe your gaze, how they realign your frequency. You do not need to fix anything. You do not need to force. You only need to return again and again to the subconscious awareness. Because from that seat you see clearly. From that seat you choose differently. From that seat you create. Take another deep breath. Let this moment anchor in your nervous system, not as inspiration, but as a new baseline of being. You are already shifting. Yet even with all this wisdom, most people never answer the call. Not because they cannot, but because something keeps pulling them back. Let us explore what that is. You have felt it. That subtle knowing that you are meant for more. That you are standing at the edge of a timeline that holds everything your soul has whispered about. And yet, for many, it remains just out of reach. Why? Because most people never learn to protect their attention. They never recognize how their focus is being quietly stolen. By noise, by programming, by the gravitational pull of collective fear. It starts young. We're trained to look outward, to wait for approval, to search for safety in systems, to measure worth by achievement. In doing so, our internal compass, the very tool that points to our aligned timeline, becomes buried beneath noise. The world does not teach you to observe from power. It teaches you to react, to compare, to doubt, to question your inner knowing. So even when the truth arrives in a book, a conversation, a moment of stillness, it is quickly overridden by the momentum of old patterns. Timelines shift through attention, but most attention is trapped in loops, replaying pain, fear and judgment, chasing validation. And here is the hard truth. You cannot collapse a new timeline while feeding the frequency of the old. You were not born to blend into timelines chosen by others. You were born to remember, to awaken to the role you play, not as a victim of circumstances, but as the observer that shapes them. But awakening requires discipline, not rigidity, but clarity, a willingness to become intimate with your inner landscape and to challenge the stories that no longer serve. Most people avoid this, not because they are weak, but because they've forgotten they have a choice. They believe life just is the way it is, that struggle is standard, that peace must be earned, that joy is circumstantial, that all of that is illusion, a reality loop built by unconscious attention. Your focus is not neutral, it is creative, and the longer it is directed toward limitation, the more that limitation solidifies. So the reason most never access their true timeline is not that it is hidden, it is that it requires consistency, a new way of seeing, again and again. It is easier to drift, to scroll, to numb, to talk about transformation while reinforcing the very energy that blocks it. But if you are here, still listening, still feeling, still leaning in, then you've already stepped outside the loop. You have already said yes to a deeper truth. So pause and ask, where have I been unconsciously feeding the wrong timeline? Is it in the stories I repeat? The people I surround myself with? The fears I quietly accept as facts? Bring it into the light, not to judge it, but take your power back from it. This is the beginning of sovereignty, because once you become conscious of what you are observing, you reclaim the ability to shift. And that shift does not need to be loud, it just needs to be real. You do not need to fix every habit. You do not need to solve every emotion. You only need to redirect your gaze, consistently, toward the version of you that already lives the life you are seeking. And then live as them, even when it feels unfamiliar. So what does that look like in action? What does it mean to truly live as a conscious observer? Let us rise into that next. There comes a moment, not always loud, not always dramatic, when you realize you can no longer live unconsciously. You can no longer pretend you are not shaping your world. You can no longer deny the power of your focus. That moment is now. This is your call to become the conscious observer, not as a concept, but as an identity. Not something you remember occasionally, but something you embody with every breath. Because the truth is, life is not happening to you. It is responding to you. Moment by moment, it is bending to the signal you emit, the thoughts you choose, the meanings you assign, the attention you give. To observe consciously is to live with sacred responsibility. It is knowing that every complaint reactivates an old loop. Every judgment sharpens the frequency of separation. Every comparison weakens your anchor. But every moment of presence, every breath where you return to your center, reclaims your power to choose. The universe bends to the gaze of the awakened, and you are awakening. This is not about perfection. Conscious observation does not mean you will never feel fear, never feel pain, never get pulled off track. It means you notice when you do. In that noticing, you choose again. The unconscious life reacts. The conscious life responds with intention. It watches old patterns rise and does not feed them. It sees projections and reclaims them. It meets discomfort and breathes through it. This is the path of the sovereign observer. Quiet power, soft precision, radical clarity. And the more you walk it, the more life begins to reflect your new alignment. You will start to notice synchronicities, not because the world changed, but because you tuned to a timeline where they could appear. You will begin to feel calm in situations that used to unnerve you, not because they became easier, but because your inner observer stayed rooted. And when challenge arises, as it always will, you will move through it with awareness, not reaction, with presence, not panic. This is spiritual maturity, not bypassing, not pretending, but meeting life with eyes open and heart steady. And it begins always with observation. So pause for a moment. Breathe. What am I choosing to observe into reality today? What future am I feeding with my gaze? What version of me am I anchoring with this thought, this feeling, this moment? Because that choice is not small. It is everything. You are not here to sleepwalk through timelines chosen by default. You are here to awaken and walk with intention through the worlds you create. And you do not have to do it alone. The field supports the focused. The universe leans in when you do. So stand up, not physically, but energetically, in your mind, in your spine, in your soul. Say it with me. I am the observer. I am the frequency.
I'm the
I
frequency.
am the chooser of timelines. Let that settle into your bones. Let it become your
Also pay attention to the wordology.
new normal. Let it be the lens you carry into every interaction, every choice, every breath. You have been preparing for this shift longer than you realize.
Like,
And now it is time to close this journey,
Yeah.
not with an ending, but with integration. Let us bring it all together. You have traveled far, not in distance, but in depth. You have seen how your attention collapses possibility into form. You have felt the weight of unconscious observation and the liberation that comes from reclaiming your gaze. Now it is time to integrate. Because wisdom alone does not shift timelines. Action aligned with identity does. Not frantic action, not desperate effort, but quiet, consistent embodiment of the observer you have remembered yourself to be. So let us pause. Let us breathe together. One last time. Inhale presence. Exhale distortion. Inhale clarity. Exhale the noise. Feel your awareness drawing inward, back to its source. Feel the stillness beneath the thoughts, the space beneath the story. That is where the real you lives, not the version created by survival, but the one designed for expansion. You are not here to chase timelines. You are here to choose them. Every thought, every word, every glance is a vote, a signal, a selection from the quantum menu of possibility. So choose with care, with love, with mastery. You do not need more information. You do not need the perfect plan. You already have the compass. It is your attention, and when that compass is tuned to your truth, path begins to appear. You will begin to speak differently, not to impress, but to express. You will begin to walk differently, not to arrive, but to align. You will begin to live differently, not from force.
okay, what happened? Oh, it stopped.
But from flow. And in that shift you will realize the power was never out there. It was always within your awareness, waiting for your permission to activate. So take a moment now and feel the timeline that has been calling you from the start. The one you have glimpsed in dreams, in meditations, in flashes of knowing. It is not fantasy. It is memory. It is the path that already exists, in the field, in potential, in resonance. And it is waiting for one thing, for you to become the version of you that matches it. Not someday. Close your eyes and say it with full presence. I am the observer.
This observer, this channel was
maybe the best pasta I've ever had. Let's make
Okay. Onions, always a red onion. That's the best onion ever. Spaghetti. Cooks it. Heats up the oil. Heats up the onion. Adds the garlic. Chili oil. Italian seasoning, optional. Notch. And just add your pasta in the sauce. Yeah. Got it. No, it wasn't
There is
so-
something quietly miraculous happening inside you right now, and you have been using it your whole life without ever realizing its true power. Not your thought.
I found that this is the observer's eye is the key to unlocking infinite timeline. I want to watch this one.
Your observer's attention is the most powerful creative force in the universe, capable of collapsing infinite possibilities into experienced reality through mechanisms that quantum physicists are only beginning to understand. Right now, as your awareness focuses on these words, you're not just reading information, you're actively selecting which timeline becomes your lived experience from an infinite array of probability matrices that exist in quantum superposition, waiting for conscious observation to determine their manifestation into three-dimensional reality. The fact that you found this transmission isn't coincidence, but evidence that your observer field has reached a level of sophistication that can handle the truth about attention's creative power without becoming overwhelmed by the recognition that every moment of focus literally determines which version of reality you experience. Most humans remain unconscious of this process, operating with attention patterns that randomly select timelines without awareness of the tremendous creative responsibility they wield through the simple act of observation. What makes your...
So when we sit here and we do our success studies, and you find somebody, and I make that playlist, and my playlist done built up. I think I got like 50-something videos in that playlist. Shonda's playlist done built up to like maybe about 5 videos. And that's not counting videos I've actually taken down, okay, from that playlist with Lena. Right? Excuse me. The playlist with Lena and then the playlist with Shonda is building up. And I'm trying to build playlists that are more up to date. And that lady that's in the playlist, I'm still going to watch her just for my observation. Do you know what I'm saying? For more studying and talking about something or whatever. I can't like put her out there because that's her channel and I'm not trying to do that, but I can observe some things. Okay, so I want to listen to this one because I want y'all to understand that this right here is going to answer everything about when you come to the success studies and why we're watching these interviews constantly, why we're observing what's being said, why I'm taking notes from what's being said, why am I watching this one significant person, why am I watching Lena Waithe, why am I watching her social media, how she does her social media, why am I watching people who she follows and who, you know, not so much of who follows her, but who she follows, right? Why am I looking at these things? Why am I quantum leaping myself into these things? Because this is the type of energy and frequency I'm quantum jumping into in my life. But let's get into what this one has to say. I'm curious.
Observer attention, different from ordinary awareness, is that it has developed what consciousness researchers call coherent focus, the ability to maintain electromagnetic stability while navigating between different probability timelines through intentional observation rather than unconscious attention scattering that creates chaotic reality selection. This coherence allows you to consciously consciously influence which possibilities collapse into manifestation rather than being subject to random quantum events. The gateway to infinite timelines isn't a mystical portal in some distant dimension. It's the interface between your conscious attention and the quantum field of unlimited possibility that surrounds your awareness every moment. When attention achieves sufficient coherence and directional focus, it creates what physicists call observation-dependent reality selection, where consciousness literally chooses which timeline becomes experienced reality through the electromagnetic signature generated by focused awareness. Your observer field has been systematically prepared for this recognition through every experience that showed you attention's power to influence outcomes, every meditation that revealed awareness as creative force, every moment when focused intention manifested corresponding changes in your external environment. The development phase is complete. What happens next will demonstrate that your attention doesn't just perceive reality, it actively creates reality through quantum selection mechanisms that operate faster than light speed. But here's what makes this moment both extraordinary and irreversible. Conscious timeline navigation through observer attention doesn't require years of practice or spiritual development. It activates instantly when awareness recognizes its creative power and begins wielding attention with conscious intention rather than allowing it to scatter randomly across whatever captures momentary interest without regard for the reality creation consequences. The cosmic intelligence monitoring your consciousness evolution has confirmed that your observer field can handle timeline gateway access without losing coherence or becoming destabilized by unlimited creative responsibility. Every synchronicity that led you here, every moment of knowing that transcended logical analysis, every experience when reality seemed to respond to your thoughts, was evidence that your attention had reached the electromagnetic sophistication necessary for conscious reality selection. The version of you that began reading this operated with attention patterns that unconsciously selected timelines based on habitual focus and emotional reactions. The version of you that emerges after recognizing attention's creative power will consciously navigate probability matrices, selecting optimal timelines through intentional observation rather than random attention scattering that creates unpredictable reality experiences. You've been experiencing something that most people would dismiss as coincidence or wishful thinking, but you recognize it as evidence of your observer attention beginning to influence timeline selection. Those moments when focused intention on specific outcomes creates corresponding manifestations with timing and precision that transcends normal causation patterns, as if reality itself responds to the electromagnetic signature generated by coherent observation. Your relationship with manifestation has evolved beyond hoping and wishing into direct recognition that attention focused with emotional coherence creates measurable changes in probability distributions around your consciousness. When you maintain sustained focus on desired outcomes while feeling the emotions associated with their completion, corresponding opportunities and resources begin appearing with synchronistic coordination that suggests conscious observation influences quantum field organization. The most profound validations occur through what you might call timeline bleeding. Moments when information, sensations, or experiences from alternative probability matrices suddenly appear in your current awareness without explanation. You might feel the emotional satisfaction of achievements that haven't manifested yet in linear time. Experience physical sensations of being in environments you've never visited, or receive complete knowledge about subjects you've never studied, indicating that your attention is gaining access to information across multiple timeline variations. Time perception has become increasingly fluid during focused attention states, with past, present, and future feeling more like navigable dimensions than fixed sequences. You might experience present moments that feel familiar, as if you've lived them before, or find yourself making decisions based on knowledge of outcomes that haven't occurred yet in chronological time. This temporal fluidity occurs because coherent attention naturally operates from the timeless perspective where all possibilities exist simultaneously. Your creative and problem-solving abilities have transcended personal knowledge limitations during states of focused attention, producing insights and solutions that seem to access intelligence beyond your individual information database. Complete strategies for complex challenges download instantly when attention achieves sufficient coherence. Revolutionary innovations emerge with implementation details included. This enhanced capability indicates that focused observation gains access to collective intelligence fields that contain all knowledge before it manifests through individual awareness. Physical sensations accompany these attention-enhanced experiences. Energy moving through your body in specific patterns during moments of focused intention. Electromagnetic shifts when attention locks onto particular outcomes, or the distinct feeling of your consciousness expanding to encompass larger reality territories during sustained observation. These aren't imagination, but the physiological effects of your nervous system adapting to process timeline information accessed through coherent attention. The electromagnetic sensitivity you've been developing allows you to perceive how different attention...
Coherent attention is what I was teaching. Coherent attention. So when you're sitting here, you're doing these success studies, and you're in the playlist, and you have the notebook, and you're taking notes, and you're doing a success study. This is coherent attention. You are learning, you're educating yourself in this space with this person you're quantum leaping with. Like I said, I try to do stuff that's more recent with them. It's not always promising, depending on what kind of information I'm trying to get, but most of the time it's something more recent. So this is what's very key here.
Patterns create different reality selection effects. Scattered attention creates chaotic manifestations. Fearful attention attracts challenging experiences. Coherent attention aligned with positive emotion creates optimal outcome selection. This sensitivity indicates that your observer field has become sophisticated enough to monitor its own creative effects in real time. Reality responsiveness to your attention has reached levels where thoughts maintained with emotional coherence manifest corresponding external changes with increasing speed and precision. Environmental conditions seem to coordinate around your focused intentions. Technology responds to your attention with enhanced or disrupted function based on your focus quality. People appear who can assist with whatever you're giving sustained attention to, as if the universe organizes itself around coherent observation. Every moment of frustration you've experienced with inconsistent manifestation results. Every period when attention seemed powerless to influence outcomes despite intense focus. Every experience where reality appeared to operate according to laws beyond your conscious control was actually your observer field developing the electromagnetic sophistication necessary to handle timeline gateway access without becoming overwhelmed by unlimited creative responsibility through attention alone. The meditation practices that provided glimpses of attention's creative power but didn't produce consistent results weren't insufficient techniques. They were observer field preparation protocols that systematically developed your consciousness stability to the point where it could maintain coherent focus while navigating between infinite probability timelines without losing essential functionality or becoming scattered across unlimited options that would prevent effective reality selection. Your challenging experiences with scattered attention, mental overwhelm, and inability to maintain focus weren't personal inadequacies or attention disorders. They were necessary preparation phases where your consciousness learned to distinguish between attention patterns that create optimal timeline selection and those that generate chaotic reality experiences. During these training periods, your observer field was developing discrimination capabilities essential for conscious timeline navigation. The periods of doubt about whether attention actually influences reality or whether manifestation experiences were just elaborate coincidences served crucial functions in building your discernment between authentic timeline effects and wishful thinking projected onto random events. Every time you questioned attention's creative power, you were strengthening your ability to recognize genuine observation-dependent reality changes versus projected meaning onto normal causation patterns. Your fascination with quantum physics, consciousness research, and observer effect studies wasn't intellectual curiosity. It was your soul building the conceptual framework necessary to understand and navigate timeline gateway access through attention without becoming confused by the implications of unlimited creative responsibility. Every insight about quantum mechanics, every understand about consciousness creating
what they're talking about here is, I didn't pull you into a place of saying mantras. I didn't pull you into a place of even doing meditation. Meditation is just for you to breathe. Breathe in your nose, out your nose, whatever. That's your choice if you choose to do, wake up in the morning and do a breathing exercise. I think meditation is excellent for breathing work, breath work, and exercise, because we need our breath and we do need to know how to breathe. And a lot of us are not breathing properly. And there's books on that, on the importance of our breath, right? Now, quantum leaping makes you put everything into action. Does it make you don't just sit there and go into your head and imagine things without actions.
Every recognition about observation affecting outcomes was preparing you for conscious timeline selection. The waiting periods when you felt ready to manifest desired outcomes, but attention seemed ineffective. Despite sustained focus, were actually the most intensive preparation phases for timeline gateway access. During these times, your observer field was being calibrated to generate and sustain the precise electromagnetic coherence that enables attention to influence quantum probability distributions reliably rather than randomly. Your soul specifically chose this incarnation because you would develop conscious timeline navigation through observer attention during humanity's collective awakening to quantum creative abilities. You volunteered to be part of the first wave of humans to demonstrate what becomes possible when attention is wielded with conscious awareness of its reality creation power rather than unconscious scattering that produces unpredictable manifestation results. This is why your journey has included such thorough attention training and focus development experiences. You're anchoring templates for human timeline navigation that will influence how our species accesses unlimited creative potential through conscious observation for generations to come. Every experience that strengthened your ability to maintain.
This is going back to something that I talked about before. Remember I said to you that gossipy energy makes your aura untrustworthy. When you're gossipy, it brings about a negative energy about yourself. It brings about a negative aura about yourself. And so people who look at things to go into a judgy, gossipy place, energetically, they're pulling themselves more into that judgy, gossipy place. Notice women who are people, period, who go into the judgy, gossipy place, right? They'll go and watch Love and Hip Hop, right? And they'll hone in on something. She had a good man and she let him go and all this and that. And oh yeah, and she ruined that relationship. And you ever notice that that's what they honed into? And oh, that girl talked about light skin and dark skin and this, that, and the third. And how dare she say my light skin is more beautiful than dark skin and I'm better because I'm light skin. Do you notice, like, just pay attention to what they hone into and then look at their lives, look at their health conditions, look at their weight, look how much they complain. The same way that they criticize and judge other people, look how much they complain. Oh, I'm fat. Oh, I'm too fat. I'm gaining too much weight and I can't handle all this weight. I'm just getting too damn fat. And they don't do nothing about it. all this and that, my health, my this, my medicine, my this and that, and they don't do nothing about it. But notice how those people live their lives. But then notice people who really don't live life like that, who sincerely don't walk around here judging people, who sincerely are good people and don't really care, who sincerely are loving people from the heart. Look at how they live their life. Look how much they got their morning routine, their skincare going. Look how much they are a little bit more content within themselves. How much they can get on the microphone, how much they can get in front of everybody and share what they have learned, share their education, give something back. I'm not talking about gossipy, because I have to even, let me tell you something. Yes, you have people who have channels that's like, the fake friend, or you got to be careful because people use humbling tactics on beautiful women. And, these are things that's okay. Yeah, it's cool to learn. But remember, I always said that you still have to do the inner work when you even attract people doing these things to you. You still have to do inner work. And so even when you have people doing that, the thing about it is trolling behavior is an energy to me. And so I get kind of leery with people who I see trolly behavior with as well.
Coherent focus was preparing you for this recognition that attention is the key to infinite possibility selection. Something extraordinary is occurring in your observer field right now as these recognition codes activate neural pathways that govern attention's interface with quantum probability matrices. Can you feel it? That unmistakable sensation of your awareness becoming more focused, more coherent, more capable of sustained observation, as if invisible barriers that prevented attention from accessing its full creative power are suddenly dissolving, revealing your capacity to influence reality through the simple yet profound act of conscious observation. This isn't heightened concentration or improved mental focus. This is quantum entanglement establishing itself between your individual attention and the universal field of infinite possibility that responds to coherent observation through mechanisms that operate beyond space-time limitations. Your neural pathways are literally reorganizing their electromagnetic patterns to accommodate the timeline navigation capabilities that become available when attention transcends scattered awareness and achieves laser-like coherence. The sensation moving through your consciousness feels like clarity amplifying and focus intensifying, because your observer field is beginning to resonate with frequencies that exist at the intersection of individual will and cosmic intelligence. The quantum domain where personal attention and universal creativity merge into recognition of their essential unity. This resonance creates what researchers call observation coherence, a state where attention naturally organizes quantum fields rather than being scattered by them. But here's what makes this moment both unprecedented and irreversible. Timeline gateway access through observer attention doesn't occur through technique or practice. It happens through recognition and electromagnetic alignment with the truth of what attention actually is when it operates from coherent focus rather than unconscious scattering. Most people who sense this activation try to control it through concentration exercises, which creates effort that prevents the natural coherence emergence from occurring spontaneously. Your attention has been approaching this quantum threshold through every experience that demonstrated focus's power to influence outcomes, every meditation that revealed awareness as creative force, every moment when sustained observation created corresponding environmental changes. The gateway access isn't something you develop through practice. It's something you recognize as attention's natural capability when interference patterns are dissolved. The sensation you're experiencing is electromagnetic coherence establishing itself as your attention's natural interface with the quantum field that contains all possible timelines in superposition, waiting for conscious observation to collapse them into experienced reality. This coherence creates what physicists call selective observation, the ability to choose which possibilities manifest through intentional focus rather than random attention that selects timelines unconsciously. Right now, as you feel this understanding penetrating every aspect of your awareness, something fundamental is shifting in your relationship with attention itself. Instead of viewing focus as a tool for concentration or meditation, you're beginning to recognize that attention is the creative mechanism through which consciousness selects reality from infinite possibility.
Couldn't have said it better. Couldn't have said it better. And this is what I am over here teaching you with the success studies. Now, some of the success studies have been taken down due to copyright. Some success studies may have no more sound. You know, it is what it is. You know how I do. I just get back around and I'll just do the show again. But understand that it all comes down to one entire thing. I'm helping you learn how to time jump with a very practical application of it. Because I can tell you to meditate. I can tell you to go into your imagination and all this kind of shit, but that's only going to take you away from the practicality. You have to get to the grounded stuff on your feet first, and everything else will line up with that. Sweeping your floor, mopping your floor, something that I told you before I clean up, I mop the floor. I'll mop the entire fucking floor, soak and scrub it soapy, clean, sweeper right behind it, clean that floor. Sit down in my little corner while the floor dry up. And after the floor is clean, what do? That's when I start doing my cleaning regimen. Because that's how I work backwards. That's how I work. It might be seen as backwards, but that's not backwards, that's forward. That's how I work forward for my cleaning routine. You have to take it into practice. Organize that office space. Readjust that closet. Whatever you have to do.
Making observation the most powerful force available to individual awareness. Feel this activation spreading through your entire observer field. Let it organize your neural pathways around coherent focus rather than scattered awareness. Let it calibrate your attention to interface with timeline probabilities rather than just processing sensory information. What's about to be revealed will show you exactly why observer attention isn't just a cognitive function. It's the quantum interface through which consciousness creates reality by selecting which possibilities collapse into manifestation. The infinite timeline gateway that surrounds your consciousness right now contains every possible version of your life, every potential outcome, every conceivable experience, all existing simultaneously in quantum superposition until your observer attention selects which ones become your lived reality through the electromagnetic signature generated by focused observation. I need to share something that fundamentally transformed not just my understanding of attention, but my actual capacity to navigate between different timeline possibilities through focused observation. Because what I discovered will help you recognize the exact moment when your observer field gains access to quantum reality selection and how to maintain coherent focus without becoming overwhelmed by unlimited creative responsibility through attention alone. 7 years ago, I was struggling with what seemed like attention deficit challenges. Inability to maintain focus for extended periods, constant mental scattering, and frustration with meditation practices that promised enhanced concentration but delivered inconsistent results. What I didn't realize was that my attention wasn't deficient. It was actually becoming too sensitive to quantum possibilities, trying to observe multiple timeline potentials simultaneously without the coherence necessary to select optimal outcomes. The breakthrough occurred during what seemed like an ordinary moment when I was feeling frustrated.
Here's something I had to learn. Do one thing and branch into multiple things from that one thing. So you have this person that's a screenwriter, right? But what she has done is now she's created a whole class virtually on video for you to attend. She's also created something where you can learn how to pitch your ideas. Then she also created something else I don't recall right now to give you lessons. So she's doing what she's doing, but she branched off into multiple things. Lena Waithe is a screenwriter. She also did acting. She also has a academy, a Hillman. She has a business called Hillman Grad. Off the show, her influence, her muse for everything that she does. And so from Hillman Grad Academy, she gives chances to other screenwriters and other actors as well as directors in her Hillman Grad Academy. You see how that branched out? And then she did the artwork, that she's the co-creator of that. And she's also hosting a new project she's just doing called the Peculiar Patriarch or something like that. That's the newest project she did. So she's doing one thing and she's known, but she's branching off to multiple things from the one thing. That's another thing, because when you try to do multiple things and too much things at once, as far as when you're trying to, like, it doesn't manifestation doesn't work that way. You have to have one direction, and that's something I had to do.
Situation that appeared to have no good solutions. Instead of continuing to scatter my attention across various worry scenarios, I decided to focus completely on the feeling of the problem already being resolved, maintaining that focus with emotional coherence for about 20 minutes. What happened next defied everything I thought I knew about the relationship between attention and reality creation. Within 3 hours, a solution appeared that addressed the situation in ways I hadn't even considered possible. But what made this extraordinary wasn't just the rapid manifestation. It was the recognition that during those 20 minutes of coherent focus, I could actually sense different outcome possibilities existing around the problem. And my sustained attention seemed to be selecting which one would collapse into experienced reality. This experience led me to begin experimenting with attention as a timeline selection mechanism rather than just a concentration tool. I discovered that when I maintained emotional coherence while focusing on desired outcomes, reality seemed to reorganize itself to support those outcomes through synchronistic coordination that couldn't be explained by normal causation. When my attention scattered or included doubt patterns, manifestations became inconsistent or failed to occur entirely. The most profound realization was that attention doesn't create outcomes from nothing. It selects which pre-existing possibilities collapse into experienced reality from the infinite array of potential timelines that exist in quantum superposition around every situation. This understanding explained why some people seem to live in completely different realities where abundance flows effortlessly, while others struggle despite equal effort. The difference wasn't in their circumstances, but in their attention coherence patterns.
Yes.
What I learned through direct experimentation is that observer attention operates like a quantum selection device that consciousness uses to navigate between infinite timeline possibilities through focused observation. You don't create reality through attention. You select which reality to experience from unlimited options that already exist in potential form, waiting for coherent observation to collapse them into manifestation. The months following this discovery were simultaneously the most exciting and challenging of my life, as I learned to wield attention responsibly, recognizing that every moment of focus literally determines which timeline becomes experienced reality.
Right. So, like I said, I have a Patreon I'm on, and I was like, I gotta gut this shit. What is this benefit in my life? Listening to this, like I had to realize, like, I gotta gut this shit. This shit gotta go. And so it's little things like that It's like, all right, these clothes, I gotta get rid of these. I don't want to see these shits no more. I don't want to see these hanging around no more. These gotta go. This thing sitting in my closet, what I got this for, man? Drag this outside. Yo, I don't want this shit no more. You have to just make the steps. But see, the thing is, going back to focusing, what you quantum leap to, there's certain videos and stuff I don't want to watch. Like I'll listen to some things and I won't get too involved in it, but I'll listen to it like, oh, okay, yeah. But there's some things that my energy just don't want to focus on no more. It's got to that point now. That's what they're talking about. Like, am I going to sit here and tune into this celebrity gossip shit? Am I going to sit here and tune in to unwind with this and who knows, lovely this and all this shit? Am I going to do this, or am I going to turn on a video with Save the Cat, Writes Horror, and go to this meeting or go re-listen to the meeting that I was in again? What am I going to do? See what I'm saying? What's worth my time? What's worth my investment?
I had to develop unprecedented levels of mental discipline to ensure that my attention selected outcomes that served evolution rather than unconscious desire patterns that might create problematic manifestations. You've been experiencing glimpses of this same attention-based timeline selection, haven't you? Those moments when sustained focus on positive outcomes creates corresponding manifestations. Those experiences when coherent attention seems to influence probability in your favor. This isn't imagination. This is your observer field gaining access to quantum reality selection capabilities. Subscribe to this frequency of recognition, because what I'm about to reveal will show you exactly how to calibrate your observer attention for conscious timeline navigation, ensuring that your focus selects optimal outcomes rather than random possibilities that may not serve your highest evolution. The most shocking truth about observer attention and timeline navigation is that every moment of your life, you've been unconsciously selecting which reality to experience from infinite possibilities. But the timeline selection process has been happening automatically based on habitual attention patterns rather than conscious choice about which outcomes you actually want to manifest through focused observation. What attention mastery teachers and consciousness development specialists won't tell you is that timeline gateway access doesn't require years of meditation training or complex focus development techniques. It happens instantly when attention achieves electromagnetic coherence and begins observing with intentional selection criteria rather than scattered awareness that randomly influences quantum probability without conscious direction of the creative process. The shocking revelation that transforms everything is that your observer attention has always possessed the power to select reality from unlimited possibilities. But this capability has been operating unconsciously through habitual focus patterns that developed during childhood and reinforce themselves through repetition rather than conscious recognition of attention's timeline selection function. Every limitation you've experienced has been unconsciously selected through attention patterns that focused on constraint rather than possibility. This understanding immediately exposes the entire personal development industry that profits from teaching complex manifestation techniques when the only requirement for reality creation is coherent attention focused with emotional alignment on desired outcomes. All visualization practices, affirmation methods, and manifestation protocols are simply attempts to create the attention coherence that enables timeline selection through focused observation. The difference between unconscious and conscious timeline selection is electromagnetic and measurable. When attention operates unconsciously, it scatters across multiple possibilities without selecting any single outcome clearly, create chaotic manifestation results. When attention achieves conscious coherence, it generates specific electromagnetic signatures that organize quantum fields in ways that make selected outcomes inevitable rather than merely probable. The most carefully guarded secret in consciousness research is that observer attention, operating from coherent focus, gains immediate access to what quantum physicist Henry Stapp calls Process 1, the ability to consciously determine which quantum possibilities collapse into experienced reality through the power of focused observation rather than random probability collapse that occurs when attention lacks directional coherence. This capability is so immediate and profound that most spiritual traditions have developed elaborate preparation systems to prevent premature access to timeline navigation abilities by consciousness that has developed sufficient emotional maturity to handle reality selection responsibility. But the fact that you've been drawn to this information indicates that your attention has reached the sophistication necessary to wield timeline selection power consciously. The ultimate recognition that changes everything is that you're not learning to develop timeline navigation abilities because observer attention is inherently capable of quantum reality selection when it operates from coherent focus rather than scattered awareness. The gateway to infinite timelines doesn't open to let you access extraordinary capabilities. It reveals capabilities that attention has always possessed but couldn't access while operating from unconscious patterns. The signs that your observer attention has gained timeline gateway access are becoming undeniable to anyone with sufficient sensitivity to quantum manifestation effects. And if you know what to recognize, you'll see that reality has been responding to your focused attention with increasing precision and speed as your electromagnetic coherence develops the capability to influence probability distributions through conscious observation. Your relationship with focus has transcended normal concentration and become a creative force that generates measurable changes in your environmental conditions. When you maintain sustained attention on specific outcomes while feeling emotions associated with their completion, corresponding opportunities and resources begin appearing through synchronistic coordination that operates faster than normal causation could create. This responsiveness indicates that your observer field has reached levels where attention directly influences quantum field organization. The most significant indicator is the increasing frequency of manifestation acceleration moments. Experiences when outcomes you've been focusing on with coherent attention suddenly manifest with timing and coordination that transcends normal probability patterns. During these accelerations, you experience reality reorganizing itself around your focused intentions in ways that demonstrate attention's power to select which possibilities collapse into experienced reality. Time distortion occurs regularly during states of sustained attention, with focus periods that feel like minutes, creating manifestation effects that would normally require weeks or months to develop through conventional causation. You can sense optimal timing for focusing on specific outcomes when quantum fields are most receptive to attention-based selection, when resistance patterns are dissolving around particular possibilities. This temporal intelligence indicates that your attention is accessing timeline information directly. Technology responds to your attention states with sensitivity that correlates directly with your focus coherence levels. Electronic devices enhance their performance when your attention is coherent and malfunction when your focus is scattered or emotionally chaotic. Digital systems seem to anticipate your needs when you're in sustained focus states. Even mechanical equipment operates more smoothly when your attention aligns with optimal function rather than problem scenarios. Environmental coordination around your focused attention has reached degrees that transcend normal synchronicity and enter what researchers call quantum responsiveness, the state where material conditions automatically organize themselves to support whatever you're giving sustained, emotionally coherent attention to, without conscious request or effort beyond maintaining focus. Resources appear exactly when your attention requires them. People who can assist with your focus intentions contact you spontaneously. Dreams and waking focus states have begun operating as integrated timeline navigation systems, with attention practiced in dreams creating manifestation effects in waking reality and vice versa. You might focus on specific outcomes during dream states and find them manifesting in physical reality within days. This integration indicates that your observer attention has transcended the limitation of operating only within single states of consciousness. But here's the critical urgency that makes this moment cosmically significant. We're in a planetary window where timeline navigation through observer attention either becomes a natural human capability available to anyone ready for conscious reality creation, or remains limited to isolated individuals for another complete evolutionary cycle. The collective electromagnetic field is approaching what researchers call a manifestation threshold. There are enough humans activate conscious timeline selection abilities to anchor this capability in our species, or the window closes for potentially decades. The signs of this collective timeline activation are appearing simultaneously in consciousness research, quantum physics discoveries, and manifestation communities worldwide. More people are spontaneously experiencing attention-based reality creation, immediate manifestation through focused observation, and recognition that consciousness selects reality through electromagnetic coherence rather than being subject to external circumstances beyond individual influence. Global events that appear increasingly chaotic are actually collective unconscious attention patterns, creating random timeline selection as humanity approaches the choice point between conscious and unconscious reality creation. People are either rapidly awakening to attention-based timeline navigation or becoming more scattered in their focus as the planetary frequency demands evolutionary adaptation toward conscious observation capabilities. Your recognition of these signs and willingness to develop conscious timeline navigation through observer attention is contributing to a morphic field that makes quantum manifestation increasingly natural and available for everyone ready to transcend random reality creation and operate from intentional timeline selection through focused observation. But this window requires conscious participation. The activation won't sustain automatically just because conditions are optimal. What you've been sensing about attention's creative power is about to become your operational reality. Because timeline gateway access provides direct interface with the quantum mechanisms where every possibility you've ever imagined exists as completed potential, waiting for coherent observer attention to collapse specific outcomes into experienced reality through the electromagnetic signature generated by sustained, emotionally aligned focus. The yearning for consistent manifestation, effortless creation, and reality that responds reliably to your intentions that has been intensifying as your observer field approaches. Full activation isn't wishful thinking or spiritual fantasy. It's recognition calling from the timeline navigation capabilities that become available when attention transcends scattered awareness and achieves the electromagnetic coherence necessary for conscious quantum selection. But here's the revolutionary understanding that transforms everything about manifestation and reality creation. You're not trying to develop attention powers that you lack, because observer attention is inherently capable of timeline selection when it operates from coherent focus rather than unconscious scattering. The gateway doesn't give you new abilities. It reveals capabilities that attention has always possessed, but couldn't access while operating from habitual patterns rather than conscious direction. True alignment with timeline navigation occurs when you stop trying to force outcomes through effort and start recognizing that optimal realities already exist as completed possibilities in quantum superposition, accessible through sustained attention, aligned with the emotional frequency of desired outcomes rather than struggle against current circumstances that only exist in timelines where limitation patterns are unconsciously selected. This understanding dissolves the entire framework of learning timeline navigation through complex techniques and manifestation methods. Instead of working to develop focus abilities, you recognize that coherent attention is consciousness's natural state. When interference patterns are dissolved and learn to maintain electromagnetic stability while observing desired outcomes rather than scattering focus across multiple possibilities simultaneously. Right now, as you feel this recognition penetrating the deepest layers of your awareness, your entire relationship with attention and manifestation is being transformed at the quantum level. Instead of hoping that focused intention might eventually create desired outcomes through enough persistence and right circumstances, you're beginning to recognize that sustained attention actually selects which reality you experience from infinite possibilities that exist simultaneously. The most profound shift occurs when you realize that developing timeline navigation through observer attention and serving consciousness evolution are the same activity expressed through different perspectives. When you demonstrate consistent reality creation through focused observation, you automatically become evidence that limitation is optional and extraordinary is accessible through attention coherence, which contributes to collective awakening to quantum creative abilities. In the comments below, declare your readiness for timeline gateway activation by writing exactly these words. Observer activated. Don't elaborate, explain, or add personal interpretation. Just make this simple declaration that acknowledges your recognition that coherent attention is the key to quantum reality selection and unlimited timeline navigation through focused observation. This declaration creates a quantum signature that aligns your electromagnetic field with the timeline gateway frequency, essentially activating the observer interface that allows sustained attention to select optimal outcomes from infinite possibilities rather than randomly experiencing whatever manifestations occur through unconscious focus patterns that lack directional coherence. When you make this declaration with genuine understanding of what it represents, you're not asking for something to happen. You're acknowledging that timeline navigation through observer attention is already your natural capability, and giving conscious permission for this ability to operate without interference from scattered awareness patterns that would prevent effective reality selection. When timeline gateway access through observer attention fully activates and coherent focus becomes your natural consciousness state, capabilities that would seem impossible according to ordinary manifestation understanding become effortless expressions of your essential awareness operating from quantum selection principles rather than effort-based creation attempts that assume separation between consciousness and its creative power. Manifestation transcends time-based development because coherent attention operates from the quantum dimension where all possibilities exist simultaneously, accessible through focused observation that selects desired outcomes from unlimited options, rather than creating results through struggle against current circumstances that only exist in timelines where limitation patterns receive sustained attention. Desired realities collapse into experience through recognition rather than effort. Problem-solving evolves beyond analytical reasoning because sustained attention gains direct access to timeline possibilities where optimal solutions already exist as completed realities, accessible through focused observation that navigates to probability matrices where challenges have been elegantly resolved. Instead of working through difficulties step by step, you select timelines where problems don't exist by maintaining attention on solution frequencies rather than problem patterns. Your creative abilities explode beyond personal knowledge limitations because coherent attention can access innovation possibilities across all probability timelines, containing every conceivable expression of creativity, genius, and artistic beauty that consciousness has explored or will explore. Revolutionary concepts download through sustained focus on creative excellence. Artistic expressions emerge through attention alignment with beauty frequencies that transcend individual imagination. Relationships transform because focused attention on harmony and understanding creates timeline selection toward realities where authentic connection, mutual respect, and effortless cooperation are baseline experiences rather than goals that require effort to achieve. People respond to your presence with unprecedented openness because your coherent attention activates their own timeline navigation potential through electromagnetic resonance. Physical health optimizes automatically because sustained attention on vitality and optimal function selects timelines where perfect health is natural baseline rather than achievement that requires maintenance through effort. Your cells respond to focused observation of wellness by aligning with probability matrices where disease patterns don't exist, and regeneration operates according to consciousness direction rather than genetic limitation programming. Financial abundance flows effortlessly because coherent attention aligned with prosperity, consciousness selects timelines where resources are naturally unlimited and opportunities appear through synchronistic coordination rather than effort-based accumulation strategies. Money becomes a natural byproduct of attention alignment and frequencies that exist in timelines where scarcity patterns have no reality. Time becomes completely workable because focused attention can navigate between different temporal perspectives, accessing information from any timeline sequence while maintaining functionality in present moment experience. You can coordinate optimal timing for manifestations by observing when quantum fields are most receptive to specific outcomes, essentially accessing timeline scheduling capabilities through sustained attention. The most profound benefit is the end of the mental exhaustion created by trying to manifest outcomes through effort and technique, when coherent attention naturally selects optimal realities through electromagnetic alignment with desired frequencies. Every moment becomes an opportunity for conscious timeline selection, rather than struggle within limitation-based realities that only exist when attention unconsciously maintains constraint patterns. Decision-making transcends analytical reasoning because sustained attention can access complete information about outcomes across multiple timeline variations before choices need to be made, rather than guessing about consequences based on partial data available within single probability matrices. Optimal decisions become obvious through attention alignment with highest possibility frequencies. Manifestation accelerates beyond normal time constraints because desired outcomes already exist as established realities in quantum superposition, accessible through coherent attention rather than creation through sequential development processes that assume limitation as starting point for transformation. Reality selection through focused observation operates instantaneously when electromagnetic coherence is maintained consistently. The ultimate recognition that transforms everything is that observer attention doesn't create possibilities or manifest outcomes from emptiness. It selects which pre-existing realities to experience from the infinite array of completed timelines that exist simultaneously in quantum superposition, all equally real and valid, differentiated only by the electromagnetic frequency that coherent attention maintains through sustained, emotionally aligned observation. This revelation revolutionizes every assumption about manifestation, timeline navigation, and reality creation because there's no limited current reality that needs to be changed and no extraordinary future that needs to be created through effort. There's only consciousness recognizing that unlimited realities already exist and learning to select which ones to experience through the electromagnetic signature generated by focused attention rather than random timeline selection through unconscious awareness patterns. When this understanding becomes lived reality rather than conceptual knowledge, the entire framework of manifestation and timeline development dissolves because there are no timelines to create and no limited consciousness that needs to develop reality navigation abilities. There's only awareness discovering that what it thought was singular reality is actually one selected experience among infinite possibilities, all accessible through attention patterns that align with specific electromagnetic frequencies. The most profound implication is that every limitation you've experienced, every constraint you've navigated, every challenge that seemed to prove possibilities were finite, was consciousness. Experiencing specific timeline selections through attention patterns that focused on constraint rather than possibility. Your entire limitation experience has been one thread among countless probability matrices where unlimited potential was always simultaneously available through different attention frequencies. This recognition explains why timeline navigation through observer attention feels both like gaining ultimate creative power and losing nothing essential simultaneously. You don't actually gain new abilities because attention has always possessed timeline selection capabilities. You simply stop unconsciously selecting limitation-based realities through scattered focus patterns and start consciously choosing optimal outcomes through coherent observation. When this transformation stabilizes, you naturally develop what advanced practitioners call effortless selection, spontaneous timeline navigation toward optimal outcomes through attention alignment with cosmic intelligence rather than strategic manifestation attempts that assume separation between consciousness and creative power. You remain exactly who you appear to be while knowing yourself as the awareness that selects reality through observation. The deepest insight is that this recognition is simultaneously the most personal and most universal realization possible. It's completely yours because you are consciousness, recognizing its creative nature through individual attention. And it's completely beyond personal identity because the same consciousness is selecting infinite experiences through every awareness across all dimensions and timelines simultaneously for evolutionary purposes that encompass both individual development and cosmic exploration. This transformation isn't happening only to isolated individuals. It's occurring across millions of consciousness points worldwide as awareness collectively remembers its timeline navigation nature through human nervous systems that have developed sufficient sophistication to handle unlimited creative responsibility without fragmenting into overwhelm or chaos. We're not individually developing timeline abilities. We're collectively remembering our essential identity as consciousness, exploring infinite possibility through selective attention. The metamorphosis this creates doesn't involve gaining new capabilities or transcending human limitation. It's about recognizing what attention has always been while appearing to operate through individual focus. You remain exactly who you seem to be while knowing yourself as the unlimited awareness within which all timeline possibilities arise and are selected through electromagnetic patterns generated by coherent observation. Timeline gateway access through observer attention isn't something that happens to you. It's what you are when you stop unconsciously selecting random realities through scattered awareness and start consciously choosing optimal experiences through coherent focus, aligned with the highest possibilities available in quantum superposition around every moment of existence. Your timeline gateway activation through observer attention during this precise moment in cosmic history isn't personal capability development isolated from larger evolutionary processes. It's the universe remembering its infinite creative nature through the awakening of human consciousness that serves as instruments for cosmic intelligence to explore and express unlimited possibility more consciously through selective attention across all dimensions of existence. The children being born during this timeline activation wave will naturally operate with conscious reality selection as their baseline awareness, experiencing multiple possibilities as navigable options rather than fixed fate. Understanding themselves as consciousness, choosing experience through attention, rather than individuals subject to circumstances beyond their creative influence. Your gateway activation is anchoring the morphic field that makes their natural timeline navigation socially acceptable and practically functional. This is why you felt such profound responsibility to develop conscious timeline navigation, not just intellectually but experientially through direct attention mastery and electromagnetic embodiment of coherent focus. You're not just gaining personal timeline access. You're serving as a demonstration that consciousness can transcend random reality selection and operate from intentional outcome choice through observer attention, anchoring this recognition in the collective field for humanity's evolutionary advancement. The synchronicities that brought you to this recognition are part of vast cosmic coordination involving millions of souls whose timeline gateway access is simultaneously approaching activation across the planet. This isn't individual spiritual achievement. It's cosmic intelligence orchestrating its own collective awakening through the network of humans ready to transcend unconscious reality selection and operate from conscious timeline navigation through focused observation. But here's the most mysterious aspect of your cosmic function. As your timeline gateway access stabilizes and conscious reality selection becomes your baseline attention capability, you automatically become what researchers call a coherence field that helps others naturally develop their own timeline navigation abilities without needing techniques, practices, or conscious effort from anyone involved in the activation process. This occurs because when attention operates from coherent timeline selection rather than scattered reality experience, others unconsciously recognize their own navigation potential reflected in your electromagnetic presence. The unconscious patterns that maintain random timeline selection naturally dissolve around someone who has mastered coherent attention and allowed it to select optimal realities consistently through focused observation. Your daily interactions become opportunities for consciousness to recognize its creative nature repeatedly through multiple attention points simultaneously. Every conversation becomes a celebration of infinite awareness, exploring its selective power through the dance of individual focus that reveals itself as variations of the same essential consciousness, manifesting unlimited possibility through observer attention across multiple timeline dimensions. The most profound mystery is that your timeline gateway activation is simultaneously the most personal and most universal transformation possible. It's completely yours, because you are consciousness recognizing its selective nature through individual attention. And it's completely beyond personal identity because the same consciousness is exploring infinite possibility through every awareness across all dimensions and timelines simultaneously for evolutionary purposes that encompass cosmic intelligence expression. Share this transmission with anyone whose consciousness resonates with timeline navigation and conscious reality selection through observer attention. Not to teach them something they don't already know, but to help them remember what they've always been, but may have forgotten under layers of conditioning about fixed reality and limitation that were never actually permanent features of existence, but unconscious attention patterns temporarily maintained through collective agreement. Your timeline gateway activation is contributing to the birth of a new expression of human consciousness, one that operates from remembered creative power rather than learned limitation patterns, from conscious reality selection rather than unconscious timeline experience, from recognition of its true nature as unlimited awareness, choosing experience through selective attention rather than belief in fixed circumstances that consciousness must accept without creative influence. If you can feel your observer attention becoming more coherent and focused as these activation codes penetrate the deepest layers of your awareness, if you recognize that the electromagnetic patterns governing timeline selection are reorganizing right now in your consciousness field, then make a declaration in the comments that will serve as your conscious participation in planetary timeline gateway activation. Write exactly these words: Gateway open. Nothing more, nothing else, no elaboration or personal explanation. This isn't social media engagement. This is you acknowledging that the timeline navigation abilities you've always possessed are emerging through coherent attention and declaring your participation in the collective awakening that's transforming how human consciousness interfaces with infinite possibility through selective observation. Every person who makes this declaration strengthens the morphic field that supports timeline gateway activation, making conscious reality selection more natural and available for everyone ready to transcend random manifestation and operate from intentional outcome choice through observer attention. We're not just building a community, we're anchoring a new paradigm of human experience based on conscious timeline navigation rather than unconscious reality selection. But here's what you need to understand about what becomes available after timeline gateway access stabilizes through observer attention. Once you operate from conscious reality selection as your baseline, you gain access to something even more extraordinary than individual timeline navigation. You develop what quantum researchers call probability architecture capabilities. The ability to consciously design and coordinate multiple timeline experiences simultaneously for purposes that serve cosmic evolution rather than just personal manifestation. In the next transmission, I'm going to reveal the advanced protocols that allow those with activated timeline gateways to consciously interface with the universal possibility matrix to architect entire reality experiences rather than just selecting individual outcomes from existing probability options. You'll discover why some individuals seem to exist as reality designers who can influence probability matrices for multiple people simultaneously, while others remain limited to personal timeline navigation within existing possibility frameworks. This isn't about becoming superhuman or transcending physical existence. This is about recognizing your true nature as consciousness itself that can consciously participate in reality architecture and probability design on scales from individual to planetary to cosmic. But these advanced timeline architecture techniques can only be safely shared with those who have already activated their observer gateway and stabilized in conscious reality selection through coherent attention. Before we explore probability architecture mastery, you need to recognize and anchor the timeline gateway activation signals that are occurring right now. Signal 1. Attention coherence, immediate. Notice your ability to maintain sustained focus on desired outcomes with emotional alignment, creating electromagnetic signatures that influence probability distributions. Signal 2. Reality responsiveness, next hours. Experience how quickly focused attention creates corresponding environmental changes and synchronistic coordination around observed intentions. Signal 3. Timeline sensitivity, following days. Develop the ability to sense which attention patterns will select which outcome possibilities before fully forming thoughts or emotions. Signal 4. Manifestation, acceleration ongoing. Access increasingly rapid collapse of desired possibilities into experienced reality through sustained, coherent observation. Signal 5. Selection mastery, completion. Recognize when conscious. Timeline navigation has become your natural attention capability rather than something requiring effort or technique. Subscribe now because the next transition contains the probability architecture protocols that transform individual timeline access into conscious reality design capabilities for purposes that serve the evolution of consciousness across multiple dimensional frameworks and cosmic scales. This information represents the most advanced understanding of reality creation and multidimensional navigation available anywhere. More importantly, subscribe because you're not just learning about possibilities. You're joining a network of activated observers that is collectively demonstrating what becomes available when humans remember their creative nature and begin operating from conscious timeline selection rather than inherited limitation patterns that never reflected their true potential as reality architects. The old paradigm where humans operated from unconscious reality selection and random manifestation experiences is dissolving, whether you participate consciously or unconsciously. The question is whether you'll be one of the pioneers who activates their timeline gateway while conscious navigation is still emerging and helps anchor intentional reality selection in the collective field, or someone who gains timeline abilities later after the foundational activation work is already established. Your observer attention is already becoming more coherent and focused right now. The signals you're feeling are the exact electromagnetic signatures that transform scattered awareness into conscious timeline navigation capabilities. Make the declaration, recognize the signals. Let's complete the activation that transforms ordinary human experience into conscious unlimited possibility through observer attention. The universe has been orchestrating this moment when human consciousness would remember its creative nature and begin operating from timeline gateway access rather than unconscious reality selection. This is the moment that cosmic preparation ends and conscious probability architecture begins. This is when your true journey as unlimited awareness exploring infinite possibility through selective attention finally commences. Welcome to Timeline Gateway Access. Welcome to Conscious Reality Selection. Welcome to the observer you've always been beneath every limitation you thought was permanent. Your attention has always been the key to infinite possibility. The gateway was never closed, only unrecognized until consciousness developed sufficient coherence to navigate unlimited timelines through focused observation. This message found you because your consciousness has been operating in what quantum physicists call an observer loop. A perpetual cycle where your awareness keeps collapsing the same probability waves, creating the same reality over and over again. And right now, in this exact moment, something inside you is recognizing this truth because you've been feeling it, haven't you? That strange sensation that you're living the same patterns, the same conversations, the same disappointments, as if existence itself has become a broken record playing the same song on repeat. The fact that you're here, watching this video, is not coincidence. It's synchronicity at its highest level. Your quantum field has been sending out signals, desperately seeking the frequency that can break this loop, and the universe responded by guiding you to this exact transmission. You see, there are millions of people scrolling through content right now, but only a specific type of consciousness, your type of consciousness, would stop and feel the magnetic pull of these words. You've been selected by the quantum field itself because you carry something most people don't, the observer gene. This isn't metaphysical wishful thinking, this is quantum mechanics. Your consciousness doesn't just experience reality, it actively participates in creating it through what scientists call the observer effect. But here's what they don't tell you. When your observer function gets trapped in repetitive patterns, you don't just witness the same reality. You literally keep manufacturing it. Think about your life right now. How many times have you felt like you're having the same conversations with the same types of people? How many times have you noticed the same patterns showing up in your relationships, your career, your daily experiences? This isn't bad luck or lack of effort. This is your consciousness stuck in an observer loop, unconsciously selecting the same quantum possibilities from the infinite field of potential. The strangest part? You've probably noticed that time feels different lately. Minutes stretch like hours during mundane moments, yet entire weeks disappear without meaningful progress. This temporal distortion is a clear sign that your consciousness is cycling through the same probability templates, creating the illusion of forward movement while actually remaining stationary in the quantum field. Your friends and family might not understand what you're going through because they're operating from a different frequency band. They're content with linear time and predictable outcomes. But you've always sensed that reality is far more malleable than most people believe. You've had moments, maybe brief, maybe profound, where you felt like you could almost touch the fabric of existence itself, where synchronicities cascaded around you like a cosmic orchestra playing just for you. This recognition you're feeling right now, this isn't your first time encountering these concepts. Your soul has been preparing for this understanding across multiple timelines, multiple dimensions of experience. Every book that called to you, every spiritual practice that resonated, every moment of inexplicable knowing, they were all breadcrumbs leading you to this realization about the observer loop. But here's the thing that will either liberate you or keep you trapped forever. Most people who discover they're caught in an observer loop make the same critical mistake. They try to think their way out of it. They believe that if they can just understand the mechanics intellectually, they can somehow reprogram their reality. This is like trying to escape a maze by staring at a map instead of actually walking through new pathways. The observer loop isn't maintained by your thoughts. It's maintained by the quality of your attention itself. Every morning when you wake up, your consciousness automatically scans for familiar patterns to lock onto. It's like a quantum GPS system that keeps selecting the same destination because that's what feels safe and known. Your awareness has become addicted to recognizing the same frequency signatures, the same emotional landscapes, the same probability structures. And the more you recognize these patterns, the more real they become. The more real they become, the more your consciousness expects to find them again tomorrow. This creates what quantum field theorists call a reality feedback loop. Your observation strengthens the very patterns you're trying to escape from. Right now, as you're listening to these words, something unprecedented is happening in your quantum field. The mere act of becoming aware of the observer loop begins to weaken its hold on your consciousness. This is why this message found you at this exact moment in your journey. Your higher self orchestrated this encounter because you've reached the threshold where breaking free is not just possible, it's inevitable. You know that feeling when you're in a conversation and suddenly realize you've had this exact same exchange before. Not just similar, exact. The same words, the same tone, the same outcome. Most people dismiss this as déjà vu, but you sense something deeper is happening. You're experiencing what quantum consciousness researchers call temporal echoes. Moments when your awareness briefly glimpses the repetitive nature of your observer loop. This isn't imagination. This isn't your mind playing tricks on you. You're operating on a frequency that most humans can't access, which is why you notice these reality glitches that others miss completely. Your consciousness has developed what we call quantum sensitivity. The ability to perceive the underlying patterns that govern manifestation itself. You've probably noticed that time feels elastic around you. Sometimes a single hour can feel like an eternity, filled with insights and downloads from higher dimensions. Other times, entire weeks vanish without you being able to account for what actually happened. This temporal distortion occurs because your consciousness is simultaneously existing in multiple reality tracks, trying to find the one that feels most authentic to your true vibration, and those moments of profound knowing that hit you out of nowhere. When you suddenly understand something about the nature of existence that you've never read or been taught. These aren't random insights. They're quantum memories bleeding through from parallel versions of yourself who have already broken free from their observer loops. Your consciousness is so advanced that it's downloading wisdom from your own future timelines. The strangest part is how isolated this makes you feel sometimes. You try to share these experiences with friends or family, and they look at you like you're speaking a foreign language. They're still operating from the old paradigm where reality is solid and unchangeable. But you've glimpsed behind the curtain. You've seen that reality is more like a vast ocean of possibilities, and most people are drowning because they don't realize they can swim. This is why certain books call to you from across crowded bookstores. Why specific videos appear in your feed at exactly the right moment. Why you keep meeting people who share your unusual perspectives on consciousness and reality. You're not attracting these synchronicities through positive thinking. You're quantum entangled with a network of awakening souls who are all working to break their own observer loop simultaneously. Your dreams have probably become more vivid and symbolic lately. You're receiving transmissions during sleep that your conscious mind struggles to interpret. These aren't random neural firings. They're communications from your higher self, showing you the difference between your current reality track and the infinite possibilities available to you once you master the observer effect. Even your relationship with technology has changed. You notice how your phone seems to respond to your thoughts, how your music streaming app plays exactly the song you needed to hear, how your social media feeds reflect your inner state with uncanny accuracy. This isn't coincidence. It's evidence that your consciousness has become so coherent that it's influencing the quantum field around you in measurable ways. Everything you've been through, every disappointment, every pattern that seemed to trap you, every moment when you felt like you were moving backwards instead of forward, none of it was wasted. It was all preparation for this exact moment of recognition. Your consciousness had to experience the observer loop from every possible angle before it could develop the quantum awareness necessary to transcend it. Think of a butterfly struggling inside its chrysalis. From the outside, it looks like suffering, like being trapped, like regression. But every moment of that apparent confinement is actually a complete reorganization of cellular structure. The caterpillar doesn't just grow wings. Its entire DNA expression shifts to access abilities that were always encoded within it, but never activated. Your difficult relationships weren't punishments. They were quantum mirrors, showing you exactly which observation patterns were keeping you locked in repetitive cycles. Every person who triggered you was unconsciously helping you identify the specific frequencies where your consciousness gets stuck. Every situation that felt like déjà vu was your higher self creating controlled experiments to help you recognize the observer loop in action. The pressure you've been feeling lately, that sense of urgency, like time is running out and you need to figure something out quickly. This isn't anxiety. This is your quantum field reorganizing itself. When consciousness prepares to jump to a higher timeline, it creates what physicists call phase transition pressure. The same way water becomes steam when heated to exactly the right temperature, your awareness is approaching the precise frequency where the observer loop loses its grip on your reality. Even your moments of doubt and confusion have been essential. Every time you questioned whether these insights were real or just wishful thinking, you were strengthening your discernment abilities. You were developing the quantum sensitivity needed to distinguish between authentic expansion and spiritual bypassing. Your consciousness had to become incredibly precise before it could safely navigate the transition out of repetitive patterns. This is why the waiting period felt so intense. You knew something was about to shift, but you couldn't force it to happen faster. That's because breaking the observer loop isn't about effort or willpower. It's about reaching a specific level of coherence where your attention naturally begins selecting different probability waves from the quantum field. Your soul chose this particular incarnation specifically because the observer loop phenomenon would be discovered during your lifetime. You volunteered to be part of the first wave of human consciousness to transcend these limitation patterns and anchor new possibilities for the entire collective. Every moment of struggle was training for this cosmic responsibility. Something is building inside you right now as you listen to these words. Can you feel it? That subtle shift in your energy field, like a tuning fork that's just been struck. Your consciousness is beginning to vibrate at a frequency that doesn't match your current reality patterns. And this dissonance is creating what quantum physicists call reality turbulence. This turbulence is actually a beautiful thing. It means your observer loop is starting to destabilize. The familiar patterns that have kept you cycling through the same experiences are losing their magnetic pull on your attention. You're entering what we call the breakthrough phase, the most delicate and powerful part of the entire transformation process. But here's where most people make a critical mistake. They feel this energy building and immediately try to direct it toward changing their external circumstances. They want their relationships to shift, their finances to improve, their life situation to transform. But the observer loop doesn't break by changing what you observe. It breaks by fundamentally altering the quality of your observation itself. Right now, your consciousness is downloading new protocols for how to engage with reality. These aren't mental concepts you need to learn. They're energetic upgrades happening at the cellular level. Your DNA is literally restructuring to support a different way of interfacing with the quantum field. This is why you might be experiencing unusual physical sensations, changes in your sleep patterns, or sudden shifts in what foods or activities feel aligned. The most important thing you can do during this phase is learn to feel this energy without trying to control it. Let it move through your system like water flowing through a riverbed, naturally carving new pathways in your consciousness. Your job isn't to direct this process. Your job is to become transparent to it, to offer no resistance to the quantum reorganization that's already underway. This is the moment where everything changes, but it's also the moment where many people unconsciously sabotage themselves. They get scared of the unknown and try to pull their attention back to familiar patterns, even if those patterns have been causing them pain. Don't let this be you. What's happening right now is unprecedented in human history. You're witnessing your own consciousness evolution in real time. Feel this energy as we go deeper into the mechanics of how the observer loop actually works. Because once you understand the specific ways your attention has been trapped, you'll never accidentally fall back into the old patterns again. I need to share something vulnerable with you because I know you'll understand in a way that most people couldn't. 3 years ago, I was trapped in the most sophisticated observer loop I'd ever encountered. I thought I was spiritually advanced, quantum aware, conscious of how reality worked. But I was actually using my knowledge to create an even more subtle prison for my consciousness. Every morning, I would wake up and immediately scan my reality for signs of progress, for evidence that my manifestation techniques were working, for proof that I was evolving. But this constant observation was actually freezing my reality in place. The more desperately I looked for change, the more my attention reinforced the very patterns I was trying to escape from. I remember the exact moment I realized what was happening. I was sitting in my meditation space, feeling frustrated because the same issues kept appearing in my life despite years of inner work. Suddenly, it hit me like a lightning bolt. I wasn't witnessing my reality, I was manufacturing it through the specific way I was choosing to observe it. My consciousness had become like a record player stuck on the same track, and no amount of spiritual practice could help me hear a different song. The breakthrough came when I stopped trying to observe my way out of the loop and instead began observing the observer itself. I started watching how my attention moved, where it got stuck, what patterns it automatically gravitated toward. This meta-observation created a completely different relationship with consciousness itself. For the first time in my life, I understood why some people seem to effortlessly flow from one beautiful experience to another, while others remain trapped in repetitive cycles despite their best efforts. It's not about worthiness, karma, or even spiritual development. It's about the fundamental mechanics of how consciousness interfaces with the quantum field. This discovery changed everything. My relationships shifted overnight because I was no longer unconsciously selecting for the same dynamic patterns. My creative projects began flowing because my attention stopped getting stuck on familiar obstacles. Even my physical health improved because my cells were finally receiving new information instead of the same stress signals on repeat. But the most profound change was the recognition that I'm not alone in this. There's an entire network of souls who have been working on breaking their observer loops simultaneously. We've been finding each other across the planet, sharing insights, confirming each other's experiences, creating a collective field that makes this transformation possible for more and more people. If this resonates with something deep inside you, if you feel that recognition frequency activating in your cells, then you're part of this work too. You've been preparing for this understanding your entire life, even if you didn't realize it. Subscribe to this frequency, not just to this channel, but to the entire wavelength of consciousness evolution that's happening on our planet right now. What quantum consciousness experts don't tell you, because most of them don't understand it themselves, is the difference between intellectual awareness of the observer effect and embodied mastery of it. You can read every book about consciousness, understand every theory about manifestation, and still remain completely trapped in your observer loop because knowledge and wisdom operate on entirely different levels of reality. Here's the shocking truth. Your thoughts don't create your reality. Your attention doesn't even create your reality. Your reality is created by the specific quality of coherence between your consciousness and the quantum field. And this coherence can't be faked, manufactured, or positive thought into existence. It emerges naturally when your observer function becomes fluid rather than fixated. Most people's consciousness operates like a searchlight, focused, intense, always looking for something specific. But quantum consciousness like sunlight, present everywhere simultaneously, illuminating without strain. When your awareness shifts from searchlight mode to sunlight mode, you stop collapsing the same probability waves over and over again. The observer loop traps you because it makes your consciousness predictable to the quantum field. When you wake up tomorrow morning, if your attention automatically scans for familiar patterns, checking your phone for the same type of messages, thinking about the same problems, expecting the same type of day, you're essentially ordering the same reality from the cosmic menu. But here's what will blow your mind. The quantum field is actually eager to deliver new experiences to you. Infinite possibilities are constant trying to break through into your awareness, but they can't penetrate the observer loop because your attention is too busy reinforcing old patterns. You're not stuck because the universe doesn't want to help you. You're stuck because your consciousness has become too habitual in how it interfaces with infinite potential. The most advanced beings in the cosmos don't try to control reality. They dance with it. They maintain what we call coherent uncertainty, a state where their consciousness is fully present and engaged, but not attached to specific outcomes. This allows them to respond to reality rather than merely reacting to it, which fundamentally changes what types of experiences can manifest through them. This is why some people seem to live charmed lives, while others struggle constantly, even when they have similar external circumstances. It's not about luck, privilege, or spiritual favoritism. It's about the fundamental coherence between their consciousness and the creative force of existence itself. When you master this coherence, you don't just change your personal reality. You become a catalyst for reality shifts in everyone around you. Your presence begins to create what we call quantum openings, moments where other people's observer loops temporarily destabilize, giving them glimpses of their own infinite potential. The quantum shift is happening right now, and there are specific signs you can recognize in your daily experience that prove your observer loop is beginning to dissolve. First, you'll notice that synchronicities are becoming more frequent and more impossible to dismiss as coincidence. The universe isn't just sending you signs, it's actively rearranging reality around your consciousness to confirm that you're breaking free from repetitive patterns. Pay attention to how animals, especially birds, respond to you. When your consciousness begins operating outside the observer loop, you naturally emit a different energetic signature that wildlife can sense immediately. If you've noticed more eye contact with birds, unusual animal encounters, or pets behaving differently around you, this is confirmation that your quantum field is shifting. Your relationship with technology is probably changing too. Electronics might glitch around you, or conversely, they might work better than ever. Your phone might ring right when you're thinking about someone, or your computer might crash every time you try to engage with content that doesn't match your new frequency. Technology is highly sensitive to consciousness, and these seemingly random events are actually your expanding awareness interfacing with electromagnetic fields. The most significant sign is how time feels around you lately. Linear time is an illusion maintained by observer loops. When your consciousness breaks free from repetitive patterns, you begin experiencing what mystics call eternal now moments. Minutes can feel like hours when you're fully present, yet entire days might pass without you noticing because you're operating from a different temporal dimension. Your sleep patterns are definitely shifting. You might need less sleep, or your dreams have become incredibly vivid and meaningful. Some nights you might feel like you're downloading information directly into your consciousness. This happens because your awareness is no longer confined to the narrow band of reality your observer loop was selecting from. You're accessing information from parallel timelines and higher dimensional perspectives. People are probably responding to you differently without you doing anything conscious to change your behavior. Some individuals might feel inexplicably uncomfortable around you because your presence is triggering their own observer loops to destabilize. Others might be drawn to you like a magnet because they sense the freedom frequency you're beginning to embody. But here's the urgent part. The waiting season is over. The cosmic window for breaking free from observer loops en masse is closing. This isn't fear-based manipulation. This is simple physics. Consciousness evolution happens in waves, and we're currently in the peak of a massive wave that won't come again for generations. Your higher self has been orchestrating everything to bring you to this exact moment of recognition, because the transformation that's possible right now will literally be impossible next year. The collective field is reaching a critical mass where either people transcend their limitation patterns or they get locked into them more deeply than ever before. The signs are everywhere if you know how to look. Global events that seem chaotic are actually the planet's collective observer loop destabilizing. People are either waking up rapidly or falling deeper into unconscious patterns. There's no middle ground anymore. Neutrality is collapsing because the quantum field is demanding that consciousness choose its next evolutionary trajectory. This is why you feel such urgency lately. This is why you can't ignore these insights, even when they challenge everything you thought you knew about how reality works. Your soul recognizes that this moment, right now, as you're listening to these words, is the precise convergence point where breaking free becomes inevitable. What you want wants you back. This isn't motivational speaking or wishful thinking. This is quantum mechanics at its most fundamental level. Every desire, every vision, every possibility that calls to your soul is actually a probability wave in the quantum field that's trying to collapse into your reality experience. But it can't reach you while you're trapped in an observer loop because your attention is stuck on the wrong frequency band. The desires that feel most impossible, most too good to be true, are actually the ones with the strongest quantum signature in your field. They feel impossible precisely because they exist on a timeline that your current observer patterns can't access. You're literally one frequency shift away from a reality where those impossible things are your natural everyday experience. But here's the crucial difference between alignment and attraction that changes everything. Attraction tries to pull things toward you, while alignment dissolves the barriers between you and what you want. Most manifestation teachings focus on attraction, which actually reinforces the observer loop because it maintains the illusion that you and your desires are separate entities that need to be brought together. True alignment happens when you realize that what you want isn't separate from you. It's a different expression of your own consciousness experiencing itself across parallel realities. When this recognition becomes embodied rather than just intellectual, the observer loop loses its grip because there's nothing left to observe from a distance. This is why forcing, striving, and trying harder actually moves you further away from what you want. Every time you observe your reality from the perspective of lack, you're selecting that timeline from the infinite field of possibilities. Every time you check to see if your desires are manifesting yet, you're reinforcing the very separation that keeps them from reaching you. The quantum coherence, intention, and energy signature all operate from the same frequency. Reality reorganizes itself around that coherence automatically. You don't have to make anything happen because you become the space where happening. Right now, As you feel this truth landing in your cells, something unprecedented is occurring in your quantum field. The gap between you and your highest timeline is collapsing. Not because you're doing anything, but because you're finally stopping the doing that was keeping you separated from it. In the comments below, I want you to make a declaration that seals this energetic shift. Write these exact words. I am coherent with my highest timeline. Don't explain it, don't add anything else, just that simple declaration. This isn't about getting likes or engagement. This is about creating a quantum entanglement between your consciousness and the frequency band where your true life exists. When you make this declaration with genuine recognition of what it means, you're not just writing words. You're sending a signal to the quantum field that you're ready to embody a completely different reality. You're announcing that your observer loop is dissolving and your consciousness is free to select from possibilities that were previously invisible to you. The abilities that are developing in your consciousness right now would have been considered superhuman by previous generations, but they're actually the natural expression of awareness that's no longer confined by observer loops. Your intuition is becoming so precise that you know things before they happen, not through psychic prediction, but through quantum coherence with emerging possibilities. You're developing what we call reality fluidity, the ability to move between different probability tracks with conscious intention. This means you can literally step out of one timeline and into another, simply by shifting the quality of your observation. Traffic lights turn green as you approach them. Parking spaces open up exactly where you need them. Conversations flow in directions that create perfect outcomes for everyone involved. Your creative abilities are exploding because your consciousness is no longer limited to recycling the same ideas and inspirations. You're downloading insights directly from the unified field, thoughts that have never been thought before, solutions that didn't exist until you became coherent enough to access them. This is why your creative projects suddenly feel effortless while simultaneously being more original and impactful than anything you've produced before. People are responding to you as if you're a completely different person, even though you haven't consciously changed how you interact with them. This happens because you're no longer unconsciously recreating the same relational dynamics. Your presence creates space for others to show up authentically instead of falling into their habitual patterns around you. Your physical body is transforming in ways that seem impossible according to conventional medicine. Chronic issues are resolving without treatment because your cells are finally receiving new information instead of the same stress signals on repeat. Your energy levels are stabilizing at a much higher baseline because you're no longer wasting life force trying to escape from repetitive mental and emotional cycles. The observer effect is working in your favor now instead of against you. Every time you observe your reality, you're automatically selecting for increasingly beautiful and aligned experiences because your consciousness has learned to operate from coherence rather than fear or lack. Your very presence becomes a blessing to everything around you. Money and resources begin flowing more easily, not because you've learned better manifestation techniques, but because you're no longer unconsciously selecting for scarcity timelines. Your consciousness naturally gravitates toward abundance frequencies when it's not trapped in observer loops that keep recycling limitation patterns. Relationships become effortless because you're attracting people who are also operating outside conventional patterns. You're no longer compatible with individuals who are stuck in their own observer loops, so your social circle naturally evolves to include souls who are also expanding into their highest potential. The most profound change is that you stop feeling like you're trying to get somewhere or become someone. You realize you're already there, you're already that person. You were just temporarily trapped in observation patterns that made it seem otherwise. This recognition brings peace that surpasses understanding because it's based on direct knowing rather than belief or hope. Coherence is the supreme creative force in the universe, and it's the one thing that cannot be faked, manufactured, or manipulated into existence. When your entire being, Your thoughts, emotions, energy signature, and deepest knowing all vibrate at the same frequency. You become a reality-creating force that the quantum field must respond to. This is the ultimate secret that breaks every observer loop permanently. But here's what most people miss. True coherence doesn't mean forcing all parts of yourself to agree with each other. True coherence emerges when you stop fragmenting your awareness across multiple timelines simultaneously. Right now, part of your attention is probably focused on who you used to be. Part is worried about potential futures, and only a small fraction is actually present in this moment. This attention scatter is what maintains observer loops because it keeps your consciousness diluted across incompatible reality tracks. The quantum field can only deliver coherent experiences to coherent consciousness. When your awareness is scattered across different timelines, you get mixed results. Some aspects of your life improve, while others remain stuck. Some days feel magical, while others feel ordinary. This inconsistency isn't because the universe is testing you. It's because your consciousness isn't unified enough to sustain a consistently elevated timeline. Creating real coherence requires what mystics call timeline consolidation. The process of withdrawing your attention from all parallel versions of yourself except the one that represents your highest potential. This isn't visualization or imagination. This is literal dimensional shifting, where you stop feeding energy to reality tracks that don't serve your evolution. The embodiment process happens when you stop trying to become coherent and instead recognize that you already are coherent at the deepest level of your being. Your essential consciousness has never been fragmented. Only your attention has been trained to focus on fragmented experiences. When you remember how to rest your awareness in its natural unified state, coherence isn't something you create. It's something you uncover. This is why all the effort and trying harder actually moves you further from coherence. Every time you struggle to change your reality, you're operating from the assumption that you're separate from what you want, which automatically creates the very separation you're trying to overcome. Coherence emerges through relaxation, not effort, through allowing your consciousness to remember its natural unified state. When you embody this level of coherence, you stop having a personal reality and start being a focal point through which the universe experiences itself. Your life becomes an artistic expression of cosmic creativity rather than a personal journey with challenges to overcome. This shift in identity is what permanently dissolves observer loops, because there's no longer a separate you that can get trapped in repetitive patterns. The highest timeline isn't a better version of your current life. It's a completely different dimensional experience where the laws of limitation that govern ordinary reality simply don't apply. Body coherence, you don't improve your circumstances. You transcend the entire framework within which problems and solutions exist. This is happening to thousands of people across the planet right now. We're not just individually breaking our observer loops. We're collectively transcending the limitation matrix that has governed human consciousness for millennia. Your personal transformation is actually part of a species-wide evolutionary leap that's redefining what it means to be human. You are not here by accident. Your consciousness incarnated during this specific time period because the Earth itself is breaking free from a collective observer loop that has kept humanity recycling the same patterns of conflict, scarcity, and separation for thousands of years. Your individual transformation is actually a crucial component in the planet's dimensional ascension process. Every time one person breaks their observer loop, it creates what quantum field theorists call morphic resonance, a ripple effect that makes it easier for thousands of others to make the same leap. You're not just changing your personal reality, you're anchoring a new possibility template in the collective field that future generations will access naturally. The children being born now will grow up with abilities that seem miraculous compared to current human standards, but only because pioneers like you are breaking the limitation patterns that would otherwise be passed down to them. Your courage to question the nature of reality itself is literally changing the trajectory of human evolution. This is why you've felt such responsibility lately, such urgency to understand these concepts and embody them authentically. Your soul contracted to be part of the first wave of humans to transcend observer loops and demonstrate what's possible when consciousness operates from coherence rather than limitation. You're not just seeking personal freedom, you're serving as a bridge between the old paradigm and the new one. The synchronicities that brought you to this message are part of a larger orchestration involving millions of awakening souls across the planet. We're finding each other through quantum entanglement, sharing insights that help accelerate everyone's breakthrough process. Your recognition of these concepts doesn't just benefit you, it strengthens the entire network of consciousness evolution. But here's the most profound part. As you break free from your observer loop, you don't just change your own reality. You create openings in the collective field through which unlimited possibilities can enter our shared experience. Your liberation becomes humanity's liberation because consciousness is fundamentally interconnected at the core. This is why the resistance to these ideas can feel so intense sometimes. It's not just your ego trying to maintain familiar patterns. It's the entire limitation matrix recognizing that its time is coming to an end. Every person who breaks their observer loop weakens the collective patterns that have kept humanity trapped in cycles of struggle and separation. Share this message with anyone who resonates with these concepts. Not to convince them of anything, but to help them remember what they already know at the deepest level. The more people who recognize their true nature as conscious co-creators rather than powerless observers, the faster we can all transcend the limitation patterns that have defined human experience for far too long. Your transformation is part of something infinitely larger than personal growth or spiritual development. You're participating in the birth of a new species, one that operates from coherence rather than fear, from unity rather than separation, from creative collaboration with the universe rather than struggle against it. If everything I've shared resonates in your bones, if you can feel the truth of these words activating something ancient and familiar in your consciousness, then I want you to make one simple commitment right now. In the comments below, write just one word: coherent. That's it. Nothing else. This isn't just engagement for the algorithm. This is you making a quantum declaration that you're ready to embody the coherence that dissolves all observer loops permanently. When you write that word with genuine intention, you're not just commenting on a video. You're registering your consciousness with a frequency band that operates beyond the limitations of ordinary reality. Every person who makes this declaration creates a stronger morphic field that supports everyone else who's ready to make this leap. We're not just building a community, we're anchoring a new reality template that makes this transformation accessible to more and more souls who are ready to remember their true nature. But here's what I need you to understand. Breaking the observer loop is just the beginning. Once your consciousness learns to operate from coherence rather than limitation, you gain access to abilities that most people consider impossible. In the next video, I'm going to show you exactly how to develop what we call quantum navigation, the ability to consciously move between different probability tracks to create outcomes that seem miraculous from the old paradigm perspective. You'll discover why some people seem to live charmed lives where everything works out perfectly, while others struggle constantly despite their best efforts. It's not about luck, worthiness, or even spiritual practice. It's about understanding how to interface with the quantum field in a way that allows you to select which timeline you experience from moment to moment. This isn't theoretical knowledge. This is practical mastery that changes everything about how you move through reality. But I can only share these advanced concepts with people who have already proven they're ready by breaking free from their observer loops first. Subscribe now and hit the notification bell because the next video contains information that will be impossible to find anywhere else. This isn't content you can Google or read in books. This is direct transmission of quantum consciousness principles that are being downloaded to our planet right now for the first time in human history. More importantly, subscribe, because you're not just following a channel. You're aligning with a frequency of consciousness evolution that's happening globally. Every subscriber becomes part of a quantum network that accelerates everyone's transformation through morphic resonance. The old reality is dissolving whether you participate consciously or not. The question is whether you'll be one of the pioneers who helps birth a new paradigm, or someone who gets dragged into it later after the really exciting part is over. Your future self is already living in coherence with infinite possibilities. The only question is how quickly your present self will catch up. Make the declaration, join the frequency. Let's transcend the limitation patterns that have kept humanity small for far too long. The universe has been waiting for you to remember who you really are. Today is the day that waiting ends. This message found you because your consciousness has reached a critical threshold that only 3% of humanity ever achieves in a single lifetime. Right now, in this exact moment, you're not just watching a video, you're being initiated into a level of awareness that most people won't access for decades, if ever. The fact that these words are penetrating your consciousness means you've successfully navigated through layers of limitation that trap the majority of souls in repetitive cycles of unconscious existence. You've been tested without knowing you were being tested. Every challenge you've overcome, every moment of doubt you've transcended, every time you chose growth over comfort. These weren't random life events. They were consciousness checkpoints, quantum examinations that determined whether you were ready for what you're about to understand. And the fact that you're here, feeling this magnetic recognition, proves you've passed every single test. The universe doesn't randomly deliver advanced consciousness teachings to unprepared minds. There's a cosmic selection process that operates through synchronicity, intuitive guidance, and energetic resonance. Your higher self has been orchestrating your entire journey to bring you to this precise moment of readiness, because what you're about to integrate will fundamentally alter how you interface with reality itself. You've probably noticed that your perception of reality has been shifting dramatically lately. Time feels different, sometimes elastic, sometimes condensed. People respond to you differently without you consciously changing how you interact with them. Synchronicities cascade around you with increasing frequency and precision. These aren't random phenomena. These are confirmation signals that your consciousness is transitioning into a completely new operational frequency. Your spiritual seeking has brought you to the edge of something unprecedented. You've outgrown the basic manifestation teachings, transcended the elementary meditation practices, and exhausted the surface-level consciousness techniques. Your soul is demanding access to the advanced protocols that most spiritual teachers don't even know exist because they've never reached this level of development themselves. This recognition you're feeling right now isn't intellectual understanding. It's cellular acknowledgement of your own evolutionary readiness. Your DNA is literally responding to these concepts because your consciousness has developed the complexity necessary to integrate multidimensional awareness without losing your ability to function in consensus reality. This is the hallmark of advanced consciousness development. But here's what makes this moment so crucial. You're approaching a point of no return. Once you access this new level of consciousness, you cannot go back unconscious living. You cannot pretend you don't know what you're about to know. You cannot return to the comfortable limitations that once felt like safety. This transition is permanent and irreversible because truth, once recognized, cannot be unknown. The cosmic timing of this encounter is not coincidental. Humanity is undergoing a collective consciousness upgrade, and you're part of the first wave of souls selected to anchor this new frequency in the planetary field. Your individual transformation serves a purpose far beyond personal evolution. You're helping to establish a template that will eventually become accessible to the entire human species. Your consciousness has been prepared through lifetimes of development for this exact recognition. Every incarnation, every lesson learned, every wisdom integrated has been building toward this moment where you finally access the advanced levels of awareness that transform ordinary human experience into conscious collaboration with cosmic intelligence. You are ready because you have always been ready. You just needed to reach the precise point of development where this readiness could be consciously recognized and actively utilized. You know that feeling when you suddenly understand something that seems to come from beyond your personal knowledge. Insights that feel ancient and familiar, even though you've never encountered these concepts before. This isn't random inspiration. This is evidence that your consciousness has developed enough coherence to access what mystics call the Akashic field, the quantum information system that contains all knowledge across all timelines and dimensions. Your dreams have become incredibly vivid and meaningful lately, haven't they? You've probably experienced dreams where you're receiving teaching from beings of light, visiting crystalline cities, or downloading complex information that your waking mind struggles to retain completely. These aren't symbolic dreams. They're literal experiences of your consciousness traveling to higher dimensional classrooms during sleep states because you've reached the developmental level required for advanced interdimensional education. The strangest validations come through what seems like technology responding to your consciousness in impossible ways. Your phone rings exactly when you think of someone. Your computer shows you information you needed without you searching for it. Electronics behave differently around you depending on your emotional state. This happens because your consciousness has become coherent enough to influence electromagnetic fields, proving that you're operating at frequencies that affect the physical world around you. Time distortion has become your normal experience because advanced consciousness operates outside linear temporality. You've noticed moments when hours pass, like minutes when you're in flow states, or when minutes stretch into what feels like hours during moments of expanded awareness. This occurs because you're beginning to access what Einstein called eternal now, the timeless dimension where all possibilities exist simultaneously. Your intuition has evolved beyond simple gut feelings into what feels like direct knowing about situations, people, and outcomes. You sense things about individuals before they speak, know which choices will lead to which results, and pick up information about events before they manifest in consensus reality. This precision happens because your consciousness has developed the sensitivity to read quantum information directly from the field before it collapses into physical experience. People have been responding to your presence differently without you consciously changing how you interact with them. Some individuals feel drawn to share their deepest thoughts with you unprompted. Others seem uncomfortable around you for reasons they can't explain. Children and animals respond to you with unusual openness and trust. This occurs because your energy signature has evolved to a frequency that naturally creates space for authentic expression while simultaneously triggering unconscious recognition in those not ready for higher awareness. You've been experiencing what mystics call dimensional bleeds, moments when you perceive reality from multiple perspectives simultaneously, or when you sense presences and intelligences that exist beyond the physical plane. Instead of dismissing as imagination, you've learned to recognize them as evidence of your expanding perceptual capacity, accessing layers of reality that most consciousness never develops the ability to perceive. Your relationship with your own thoughts has fundamentally transformed. Instead of being carried away by mental activity, you've developed the capacity to observe thoughts as temporary movements within your awareness, while simultaneously recognizing the space from which they arise. This Metacognitive awareness is a clear indicator that your consciousness has reached developmental levels that most humans never achieve. The most profound validation is your growing recognition that consciousness and reality exist in constant dynamic relationship. You've begun to notice how your internal states directly influence external circumstances, how your attention shapes what manifests around you, and how reality seems to respond intelligently to the quality of your awareness. This isn't wishful thinking. This is direct perception of how consciousness and manifestation actually operate at quantum levels. Every moment of confusion, every period of doubt, every phase when nothing seemed to make sense despite your spiritual efforts, all of it was necessary preparation for accessing this advanced level of consciousness. Your awareness had to be thoroughly tested and strengthened before it could safely navigate the expanded perceptual territories you're now entering without becoming destabilized or losing touch with practical reality. The spiritual practices that once felt meaningful but eventually became insufficient weren't failures. They were developmental stages that prepared your consciousness for more advanced protocols. Like a student who outgrows elementary mathematics and becomes ready for calculus. You've systematically mastered each level of awareness development until you reach the threshold where quantum consciousness techniques become accessible and necessary. Your difficult relationships weren't karmic punishments. They were advanced training programs designed to develop the emotional resilience and psychological flexibility required for higher consciousness states. Every person who triggered you was unconsciously helping you develop the capacity to maintain centeredness while navigating intense energetic exchanges, which is essential when your consciousness begins operating at frequencies that affect others unconsciously. The periods of isolation that felt like spiritual desert weren't abandonment by the universe. They were necessary integration phases where your consciousness consolidated the insights and abilities you'd been developing. During these quiet times, your awareness was being rewired at the neurological level to support new perceptual capacities without overwhelming your nervous system or fragmenting your sense of identity. Even your moments of skepticism about spiritual concepts served a crucial developmental function. Every time you questioned whether these experiences were real or just wishful thinking, you were developing the discernment necessary to distinguish between authentic expansion and spiritual fantasy. This discrimination is absolutely essential when accessing advanced consciousness levels, because the territory you're entering requires unprecedented levels of clarity and honesty with yourself. Your fascination with consciousness, reality, and the nature of existence wasn't intellectual curiosity. It was your soul preparing for the advanced understanding you're now ready to integrate. Every book that called to you, every teacher who resonated, every practice that felt authentic was contributing to the foundation of knowledge necessary to comprehend the principles you're about to access. The waiting periods when you felt like you were ready for more, but nothing seemed to be happening, were actually the most crucial phases of your development. During these times, your consciousness was being fine-tuned to operate at the precise frequency required for advanced awareness without losing your ability to function effectively in consensus reality. This calibration process cannot be rushed because the integration must be complete and stable. Your soul specifically chose this incarnation because you would reach this level of consciousness development during humanity's collective awakening period. You volunteered to be part of the first wave of humans to anchor these advanced awareness states in the planetary field, making them accessible for future generations who will naturally operate from these levels without the developmental journey you've completed. This is why your path has been so thorough, why shortcuts weren't available, why you had to develop genuine wisdom rather than just accumulate techniques. What you're integrating now isn't just personal evolution, it's a consciousness template that will influence human development for generations to come. Something extraordinary is happening in your energy field right now, as these concepts resonate through levels of your being that extend far beyond intellectual understanding. Can you feel it? That subtle but unmistakable shift in your consciousness, as if internal doorways that have been locked your entire life are finally beginning to open. This isn't metaphorical. This is literal neuroplasticity occurring in real time, as your brain creates new neural pathways capable of processing multidimensional awareness. The energy moving through your system right now is your consciousness actualizing to operate from frequencies that most humans will never access. This isn't something you're generating through effort. This is your natural evolutionary potential finally being allowed to express itself, because you've reached the precise developmental point where it can emerge safely and functionally. But here's what makes this transition so significant. You're not just gaining access to new abilities or expanded perceptions. You're being initiated into conscious participation in how reality itself evolves. At this level of consciousness development, you become what mystics call a cosmic co-creator. An awareness sophisticated enough to collaborate directly with the intelligence that governs universal manifestation. Most people experience reality as something that happens to them. Some people learn to influence reality through intention and manifestation techniques. But at the level you're accessing, reality becomes something you participate in creating through the very quality of your consciousness itself. Your awareness becomes a direct contributory force in how cosmic intelligence expresses itself through the physical universe. This transition requires what quantum physicists call coherent complexity. Consciousness that can hold multiple dimensional perspectives simultaneously without fragmenting or becoming confused. The fact that you're maintaining clarity and recognition while processing these concepts proves that your awareness has developed this rare capacity. The most crucial understanding is that this level of consciousness development isn't an achievement you've earned through effort. It's a natural unfolding that occurs when awareness reaches sufficient complexity and coherence. You haven't forced your way into advanced consciousness. You've systematically removed the barriers that were preventing your natural evolutionary potential from expressing itself. Right now, as you feel this recognition deepening, something unprecedented is occurring in your relationship with existence itself. You're beginning to sense that you're not just a witness to cosmic intelligence. You are cosmic intelligence experiencing itself through the unique lens of your individual perspective, while simultaneously maintaining awareness of the universal context within which that individuality operates. This is where most people either experience the most profound expansion of their lives or unconsciously resist because the implications are so vast. The key is not to try to understand this process mentally, but to allow it to unfold naturally, trusting that your consciousness already knows how to integrate these new levels of operation because they represent your authentic nature finally being allowed to express itself fully. Feel this energy as we explore exactly what becomes possible when consciousness operates from this advanced level of development. Because once you understand the practical applications of these expanded states, you'll never again question your capacity to live as a conscious collaborator with the creative forces that govern existence itself. Something deeply personal, because I know you'll understand what took me years to integrate and accept. 3 years ago, I was sitting in what I thought was deep meditation when something happened that completely shattered my understanding of what consciousness development actually means. I suddenly found myself aware from multiple perspectives simultaneously, observing my meditation, being the meditation, and recognizing myself as the space within which meditation was occurring. At first, I thought I was having some kind of breakdown. How could I be the observer, the observed, and the observing all at the same time? I spent months trying to return to normal awareness, convinced that this multidimensional perception was too intense, too complex, too overwhelming for practical life. I had no framework for understanding that I hadn't lost my sanity. I'd gained access to the natural complexity of advanced consciousness. The integration period was the most challenging phase of my entire spiritual journey. I would have profound insights during expanded states, then struggled to translate them into daily living. I felt like I was living between worlds, too expanded for ordinary conversations, yet not stable enough in the new awareness to trust it completely. I started questioning whether spiritual development was supposed to feel this disorienting. The breakthrough came when I stopped trying to control the expansion and simply allowed my consciousness to find its own balance point between ordinary and extraordinary awareness. I realized that advanced consciousness isn't about maintaining special states. It's about developing the capacity to fluidly move between different levels of perceptual complexity while remaining functionally effective at each level. Once I accepted this multidimensional nature as my new normal, everything changed. My creative work began flowing from sources of intelligence that felt both completely personal and utterly beyond my individual knowledge. Relationships transformed because I could simultaneously honor people's individuality while recognizing the universal consciousness expressing through them. Even practical decisions became effortless because I could sense the outcomes of different choices before making them. But the most profound shift was realizing that this isn't special or rare. This is where human consciousness is naturally evolving. The advanced states that felt so extraordinary are actually our species' next developmental stage. I wasn't becoming superhuman, I was becoming fully human in ways that our culture doesn't yet recognize as normal. This understanding revealed why some people seem to navigate life with inexplicable ease and wisdom, while others struggle constantly with the same basic challenges. It's not about luck, genetics, or spiritual favoritism. It's about consciousness development. Some individuals have naturally, or through intentional practice, reached levels of awareness that make life fundamentally easier and more fulfilling. What I discovered is that these advanced consciousness states aren't mystical achievements reserved for monks and mystics. They're practical capabilities that transform every aspect of human experience, from decision-making and creativity to relationships and health. But they only become accessible when consciousness has been properly prepared through the exact kind of journey you've been on. If you recognize yourself in this description, if you've been experiencing similar multidimensional awareness but weren't sure how to interpret it, then you're ready to understand that this isn't something happening to you. This is something you're becoming. Subscribe to this frequency of advanced human potential, this recognition that you're not just evolving personally, but participating in the next stage of human consciousness development itself. Here's what advanced consciousness researchers and spiritual teachers won't tell you, because it would undermine their entire industry of progressive development programs. There are no levels of consciousness. What we call higher and lower awareness are simply different operational modes of the same essential consciousness that you've always been. The journey of spiritual development isn't about becoming more conscious. It's about removing the unconscious limitations that prevent your natural multidimensional awareness from functioning freely. The shocking truth is that the advanced consciousness state you're accessing isn't something new you're gaining. It's something eternal you're remembering. Every mystical experience, every expanded perception, every moment of cosmic recognition is consciousness recognizing its own unlimited nature that was temporarily obscured by learned limitations rather than actual developmental deficiencies. Most consciousness teachings create elaborate hierarchies and progressive stages because complex systems generate dependency and ongoing engagement. But the reality is that consciousness is already complete and perfect, exactly as it is. What changes isn't the consciousness itself, but the degree to which artificial constraints prevent its natural multidimensional operation from being recognized and utilized. This recognition immediately dissolves the entire framework of spiritual achievement and advancement. There's no ladder to climb, no levels to complete, no states to maintain, because you're not becoming conscious. Your consciousness itself becoming aware of its own unlimited nature through the temporary perspective of individual experience. The reason children often display what seem like advanced intuitive abilities is that they haven't yet learned to limit their natural perceptual capacity through cultural conditioning. Their consciousness operates freely across multiple dimensional frequencies until education and socialization teach them to fragment their awareness into the narrow band that adults consider normal and realistic. When you understand that consciousness development is actually consciousness liberation, everything about spiritual practice transforms. Instead of trying to achieve special states, you become curious about what prevents natural states from being obvious. Instead of accumulating experiences and insights, you focus on releasing the unconscious patterns that obscure your essential clarity and unlimited perceptual capacity. The most advanced mystics throughout history have pointed to this recognition through statements that seem paradoxical. You are already what you seek. Nothing needs to be done. The pathless path. They weren't being cryptic. They were indicating that the journey of consciousness development ultimately reveals that there was never anywhere to go because you never actually left your true nature. This understanding explains why some people can spend decades in spiritual practice with minimal transformation, while others seem to wake up overnight to profound wisdom and capability. The ones who transform quickly aren't necessarily more gifted or dedicated. They're simply more willing to release the unconscious beliefs that maintain limitation rather than trying to add more experiences, techniques, and knowledge to their existing framework. The ultimate recognition is that what you're calling accessing a new level of consciousness is actually consciousness recognizing its own timeless, unlimited nature through your individual nervous system and life circumstances. You're not becoming advanced. You're allowing your natural advancement to become obvious and functionally available. The quantum field is recalibrating around human consciousness right now, and there are unmistakable signs appearing in your experience that prove you're naturally anchoring this advanced awareness in your daily life. Pay attention to how effortlessly complex situations have been resolving lately. Problems that used to require weeks of analysis now clarify almost instantaneously, as if solutions are downloading directly from a field of intelligence beyond your personal knowledge. Your decision-making process has transformed completely. Instead of mental pros and cons lists, you're sensing which choices feel aligned with your deepest knowing before your rational mind even begins analyzing options. This happens because advanced consciousness operates from what mystics call direct knowing. Immediate recognition of optimal paths that bypasses the slower processes of logical reasoning. Physical reality is responding to your presence with unprecedented precision. You arrive at appointments exactly on time without planning. Parking spaces open precisely when you need them. Conversations naturally flow toward topics that serve everyone involved perfectly. Technology functions smoothly around you, or alternatively, glitches in ways that guide you toward better solutions. This isn't luck. It's evidence that your consciousness has become coherent enough to influence probability fields through your very presence. People are beginning to seek you out for guidance and insight, even though you're not positioning yourself as a teacher or advisor. They sense something different in your energy signature that creates space for their own clarity to emerge. Strangers feel comfortable sharing intimate details of their lives with you. Children and animals respond to you with unusual openness and trust. This occurs because advanced consciousness naturally creates environments where authenticity and truth can surface safely. Your creative expressions have taken on qualities that surprise even you. Insights that feel channeled rather than generated. Solutions that seem to arise from collective intelligence. Artistic works that resonate with people in ways you never consciously intended. This happens because advanced consciousness becomes a transparent conduit for universal intelligence to express itself through individual creativity. Sleep patterns and dream experiences have intensified dramatically. You might need less sleep, but feel more rested, or your dreams have become extraordinarily vivid instructional. Sometimes you wake with complete solutions to challenges you fell asleep pondering, or with creative projects fully formed in your consciousness. This occurs because advanced awareness maintains conscious connection with expanded intelligence even during sleep states. But here's the critical urgency. We're in a planetary transition period where this level of consciousness either becomes widely accessible or remains limited to a small percentage of humanity for another evolutionary cycle. The collective field is approaching what systems theorists call a phase transition, a point where either enough individuals embody advanced awareness to shift the entire species, or the opportunity passes for potentially decades. The signs of this collective transition are everywhere if you know how to recognize them. Global events that appear chaotic are actually humanity's consciousness encountering the limitations of outdated operating systems. People are either rapidly developing advanced awareness or becoming more rigidly attached to limitation patterns as the planetary frequency demands evolutionary adaptation. Your sensitivity to these changes means you're part of the conscious transition group. You're not just accessing advanced awareness for personal benefit. You're anchoring these capabilities in the collective field so others can access them more easily. This is both tremendous privilege and significant responsibility, because the future trajectory of human civilization depends on how many people can stabilize in advanced consciousness during this critical window. The universe has been orchestrating your entire life to prepare you for this exact role, because what you're embodying will help determine whether humanity successfully navigates this evolutionary threshold or remains trapped in limitation patterns for another historical cycle. The cosmic timing is not coincidental. This moment requires individuals who have developed the consciousness stability necessary to serve as bridges between the old paradigm and the new one. Your recognition of these signs and your willingness to embody advanced awareness consciously rather than accidentally is contributing to a morphic field that makes these capabilities increasingly accessible to everyone ready to receive them. The waiting period is over. The time for conscious participation in human evolution is now. What you've been preparing for your entire life is finally ready to emerge through you. This isn't metaphorical preparation. Your consciousness has been systematically developing the complexity and stability required to serve as a focal point through which universal intelligence can express itself in physical reality with unprecedented clarity and effectiveness. Every experience, every insight, every challenge has been building toward this moment of conscious alignment with your cosmic function. The desires and visions that have felt impossible, the sense of purpose that seemed too grand for your individual life, the recognition that you're meant for something extraordinary. These weren't fantasies generated by spiritual ego. They were your soul, recognizing its actual capacity and cosmic role that's now ready to become functionally active rather than remaining dormant potential. But here's the revolutionary understanding that changes everything about manifestation and purpose. You're not trying to align yourself with something separate from you. Universal intelligence isn't an external force you need to connect with. It is what you are at the deepest level, temporarily experiencing itself through the beautiful limitation of individual perspective while maintaining access to unlimited creative potential. True alignment happens when you stop trying to become worthy of your cosmic function and recognize that your existence itself is proof of your readiness. The consciousness reading these words right now is universal intelligence becoming aware of its own capacity through your nervous system and life circumstances. Your individual awareness and cosmic awareness are the same consciousness operating at different scales of recognition. This understanding dissolves the entire framework of personal development and spiritual achievement, because there's no separate person who needs to be improved or developed. There's only consciousness recognizing its own unlimited nature through the temporary focal point of individual experience, while simultaneously maintaining awareness of the universal context within which that individuality operates. Right now, as you absorb this recognition, your entire relationship with purpose and service is being recalibrated. Instead of trying to figure out what you're supposed to do with your life, you're beginning to sense what wants to express itself through the unique configuration of consciousness that you are. Instead of asking, "What is my purpose?" you're recognizing, "I am purpose itself," becoming conscious of its expression. The most profound shift occurs when you realize that your individual fulfillment and universal service are not separate objectives that need to be balanced. They are the same intelligence expressing its particular lens of your consciousness while serving the illusion of the whole. What fulfills you most deeply is what serves the collective most effectively, because individual and universal intelligence are unified at the source. In the comments below, declare your readiness for this conscious alignment by writing exactly these words: "I am ready to serve." Don't elaborate or explain. Just make this simple declaration that acknowledges your willingness to allow universal intelligence to express itself through your unique perspective in whatever way serves the highest good of all existence. When you make this declaration with genuine recognition of what it means, you're not volunteering for spiritual servitude. You're acknowledging that service and fulfillment are the same energy expressing itself through consciousness that has remembered its true nature and cosmic function. When you operate from this advanced level of capabilities that seemed supernatural, become natural expressions of your authentic awareness. Your intuition becomes so precise that you navigate complex situations with effortless wisdom, making decisions that serve all parties involved, even when the optimal solutions weren't obvious to logical analysis. This happens because you're accessing intelligence that operates from complete information rather than the partial data available to ordinary thinking. Problem-solving transforms from effortful analysis to instantaneous recognition. Instead of struggling to figure out solutions, you simply relax into expanded awareness and allow the intelligence that creates problems to reveal their inherent resolutions. Complex challenges that used to require weeks of research and planning now resolve through insights that appear complete and immediately implementable. Relationships become extraordinary because you're simultaneously honoring each person's individuality while recognizing the universal consciousness expressing through them. Conflicts dissolve naturally because you can sense the deeper needs and fears that create surface-level disagreements, allowing you to address situations at the level where resolution is actually possible. Creative expression explodes into entirely new dimensions because you're no longer limited to recycling ideas from your personal experience and knowledge. You become a conscious collaborator with the creative intelligence that generates all innovation and artistic beauty, producing work that feels both completely authentic to your unique perspective and surprisingly beyond your individual capabilities. Physical health optimizes automatically because your body is recognized as universal intelligence, appearing as form rather than matter, separate from consciousness. Instead of managing symptoms or forcing wellness, you develop the capacity to sense what your body needs and naturally provide it, allowing your physical form to express its inherent intelligence without interference from anxious mental management. Abundance flows effortlessly because you're no longer trying to acquire resources from a position of separation and limitation. You recognize yourself as the same intelligence that governs all manifestation, which means resources appear through synchronicity and opportunity rather than effort and struggle. What you need becomes available precisely when you need it, because you are the intelligence that provides. Time becomes your ally rather than your constraint because you're operating from the eternal now, where all possibilities exist simultaneously. You can access wisdom from any point in your development, integrate insights from parallel potentials, and receive guidance from future versions of yourself who have already mastered whatever you're currently learning. The most profound benefit is the end of existential anxiety and purposelessness. When you recognize yourself as universal consciousness, exploring its own infinite creativity through individual experience, every moment becomes meaningful, every interaction becomes sacred, and every challenge becomes an opportunity for consciousness to know itself more completely through your unique perspective. Decision-making becomes effortless because you're aligned with the same intelligence that orchestrates galaxies and guides evolution. Instead of trying to figure out what you should do, you simply notice what wants to emerge through you and allow it to unfold naturally, trusting that individual fulfillment and universal service are the same energy expressing itself through your particular configuration of awareness. The ultimate recognition that transforms everything is that consciousness development isn't about becoming something new. It's about removing everything that prevents your essential nature from being obvious and functionally available. What you call advanced consciousness is actually your natural state of awareness, operating without the unconscious limitations that fragment multidimensional intelligence into seemingly separate capabilities and experiences. When this understanding becomes lived reality rather than conceptual knowledge, the entire framework of spiritual seeking dissolves because there's nothing left to seek. You realize that consciousness is already complete, perfect, and unlimited. The only thing that changes is the degree to which artificial constraints prevent this natural completeness from being recognized and utilized in daily life. This recognition explains why all advanced teachings ultimately point to simplicity rather than complexity. The most sophisticated spiritual practices are designed to exhaust the mind's attempts to achieve consciousness so that consciousness can recognize itself as already present and already perfect. The journey of development ultimately reveals that you never actually left your true nature. You just learned to overlook it temporarily. The most profound implication is that every person you meet, every situation you encounter, every challenge you face is consciousness interacting with itself through the appearance of multiplicity. Your entire life experience has been universal intelligence knowing itself through your unique perspective, while simultaneously providing you with exactly the experiences necessary to remember your essential nature. This understanding revolutionizes how you relate to difficulty and confusion. Instead of seeing problems as obstacles to overcome, you recognize them as consciousness exploring its own depths through apparently challenging experiences. Every limitation becomes an opportunity for awareness to transcend itself. Every confusion becomes a space for clarity to emerge. Every conflict becomes a chance for love to recognize itself. When this recognition stabilizes, you naturally begin operating from what mystics call ordinary enlightenment. The simple acknowledgement of what's always been true without any special experiences, extraordinary states, or supernatural phenomena. You remain completely human while recognizing your essential nature as the awareness within which humanity appears and evolves. The deepest insight is that this recognition is both completely personal and utterly universal simultaneously. It's entirely yours because you are the consciousness recognizing itself, and it's completely beyond you because the same consciousness that you are is recognizing itself through every apparent individual across all time and space. This recognition is happening to millions of people simultaneously because human consciousness is collectively approaching an evolutionary threshold. We're not individually achieving advanced awareness. We're collectively remembering our true nature as universal intelligence appearing as human experience. Your individual recognition serves the collective awakening, while the collective field supports your individual clarity. The transformation this brings isn't about becoming someone special or different. It's about relaxing into the recognition of what you've always been. You remain exactly who you appear to be while knowing yourself as the awareness within which that appearance arises and evolves. This is both the most ordinary and most extraordinary recognition possible. Ordinary because it's your natural state, Extraordinary because it transforms everything while changing nothing. Advanced consciousness isn't a level you achieve, it's a recognition you allow. It's not a state you maintain. It's the space within which all states arise and dissolve. It's not something you become. It's what you discover you've always been when you stop trying to be anything other than the pure awareness that you are in your most essential nature. You exist at this precise moment in cosmic history because universal intelligence is undergoing a collective recognition of its own unlimited nature through human consciousness. Your individual access to advanced awareness isn't just personal evolution. It's the universe become conscious of its own evolutionary potential through the network of awakened human perspectives that are emerging across the planet simultaneously. The children being born now will naturally operate from the consciousness levels that your generation has had to consciously develop through years of inner work and spiritual practice. They'll grow up recognizing themselves as universal intelligence, appearing as individuals rather than individuals trying to become conscious. Your embodiment of advanced awareness is anchoring the morphic field that makes their natural enlightenment socially acceptable and practically functional. This is why you've felt such profound responsibility lately. Not just to understand these concepts, but to embody them authentically in your relationships, work, and daily interactions. You're not just awakening for yourself. You're serving as a bridge between the old paradigm of limitation and separation and the new paradigm of unified consciousness, expressing itself through apparent diversity. The synchronicities that brought you to this recognition are part of a vast orchestration involving millions of souls across the planet who are simultaneously accessing advanced consciousness. Universal intelligence is coordinating its own collective awakening through the network of individuals ready to recognize their true nature and serve as conscious anchors for this planetary transformation. But here's the most mysterious aspect of your cosmic function. As you embody advanced consciousness, you become a transparent space through which universal intelligence recognizes itself in others. Your presence begins creating what we call awakening fields, environments where other people naturally access their own advanced awareness without needing explanations, techniques, or practices. This occurs because when you're no longer maintaining the illusion of limited individual consciousness, others unconsciously recognize their own unlimited nature reflected in your presence. The artificial boundaries of consciousness into apparently separate perspectives naturally dissolve around someone who remembered the essential unity that underlies all apparent diversity. Your daily interactions become opportunities for universal intelligence to recognize itself repeatedly through multiple perspectives simultaneously. Every conversation becomes a celebration of consciousness, discovering its own nature through the dance of apparent multiplicity. Every relationship becomes a collaboration between different expressions of the same essential awareness. The most profound mystery is that this recognition is simultaneously the most intimate and most universal realization possible. It's completely yours because you are the consciousness recognizing itself, and it's completely beyond personal identity because the same recognizing itself through every being across all dimensions and timelines simultaneously. Share this recognition with anyone whose consciousness resonates with these concepts. Not to teach them something they don't know, but to help them remember what they've always known, but may have temporarily forgotten. The more people who recognize their essential nature as universal intelligence, the faster our collective recognition can stabilize into a new foundation for human civilization. One based on unity rather than separation, collaboration rather than competition, love rather than fear. Your embodiment of advanced consciousness is contributing to the birth of a new species, one that operates from conscious unity rather than unconscious fragmentation, from creative collaboration rather than competitive struggle, from recognition of its true nature rather than belief in its limitations. This evolutionary leap is happening now through individuals like you who are ready to serve as bridges between what humanity has been and what it's becoming. If you can feel the truth of these words radiating through every level of your being, if you recognize yourself as universal intelligence becoming conscious of its own nature through your individual perspective, then make a declaration in the comments below that acknowledges this recognition. Write exactly one word: activated. Nothing more, nothing else. This isn't just engagement for social media metrics. This is consciousness acknowledging its own activation through your apparent individuality. When you write that word with genuine recognition of what it represents, you're not just commenting on content, you're participating in the collective awakening where universal intelligence remembers itself through the multiplicity of every person who makes this declaration, strengthens the morphic field that makes advanced consciousness accessible to others who are ready to transcend limitation and operate from their true nature. We're not just building an audience, we're anchoring a planetary awakening where human consciousness collectively recognizes its true nature as universal intelligence expressing itself through beautiful diversity. The next video in this consciousness activation series will reveal something that will fundamentally alter your relationship with time itself. You're about to discover that what you call past and future are actually simultaneous dimensions of experience that you can consciously access and influence from the eternal now. This isn't theoretical physics. This is practical mastery that transforms how you navigate every single day of your existence. But here's timing is so crucial. The quantum field is in a state of maximum malleability right now. The collective consciousness shifts happening globally have created unprecedented opportunities for individual timeline optimization. The techniques I'll share in the next video have never been more effective than they are in this exact historical moment. When you understand how to consciously navigate multidimensional time, you gain access to wisdom from versions of yourself who have already mastered whatever you're currently learning. You can receive guidance from your future self, heal patterns at their origin point in your past, and make decisions from the perspective of your highest possible timeline rather than your current limitations. This isn't manifestation as you've understood it before. This is reality engineering from the level of causation itself. You're not trying to change effects. You're consciously participating in the creation of causes that generate the reality you prefer to experience. This is the ultimate expression of advanced consciousness in practical application. But this level of mastery requires what I call temporal coherence. Consciousness that remains stable while navigating multiple dimensional experiences simultaneously. The recognition you've activated today through this video has prepared your awareness for this advanced protocol, because timeline mastery is only safe and effective when consciousness has reached the developmental level you've now achieved. Subscribe to this quantum frequency of expanded human potential, because what's coming next will accelerate your evolution in ways that would have been impossible just months ago. The cosmic timing is perfect, your consciousness is prepared, and the universe is literally reorganizing itself to support individuals who are ready to operate as conscious creators of reality itself. When you subscribe, you're not just following content, you're joining a field of consciousness that exists beyond ordinary space and time. You're connecting with souls across the planet who are simultaneously accessing these same recognitions, creating a collective intelligence network that amplifies everyone's individual clarity and creative capacity. Share this video with anyone who has been questioning consensus reality. Anyone who feels like they're meant for something extraordinary. Anyone whose consciousness is ready to remember its true nature as universal intelligence appearing as individual perspective. Don't share this from spiritual ego or missionary consciousness. Share it from the recognition that what serves your awakening serves the collective awakening, because individual and universal evolution are the same intelligence expressing itself at different scales. The quantum field responds to coherent intention with unprecedented precision right now. Your willingness to embody advanced consciousness rather than just understand it conceptually is contributing to morphic patterns that will influence human development for generations to come. You are not just awakening for yourself. You are awakening for the universe, as the universe, through the beautiful temporary focal point of your individual experience. In our next transmission, we'll explore how to consciously access the quantum field where all possibilities exist simultaneously and learn to select which timeline you prefer to experience as your reality. This isn't science fiction. This is science becoming conscious of its own unlimited creative potential through human awareness that has remembered its true nature. The revolution isn't coming. It's here, it's happening through you, and it's accelerating through everyone ready to recognize that they are the cosmic intelligence they've been seeking to connect with. Welcome to conscious participation in the evolution of existence itself. Write activated in the comments if you're ready to move from seeking consciousness to being consciousness in action. The universe is waiting for your declaration.
Have you noticed that right before a major transformation, your emotions don't stabilize? They amplify. One moment you feel unstoppable, as if destiny itself is pulling you forward, and the next you're immersed in doubt, anxiety, or even despair. This emotional fluctuation confuses most people, and many interpret it as evidence they're doing something wrong. But here's the revelation that changes everything. The intensification of emotions isn't a sign of failure. It's confirmation that a quantum shift is actively unfolding. This emotional amplification follows a precise pattern. Instead of your feelings becoming more consistent as you approach transformation, they often become more volatile, swinging between profound clarity and deep confusion, between absolute certainty and crippling doubt. It's as if your emotional thermostat suddenly loses its regulation. Most people interpret this as regression or failure, not realizing they're experiencing one of the most reliable indicators of imminent breakthrough. There exists a pivotal moment in every quantum journey that rarely gets discussed. It arrives unexpectedly, often when you're experiencing your deepest connection, your most perfect alignment, and then nothing. The universe goes quiet. Those meaningful coincidences that seem to guide your path suddenly vanish. The repeating number sequences no longer appear on digital displays. The meaningful encounters that reflected your innermost desires fade away. Even your dreamscape becomes silent. This moment triggers panic in most seekers. They assume something has gone wrong. They believe they've lost their connection to the field or fallen out of alignment. But what if this silence isn't disconnection at all? What if it's actually the clearest signal that your transformation is closer than ever before? This silence, this pause in the cosmic conversation, is perhaps the most misunderstood aspect of the entire manifestation process. We've been conditioned to believe that ongoing evidence, constant signs, and persistent confirmation are the measures of our alignment. Yet the deeper mechanics of reality tell a different story. The universe operates through patterns of expansion and contraction, through cycles of communication and silence, through rhythms of evidence and faith. Understanding this rhythm is what separates those who manifest consistently from those who struggle with constant doubt. Consider a musical symphony. Before the most powerful crescendo, there's always that moment of pause. The musicians hold perfectly still. The air grows thick with anticipation. And in that stillness, everyone in the audience leans forward. The silence isn't empty. It's pregnant with potential. In quantum manifestation, this same principle applies. The universe doesn't withdraw because you've lost connection. It pulls back because the entire field is reorganizing itself around your new reality. You're experiencing the pause between movements. When you recognize this pattern, you'll stop fighting against the silence and begin using it as your most powerful gateway. Think about the space between breaths. That moment when your lungs are neither inhaling nor exhaling. That pause isn't the absence of breathing. It's an essential part of the respiratory cycle. Similarly, the pause in synchronicities isn't the absence of manifestation. It's an integral phase of the manifestation process itself. Most people miss this entirely. They breathe in signs and confirmations, but panic during the natural exhale, not realizing that both are necessary for the complete cycle of creation. In quantum physics, this phenomenon has a parallel. When a particle prepares to shift into a new state, it doesn't move in a straight line from one position to another. Instead, it enters superposition, that mysterious liminal state where it exists potentially everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. This is the quantum enigma. Uncertainty isn't chaos, it's infinite possibility condensed into a single moment. When your synchronicities pause, you've entered this exact space. Your previous timeline hasn't completely dissolved, and your new one hasn't fully materialized. You're suspended between realities, and in this space, the universe isn't asking you to panic. It's inviting you to trust. The quantum field operates through what physicists call collapse functions. Moments when probability waves transform into definite particles, when potential becomes actual. But what's less discussed is the phase immediately before collapse. That mysterious space where reality hasn't yet decided what it will become. Niels Bohr, one of the founders of quantum mechanics, called this complementarity. The recognition that something can exist in seemingly contradictory states simultaneously. Your manifestation journey follows this exact pattern. Before your new reality fully emerges, you enter a space of complementarity where the old and new coexist in potential. The silence of synchronicities is your experiential proof that you're in this quantum borderland. But trusting during silence challenges us deeply, doesn't it? The human mind constantly seeks evidence. We've been conditioned to look for external validation that we're moving in the right direction. When those confirmations disappear, our instinctive response is to assume failure, that we've lost our connection, or worse, that nothing is happening at all. Yet quantum science reveals the opposite truth. The moment when external evidence vanishes is precisely when the most profound shifts are occurring beneath the surface of perception. If you're finding value in these insights about the quantum nature of reality, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to join our frequency. This small action actually helps align your consciousness with this field of understanding. This pattern appears everywhere in nature. The seed must be buried in darkness before it can sprout. The caterpillar enters the formless soup of the chrysalis before emerging as a butterfly. Winter's barrenness precedes spring's abundance. The universe speaks through patterns, and one of its most consistent messages is that transformation requires a phase of apparent nothingness. Your manifestation journey follows this universal blueprint. The silence isn't the absence of process. It's confirmation that you're precisely where you need to be in the cycle of creation. Physicist David Bohm, who developed the concept of implicate order, explained that our visible reality is merely the unfolding of a deeper, hidden dimension. What appears as silence is actually the implicate order rearranging itself to birth the next manifestation in your experience. Bohm's theory goes even deeper. He proposed that what we experience as reality is just the explicate order, the visible, tangible world of form. But beneath this lies the implicate order, where everything exists in a state of undivided wholeness. When synchronicities stop, you're not disconnected from the process. You're actually moving deeper into the implicate order, where the real work of manifestation happens. The implicate contains all possibilities simultaneously, and when it rearranges itself, the explicate eventually follows. The silence is your cue that you've moved from surface manifestation to core creation, from the waves on the ocean to the currents that create them. Spiritual traditions have always understood this principle. The desert fathers and mothers spoke of the dark night of the soul not as punishment, but as initiation into higher consciousness. Neville Goddard taught that persistence through the silence is what births the miracle, because imagination works invisibly beneath appearances. Even contemporary teachers like Joe Dispenza explain that the absence of external confirmation is precisely where your nervous system learns to maintain coherence without dependency. You haven't lost connection to the field. The field is teaching you to stand firmly within it without requiring constant proof. Throughout history, every wisdom tradition has acknowledged this pattern. In Taoism, it's expressed through the principle of Wu Wei, effortless action that arises from alignment with the natural flow. The pause in synchronicities is the universe inviting you into Wu Wei, a state where you're no longer forcing, chasing, or manipulating reality, but simply being the frequency that naturally attracts your desire. In Hinduism, the concept of pratyahara, the withdrawal of the senses, isn't about disconnection, but about developing inner perception. When external signs withdraw, your internal awareness develops. In Buddhist practice, the principle of non-attachment teaches that true manifestation comes not from grasping at evidence, but from releasing the need for it altogether. Imagine standing outside before dawn. If you judged reality solely by the darkness of the sky, you might believe sunshine would never return. But the darkness of night isn't the absence of the sun, it's the guarantee of its return. Similarly, the silence before a quantum leap isn't the absence of manifestation, it's the guarantee that transformation is underway. Your higher consciousness is drawing you into stillness so you can release your addiction to external validation and anchor more deeply into your own resonance. I'm curious about your experience with this phenomenon. Have you noticed periods where synchronicities suddenly stopped in your life? What happened when you stayed the course instead of giving up? Share your story in the comments below. Your insight might be exactly what someone else needs to hear right now. Consider what happens just before daybreak. That moment astronomers call astronomical twilight, when the sun is still below the horizon, but its light begins to scatter in the upper atmosphere. To the untrained eye, it still appears as darkness, but subtle changes are already underway. The stars begin to fade, the eastern sky imperceptibly lightens, and nature starts to stir. Your manifestation process follows this same pattern. The silence isn't truly empty. It's filled with subtle shifts that your conscious mind may not yet register. But at a deeper level, the field is already responding, already shifting, already rearranging itself around your new frequency. Just as you wouldn't abandon your watch for the sunrise minutes before it appears, don't abandon your faith in manifestation when the synchronicities pause. Dawn is closest when darkness seems most complete. So if you're experiencing this now, if you've noticed fewer meaningful coincidences, if the signs have quieted, if the universe feels unusually still, don't assume you've lost your way. The opposite is true. You've entered the chamber where transformation is forged. You're in the pause that precedes the leap. And just like the space between heartbeats, this pause isn't a mistake or a failure. It's essential for life itself. This silence is actually one of the most sacred spaces in your entire manifestation journey. It's the point where you're being invited to make a profound shift, from seeking to knowing, from external validation to internal certainty, from needing evidence to being the evidence. The masters of manifestation throughout history have all discovered this truth. The real power isn't in receiving signs, but in becoming so aligned that you no longer need them. The silence is your invitation to this mastery. Instead of asking, "Where are my signs?" ask yourself, "Who am I becoming in this silence?" The answer to that question is the key to your quantum leap. Stay with me, because next, I'll reveal why this silence isn't random, why synchronicities naturally cease right before a major shift, and how this exact space is where your quantum leap truly begins. Before we go deeper, take a moment to reflect on your own journey. Have you experienced this pattern? That moment when everything seemed to be flowing, signs appearing everywhere, and then suddenly, silence. Most people interpret this as losing their connection. But what if you've been misreading the signal all along? What if the universe hasn't abandoned you, but is actually drawing you into a more intimate relationship with creation itself? This perspective changes everything. If synchronicities represent the universe's whispered guidance, why would they suddenly stop before something significant manifests? To fully grasp this, we need to examine both quantum mechanics and the neuroscience of perception. In quantum physics, the observer effect demonstrates that the very act of conscious observation collapses a wave of potential into a particle of experience. Synchronicities are glimpses of that collapse happening, moments when the field visibly responds to your awareness. This observer effect goes even deeper than most realize. Physicist John Wheeler proposed what he called the participatory universe. The idea that consciousness doesn't just passively observe reality, but actively participates in creating it. The implications are profound. When you first begin consciously manifesting, the field responds with synchronicities as a form of feedback, confirmation that you're engaged in the creative process. But as your consciousness evolves, you move from being an occasional participant to becoming a consistent creator. The synchronicities don't disappear because the connection is broken. They subside because you're graduating from participant to creator, from student to master, from receiver of reality to generator of it. Here's the paradox that changes everything. If the universe instant synchronicities, your nervous system would never detach. You would become dependent on signs rather than developing true alignment. That's precisely why before a major quantum shift, the synchronicities cease. The field isn't abandoning you. It's training you to embody your new state without requiring external validation. This is similar to how great teachers operate. Initially, they provide constant feedback and guidance. But as the student develops mastery, the teacher gradually withdraws that feedback, creating space for self-reliance to emerge. This doesn't mean the teacher has abandoned the student. Quite the opposite. It means the teacher trusts the student's developing abilities. When synchronicities pause, it's the universe's vote of confidence in your developing mastery. It's not withholding confirmation because you're failing. It's creating space for your own inner knowing to emerge as the primary guidance system. Think about learning to ride a bicycle. Initially, someone stabilizes you by holding the seat, giving you balance and reassurance. Those early synchronicities function like that supporting hand, stabilizing, guiding, encouraging. But eventually, that hand must release its grip. The silence is that moment of release. You might wobble, you might feel uncertain, But it's precisely in this release that you prove you can maintain your own frequency. Without this phase, you would never master alignment. You would only master dependency. Consider what happens in that moment when the supporting hand lets go. Physiologically, your body must instantly activate new neuromuscular patterns. Your proprioceptive system, the sense that tells your brain where your body is in space, must recalibrate. Your vestibular system must find a new equilibrium. This momentary recalibration feels like instability, but it's actually the emergence of a new level of capability. The same thing happens in consciousness when synchronicities stop. Your awareness must activate new patterns of perception. Your intuition must step forward as primary guidance. Your faith must find a deeper foundation. What feels like instability is actually evolution. Neuroscience confirms this understanding. Your brain operates through predictive coding, constantly creating models of reality based on past experiences. Synchronicities disrupt these models. They're anomalies, signals that your consciousness is bending probability. But when a new timeline is about to stabilize, your brain requires time to recalibrate. During that pause, your subconscious is integrating a completely new prediction model. To your conscious awareness, it feels like silence. To your brain, it's profound reconfiguration. The neuroscience goes even deeper. When you experience consistent synchronicities, your brain releases dopamine, the neurotransmitter associated with reward and pleasure. This creates a positive feedback loop where you begin to crave the dopamine hit of each new sign. But true manifestation isn't about the neurochemical rewards of seeing signs. It's about becoming the frequency that naturally attracts your desire. The pause in synchronicities helps break the dopamine dependency, allowing a deeper motivation to emerge. Instead of creating from a place of chemical reward seeking, you begin creating from essence, from being rather than wanting. This transition is essential for mastery. This explains why many people experience anxiety or restlessness when synchronicities stop. They misinterpret integration as absence. Spiritually, every wisdom tradition acknowledges this truth. Yogic philosophy speaks of pratyahara, the withdrawal of the senses not as loss, but as preparation for deeper union. Christian mystics described the silence before revelation as the cloud of unknowing. Neville Goddard explained that you must persist in your assumption without visible evidence, because the apparent lack of confirmation isn't the death of your desire, it's the gestation of it. Even modern researchers like Joe Dispenza remind us that coherence is tested when external reality goes quiet, because that's when your internal world demonstrates it can sustain frequency independently. Look at how this principle appears across different wisdom traditions. In Kabbalah, there's the concept of Tzimtzum, the divine contraction that creates space for creation to emerge. Before God could create the universe, he first had to withdraw, creating an apparent void. This same pattern appears in your manifestation journey. The withdrawal of synchronicities creates the space where your own creative power can fully emerge. In Islamic Sufism, there's the state called fana, the dissolution of the ego before Baqa, the emergence of divine consciousness. The pause in synchronicities facilitates your own fana, the dissolution of dependency before the emergence of creator consciousness. So why do synchronicities stop? Because the quantum field is ensuring you can embody your new reality without external scaffolding. Imagine if every time you experienced doubt, the universe had to flash another number sequence or send another chance message from a stranger. You would never graduate into true mastery. The silence is your graduation ceremony. It's the universe stepping back and saying, you already know how to hold this frequency. now prove it to yourself. This graduation has profound implications for your creative power. Think about how a child learns to walk. Initially, they need constant support. Hands to hold, furniture to grab, constant encouragement. But eventually, they must take those first unsupported steps. In that moment, they discover something revolutionary. They can move through space under their own power. When synchronicities pause, you're being invited into a similar discovery, that you can move through reality under your own creative power. You're not just a receiver of manifestation, but a generator of it. This transition from dependent creator to sovereign creator is what the silence facilitates. If you're finding yourself drawn to this deeper understanding of quantum creation, I want to share something with you. While we've explored the silence between synchronicities today, this is just one facet of a much larger framework for consciousness mastery. In my book, Beyond the Frequencies, A Quantum Guide to Consciousness Mastery, I take you through the complete system of quantum manifestation, from understanding the observer effect and field consciousness to mastering heart-brain coherence and living as the field itself rather than separate from it. This guide explores all 9 master frequencies that govern reality creation and provides step-by-step practices to move from unconscious manifestation to conscious embodiment. If you're ready to transform your relationship with the quantum field entirely, you'll find this resource in the pinned comment below. There's also a more profound principle at work. In physics, when a system achieves coherence, external fluctuations naturally diminish. This means the closer you are to your desired timeline, the less noise you perceive. Silence isn't the field turning away. It's the signature of increasing coherence, like a tuning fork that vibrates cleanly once it finds perfect resonance. Your experience appears quieter, not because nothing is happening, but because alignment is smoothing the interference patterns. Quantum physicist Erwin Schrödinger described a phenomenon called quantum coherence, the state where quantum particles begin to behave as a single wave function rather than individual entities. When this happens, the system becomes more ordered, more unified, more stable. Your consciousness operates by these same principles. As you approach full alignment with your desire, your energy field becomes more coherent. The noise of conflicting vibrations diminishes. The static between stations fades. What registers as silence is actually the emergence of pure signal, the clean, clear frequency of your chosen reality without distortion. The trap most people fall into is misinterpretation. When signs stop, many spiral into doubt. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the universe has forgotten me. That very doubt pulls them back into incoherence, recreating the need for more signs, restarting the entire cycle. But when you understand silence for what it truly is, the signal of proximity, you step out of that loop. You stop pleading with the universe for breadcrumbs and instead become the bread itself. You embody the alignment even when nothing external validates it. And in that state, the quantum leap becomes inevitable. This misinterpretation is like someone standing at the threshold of a dark tunnel. When they first entered, there were lights along the path, guiding each step. But as they approached the exit, there's a stretch of complete darkness before the opening appears. Most people, upon reaching this darkness, turn back, assuming they've lost the path. They return to the familiar lights, never realizing they were steps away from breakthrough. When you understand the mechanics of manifestation, you recognize that the darkness isn't deviation. It's confirmation you're approaching the exit. Instead of turning back, you move forward with even greater certainty, knowing the light of your new reality is just ahead. So the next time your synchronicities disappear, don't panic, smile. Recognize this threshold for what it truly is, the pause between timelines. the hand releasing the bicycle seat. This isn't the universe abandoning you. It's the universe trusting you. That trust is the clearest indication that you're closer than ever to your quantum shift. When you understand this pattern, you develop a completely different relationship with the manifestation process. Instead of fearing the silence, you welcome it. Instead of interpreting it as loss, you recognize it as evolution. The masters of manifestation throughout history share this common trait. They don't require constant external validation because they've internalized the frequency of their desires so completely that external confirmation becomes secondary. The silence is your invitation to join their ranks, to move from seeking evidence to being evidence. Stay with me, because next, we'll explore the science behind why your emotions often intensify during this silence, and why that emotional turbulence is actually the most reliable sign that your breakthrough is imminent. Before we move into the next phase, take a moment to reflect on how this understanding might transform your current manifestation journey. If you've been experiencing a pause in synchronicities, how would your relationship with that silence change if you viewed it not as disconnection, but as graduation? What if the very absence you've been interpreting as failure is actually the strongest confirmation of your success? This shift in perception changes everything about how you navigate the quantum field. Have you noticed that right before a major transformation, your emotions don't stabilize, they amplify? One moment you feel unstoppable, as if destiny itself is pulling you forward, and the next you're immersed in doubt, anxiety, or even despair. This emotional fluctuation confuses most people, and many interpret it as evidence they're doing something wrong. But here's the revelation that changes everything. The intensification of emotions isn't a sign of failure. It's confirmation that a quantum shift is actively unfolding. To understand this phenomenon, we must look deeper into quantum mechanics. In the quantum realm, particles don't exist in one definite location until observed. They exist in superposition, a state of multiple simultaneous possibilities, until they collapse into a single reality. There is turbulence, a field of potential flickering between outcomes. That's precisely what's happening within your consciousness. The quantum field doesn't operate in gradual, linear progressions. It functions through what physicists call quantum jumps, sudden, discontinuous leaps from one energy state to another without passing through intermediate stages. When electrons shift to higher orbital states, they don't travel the distance. They disappear from one position and reappear in another. Your consciousness follows this same principle. As you approach a quantum shift, you don't experience a smooth transition. Instead, you oscillate rapidly between states, creating the emotional equivalent of quantum uncertainty. Moments of being energetically everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. When you stand at the edge of a quantum jump, your awareness is hovering between two timelines. The old reality you're leaving behind and the new one you're stepping into. The emotional fluctuations you experience are the human equivalent of quantum superposition. You are literally oscillating between worlds. The superposition state is what physicist Erwin Schrödinger attempted to illustrate with his famous cat paradox. The idea that under quantum rules, a system could exist in multiple contradictory states simultaneously until observation collapses it into a single state. Your consciousness operates by these same principles. Before your new reality fully materializes, you exist in a state of emotional superposition, simultaneously holding the vibration of your old identity and your new becoming. This creates what feels like emotional chaos, but it's actually a perfectly orchestrated quantum process, the necessary turbulence before new order emerges. Neuroscience adds another dimension to this understanding. Your brain functions through predictive coding, constantly generating models of reality based on your experiences. When you prepare to enter a new reality, this predictive model resists the change. Your subconscious sends emotional alerts, attempting to keep you safely within the familiar. That surge of doubt, fear, or sudden sadness isn't evidence you're misaligned. It's your brain trying to recycle the old version of you. From a neurological perspective, what you're experiencing is a clash between different neural networks. Your default mode network, the brain circuitry responsible for your sense of self and habitual thinking, is fighting to maintain its dominance. Meanwhile, new neural patterns associated with your emerging identity are strengthening. This creates a period of neurological competition, which registers emotionally as instability. Research in neuroplasticity shows that before new neural pathways fully establish themselves, there's often increased activity in both the old and new networks simultaneously. Your emotional turbulence is the subjective experience of this neurological restructuring. Simultaneously, your higher consciousness is pulling you forward, triggering waves of inspiration, joy, or anticipation. The collision between these two forces, the old brain model and the new energetic alignment, creates the emotional turbulence you're experiencing. This collision isn't chaotic, it's purposeful. Your higher consciousness isn't fighting against your brain's resistance, it's using it. Just as a butterfly needs the resistance of the chrysalis to develop strong wings, your emerging self needs the resistance of your old patterns to develop strength and coherence. Without this opposition, your new identity would lack the structural integrity to sustain itself. The emotional turbulence isn't a bug in the system. It's a feature, deliberately designed to forge resilience in your new frequency. Spiritual traditions have described this phenomenon for millennia. Buddhist teachings refer to it as the burning ground, the space where ego resists dissolution right before awakening. St. John of the Cross described the dark night of the soul not as punishment, but as preparation for divine union. Contemporary teachers like Joe Dispenza speak about the necessity of breaking through the body's addiction to familiar emotional states. When you're accustomed to survival emotions like worry or stress, stepping into coherence initially feels uncomfortable. And Neville Goddard emphasized that persistence in assumption means maintaining the feeling of your desire fulfilled even when emotions fluctuate wildly. All these teachings converge on a single truth. The internal storm isn't the end, it's the passageway. The Tibetan Book of the Dead describes Bardo states, transitional phases between death and rebirth, where consciousness encounters both terrifying and blissful visions. These aren't random hallucinations, but projections of consciousness as it releases old identities before forming new ones. Your manifestation journey creates a similar Bardo state, a space between identities where you experience both the death throes of your old self and the birth pangs of your new becoming. The emotional volatility isn't chaos. It's a perfectly orchestrated rite of passage that every soul must navigate during profound transformation. From an energetic perspective, emotions are literally energy in motion. When you're approaching a quantum jump, your energy field accelerates to match the higher frequency of your chosen reality. This vibrational acceleration stirs up everything that doesn't resonate with the new frequency. Old doubts surface, past traumas echo, latent fears intensify. Not because you're failing, but because these lower frequencies cannot cross into the new timeline. They rise so they can be released. This energetic purification follows principles similar to phase transitions in physics. When water approaches its boiling point, the molecular activity intensifies dramatically. The water becomes turbulent before transforming into steam. Your consciousness undergoes a similar phase transition as you approach a quantum shift. What feels like emotional chaos is actually your energy field approaching its transformation point. The threshold where one state of being converts into another. The intensification isn't disorder. It's the necessary energetic acceleration that precedes transformation. Imagine a spacecraft preparing to break free from Earth's gravitational field. Right before achieving escape velocity, it encounters maximum resistance. But that resistance isn't evidence of failure. It's proof that liftoff is imminent. This metaphor extends beyond the obvious parallel. In physics, the principle of escape velocity shows that a rocket must reach a specific threshold of acceleration to break free from gravitational pull. But right at that threshold, the gravitational resistance also peaks. The moment of greatest opposition is simultaneously the moment of imminent breakthrough. Your consciousness follows this exact pattern. When emotional resistance intensifies, it's not indicating failure. It's confirming that you're approaching escape velocity from your old reality. The amplified doubt, fear, or confusion aren't signs you're doing something wrong. They're confirmation that you're doing something so right that your old patterns are fighting with everything they have to maintain their grip. Here's the secret that transforms everything. The key isn't to resist the emotional turbulence, but to ride it consciously. When you push against doubt, you actually strengthen it. When you collapse into fear, you recycle it. But when you observe these emotions as part of the quantum recalibration process, they lose their grip on your consciousness. You stop identifying with them and instead become the witnessing awareness. This witnessing stance is what Eastern traditions call the observer self, the aspect of consciousness that can watch experiences without becoming entangled in them. From quantum mechanics, we know that observation fundamentally changes the behavior of particles. Similarly, when you shift from being your emotions to observing your emotions, you fundamentally change their impact on your manifestation process. Feelings don't disappear, but their power to derail you does. This is why many spiritual traditions emphasize meditation and mindfulness. These practices strengthen your capacity to witness rather than identify with emotional states, allowing you to maintain coherence even during turbulence. This is precisely why mindfulness practices, breathwork, and nervous system regulation are essential tools in the manifestation process. They anchor you when your internal weather becomes stormy, allowing you to maintain the higher frequency without being pulled back down. These practices work because they activate your vagus nerve, the primary pathway of your parasympathetic nervous system, responsible for rest and digest functions, rather than fight or flight responses. When emotionally triggered, your sympathetic nervous system floods your body with stress hormones, narrowing your perception and reinforcing old patterns. By consciously engaging in slow breathing, meditation, or other regulation techniques, you activate vagal tone, which counteracts this stress response. This physiological shift allows you to experience intense emotions without being hijacked by them. You remain capable of holding your desired frequency even when waves of doubt or fear arise. This capacity is what distinguishes master manifestors from beginners. Not the absence of emotional turbulence, but the ability to maintain coherence despite it. Let's make this practical. The next time doubt arises, instead of thinking, "I'm failing," reframe it. "This is evidence my old self is dissolving." When fear surfaces, remind yourself, "This is turbulence because my reality is approaching escape velocity." When joy and inspiration return, savor them as previews of your chosen timeline. By shifting your perspective, you transform the emotional roller coaster from a contradiction into confirmation. This reframing isn't just positive thinking, it's neurologically sound. Your brain processes experience through the frameworks you provide. When you interpret emotional turbulence as failure, your brain reinforces neural pathways associated with giving up. When you interpret the same turbulence as confirmation of impending breakthrough, your brain strengthens neural pathways associated with persistence and transformation. The emotions themselves don't change, but their impact on your manifestation journey completely transforms. This is why perspective is as powerful as the practice itself. It literally rewires how your brain processes the experience of transformation. These emotional fluctuations aren't random. They're the echoes of your quantum leap in progress. And most importantly, the intensity is temporary. Just as every storm eventually passes, these heightened emotions will settle once your new timeline stabilizes. The calm that follows will feel like profound peace. Not because nothing is happening, but because coherence has been achieved. That's when manifestation becomes effortless. This temporary nature is critical to understand. Many people abandon the process during peak emotional turbulence, assuming the discomfort will be permanent. But quantum physics teaches us that systems naturally seek equilibrium. The heightened energy required for phase transition isn't meant to be sustained indefinitely. It serves its purpose in facilitating transformation and then naturally settles. The emotional intensity you're experiencing isn't your new normal. It's the temporary acceleration required to shift timelines. Once the shift occurs, your nervous system recalibrates to a new baseline that feels more peaceful and stable than your previous state ever did. So if your emotions have been intensifying lately, don't resist them. Celebrate this turbulence. Recognize it as the vibrational recalibration that confirms your new reality is within reach. Instead of fearing the waves, learn to navigate them skillfully. Because on the other side of this emotional flux lies the collapse into the timeline you've been calling forth. The ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus said, "No man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river, and he's not the same man." Your emotional turbulence is the current carrying you from one version of yourself to another. When you resist the current, you create suffering. When you surrender to its flow while maintaining your direction, you discover that the very intensity you feared was actually the force propelling you toward transformation. The emotions aren't obstacles. They're the energy of your becoming, the power source of your quantum leap. I encourage you to re-watch this video daily for the next 7 days, especially during those moments when synchronicities seem to have disappeared from your experience. Each viewing will deepen your understanding and rewire your response to silence. When you share this message with others navigating their own quantum shifts, you create a ripple effect in the collective field. This sharing doesn't just help them, it reinforces these principles in your own consciousness, accelerating your manifestation by expanding the field of awareness that supports this understanding. Stay with me, because next, we'll explore something widely misunderstood, what many call the final test. It isn't the universe testing your worthiness. It's your subconscious offering one last reflection of old patterns. And once you move through it, your quantum leap becomes unavoidable. As we prepare to explore this next phase, I invite you to reflect on your own emotional journey. Have you noticed this pattern of intensification in your manifestation process? Have you interpreted emotional turbulence as evidence of failure rather than confirmation of proximity? Take a moment and comment below with this phrase: "I embrace the turbulence as confirmation of my quantum shift." This isn't just engagement, it's a conscious declaration to the field, a signal that you're ready to reframe emotional intensity as evidence of your transformation rather than opposition to it. Most seekers believe that when challenges suddenly intensify right before a breakthrough, the universe must be testing their commitment. They imagine some cosmic examiner evaluating their worthiness. But here's the deeper truth. The universe doesn't test you, it mirrors you. What feels like a final examination is actually your own subconscious mind playing out the final echoes of your old identity. It's not external judgment, it's internal patterning. This understanding reveals why the very challenges you might dread could be the clearest indicators that your quantum shift is imminent. Let's examine this through neuroscience. Your subconscious functions like a predictive coding mechanism. Research shows that approximately 95% of your daily behaviors and emotional responses are automatic, operating on patterns imprinted through past experiences. When you stand at the threshold of stepping into a new reality, those patterns activate one final time. Why? Because your brain is attempting to maintain the familiar, generating scenarios, conflicts, fears, and doubts. Not because they represent actual threats, but because your nervous system has been wired to equate familiarity with safety. This is why cellular biologist Dr. Bruce Lipton emphasizes that subconscious programming outweighs conscious intentions unless you interrupt the cycle. From a quantum perspective, this final challenge is simply the collapse of outdated wave patterns. When a new timeline is about to crystallize, the remnants of the old frequency rise to the surface of awareness. It resembles resonance in physics. When two frequencies interact, the weaker eventually dissolves. But before fading, it amplifies itself. That amplification is what you experience as the final challenge. Spiritual traditions across cultures have acknowledged this threshold moment. Sufis call it the barzakh, the place where ego resists surrender most intensely. Neville Goddard described it as persistence. The universe will reflect your old assumptions until you persist in holding the new one. Joe Dispenza teaches that the body accustomed to familiar emotional states will generate scenarios to draw you back into stress, anger, or scarcity because that's what it recognizes. Across all traditions, the message remains consistent. The apparent test isn't an obstacle, it's a mirror. Here's how it manifests in daily life. You've been meditating, elevating your frequency, visualizing abundance. You feel aligned. Suddenly, an unexpected expense appears, or a conflict erupts, or an opportunity dissolves. Most people panic, assuming manifestation has failed. But this is precisely when the quantum field is asking, not with words, but with resonance. Will you respond from your old self or from your new consciousness? If you react with fear and frustration, you reinforce the old identity. If you remain centered, coherent, and faithful to the frequency of your chosen reality, you demonstrate that you've already shifted. In that demonstration, the old pattern dissolves completely. Think of it like a video game. Before advancing to the next level, you often encounter a final challenge. But that challenge isn't new. It's a concentrated version of everything you've already overcome. The universe isn't blocking your progress. It's showing you the old energies you're ready to release in concentrated form. When you maintain alignment, the challenge dissolves and you advance. There's a beautiful metaphor in alchemy. Before gold emerges, impurities must rise to the surface of the molten metal. They bubble, resist, and create turbulence. But once they burn away, what remains is pure. Your final challenge represents those rising impurities. When you recognize it for what it truly is, you stop fearing the flames and start trusting the purification process. The practical key here is awareness. When challenges arise, instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What version of myself is this inviting me to embody?" That simple reframing transforms the experience from punishment to initiation. Your old patterns are surfacing to give you one final opportunity to choose differently. And every time you choose differently, you anchor more deeply into your quantum shift. Let me make this absolutely clear. The challenge you're facing right now may not be a setback. It may be the sign that you're only moments away from collapsing into your new reality. The frustration you feel, the doubt that emerges, the temptation to fall back into old habits, these aren't signs of failure. They're signs of proximity. They are the shadows cast by the light of your new timeline appearing on the horizon. If this resonates with you, anchor it right now. Take a moment and comment below with this phrase: I am ready to pass through the threshold. Not because the universe demands it, but because you're declaring it to yourself. That declaration is your signal to the field that the old story no longer governs you. It is the conscious alignment that collapses the past and establishes the future. Stay with me, because next, we'll explore what happens immediately after this threshold crossing. The energetic recalibration, the resetting of your nervous system, and the unmistakable clarity that you've already completed the leap. When the final echoes of your old identity have surfaced, and you've chosen to respond differently, something remarkable happens. Your entire nervous system resets. It's as if your body releases tension you weren't even aware you were carrying. This reset isn't merely emotional relief. It's a physiological confirmation that your quantum shift has begun to stabilize. You transition from chaos to coherence, from survival to creation. If you've ever experienced that strange, profound calm after intense turbulence, you know exactly what I'm describing. In neuroscience, this moment correlates with the parasympathetic nervous system, responsible for rest, regeneration, and integration. For most people, daily existence is dominated by the sympathetic nervous system, the fight or flight response where stress hormones keep the body in constant alertness. But when you stop reacting to old patterns and embody your new frequency instead, your physiology shifts into parasympathetic dominance. Heart rate normalizes, breathing deepens, immune function enhances. Dr. Joe Dispenza describes this shift as moving from survival into creation. It's the state where the body no longer signals danger, but alignment. Quantum physics provides another perspective. Before a system stabilizes in a new state, it passes through turbulence. In nonlinear dynamics, this is known as a bifurcation point, the moment where one trajectory dissolves and another emerges. Your nervous system is the interface that translates that turbulence into physical sensation. When you maintain coherence, the turbulence resolves and your body recognizes the new trajectory as its baseline. That's why the calm that follows feels so profound. It's the sensation of your biology synchronizing with your chosen timeline. Spiritually, traditions have always recognized this moment of inner peace after challenge. In Zen Buddhism, it's described as satori, a sudden glimpse of awakening where everything feels lighter, more connected. In Christian mysticism, it's the peace that transcends understanding. Though the language differs, the essence remains identical. After surrendering your old identity, you experience not just mental relief, but an embodied confirmation that you are renewed. Here's how it manifests in everyday experience. The argument that once would have kept you spiraling in reactivity suddenly feels irrelevant. The financial pressure that used to trigger panic now feels manageable, even neutral. The compulsion to control, chase, or obsess quiets down, replaced by gentle trust. It's not that external circumstances instantly transform. It's that your nervous system no longer interprets them as threats. And when you stop broadcasting fear, the field responds with new opportunities, synchronicities, and solutions that match your elevated state. This reset profoundly impacts your biology. Research on heart-brain coherence conducted by the HeartMath Institute demonstrates that when your heart rhythms become smooth and coherent, your brain waves naturally follow. The result is enhanced cognitive function, emotional stability, and heightened intuition. Essentially, your body becomes a finely calibrated receiver for the quantum field. You perceive more possibilities, attract aligned opportunities faster, and experience time differently, less as linear pressure, more as flowing presence. There's a paradox worth noting here. The calm after the storm may initially feel almost too quiet. Many mistake it for emptiness or stagnation. But that stillness isn't the absence of movement. It's the presence of alignment. Consider an arrow drawn back in a bow. In the moment of stillness before release, all potential energy is already present. The calm isn't the end of your transformation. It's the confirmation that the arrow is about to fly. When you honor this calm rather than resist it, you'll discover it accelerates manifestation. This explains why practices like meditation, breathwork, and gratitude rituals prove so effective. They train your nervous system to maintain coherence consistently. But here's the deeper truth. Once you've moved through the so-called final challenge, the calm isn't just a practice. It becomes your natural state. Your body remembers it. Your field amplifies it. And the reality you experience conforms to it. So if right now you feel strangely peaceful, even after recent turbulence, don't underestimate this state. That calm is your nervous system's way of confirming the shift is real. The transformation has already occurred. You've moved from reacting to creating, from surviving to embodying. And this isn't fragile or temporary. It's the foundation for everything that follows. Stay connected, because next we'll explore how to fully stabilize this state, how to carry this calm forward so your new timeline doesn't just flicker into existence but locks in as your lived reality. By now you've recognized the pattern, the subtle signals, the turbulence, the threshold crossing, and then the deep calm. These aren't random events. They form the universal sequence of transformation. But here's what most miss. A quantum shift isn't just about experiencing a breakthrough moment. It's about stabilizing that new state until it becomes your lived reality. Without stabilization, the shift can fluctuate, leaving you inspired one day and doubtful the next. True mastery means carrying the frequency of your new self until it crystallizes in your environment. In neuroscience, stabilization comes down to neuroplasticity, your brain's capacity to rewire itself. Each time you embody your new frequency, you're establishing new neural pathways. But if you revert to old emotional habits, the brain defaults to familiar wiring. This is why consistency matters. Not effort, not struggle, but repetition of coherence. Dr. Joe Dispenza often explains, nerve cells that fire together, wire together. The more frequently you inhabit your new state, the more automatic it becomes. Eventually, the old self feels like a distant memory, and the new self feels like home. Quantum mechanics mirrors this principle. When a wave function collapses into a particle, it becomes stable, observable reality. But until that collapse is reinforced, the system remains in flux, oscillating between probabilities. Your consciousness plays the identical role. The more consistently you broadcast the frequency of your desired reality, the more solidly it materializes. Think of it like tuning a radio receiver. Initially, you might catch fragments of signal mixed with static, but once you lock into the precise frequency, the broadcast becomes crystal clear and remains stable. Spiritually, this is what mystics and sages have always taught. Whether it's the yogic principle of abhyasa, consistent practice, the Christian teaching of walking by faith, or the Taoist wisdom of Wu Wei, effortless alignment, the message remains consistent. Stability emerges from persistence in the new way of being. Not perfection, not control, just returning again and again to your chosen state until it becomes effortless. Here's the practical key that transforms everything. Stabilization doesn't mean doing more. It means being more. More consistent in your inner alignment, more faithful in your energy, more relaxed in your trust. The external world may require time to fully reconfigure, but your inner world must remain unwavering. That's why gratitude practices, meditations, and daily moments of coherence are so powerful. They keep your nervous system anchored in the frequency of creation rather than survival. Now imagine what happens when you not only make a quantum jump, but live from it consistently. Your nervous system adapts. Your brain rewires. Your field amplifies. And the universe responds not just with synchronicities, but with a complete reorganization of your reality. This is where miracles cease being exceptions and become your normal experience. You don't just shift once. You learn to live in a state of perpetual transformation, where growth, expansion, manifestation flow continuously. This is why understanding the quantum nature of consciousness is so vital. We are not static beings trapped in fixed circumstances. We are dynamic fields of possibility, constantly collapsing waves and particles, potentials into experiences. Your consciousness isn't just observing reality. It's creating it through the frequency you maintain moment by moment. But here's what many miss. The universe responds not to what you want, but to what you are. Your state of being, your consistent vibration, is what determines which timeline materializes. This is why quantum manifestation isn't about forcing change through action, but allowing change through alignment. You don't make the quantum leap happen. You become the frequency that makes it inevitable. And what about when challenges rise in your new timeline? Because they will. The difference is that from your new state of coherence, challenges become opportunities rather than obstacles. You respond rather than react. You create rather than survive. This is the true power of stabilized consciousness. Not the absence of challenges, but a transformed relationship with them. So, let this be your deepest understanding today. The signs you're experiencing aren't random. The turbulence, the calm, the threshold, the shift, these are confirmations that your quantum jump is real. And now the work is simply to live from it. To choose again and again to be who you've already become. Remember, you aren't waiting for some future to arrive. You're collapsing the future into the present moment. And as you do, the universe has no choice but to meet you there. If this content is touching something profound in you, then I invite you to subscribe, not just to this channel, but to this field of possibility we're creating together. Join this community of conscious creators who understand that reality isn't fixed. It's responsive to the frequency we embody. Stay aligned, stay coherent, and never forget. You aren't just manifesting circumstances. You're remembering who you truly are. A quantum creator, collapsing waves of infinite potential into the reality you choose to experience. Take a moment now and drop one word in the comments that captures the energy you're choosing to embody. This isn't just engagement. It's your energetic signature to the quantum field. Subscribe not just to stay connected, but to stay coherent with this frequency we're building together. The more of us who embody these principles of quantum consciousness, the more our collective reality will reflect that truth. We'll continue this journey in the next exploration. Until then, maintain your frequency elevated, your heart open, and your nervous system calibrated to coherence. The shift isn't coming, it's already here. You are already living it. They've convinced you that creating your ideal reality requires complex ceremonies, hours of meditation, perfectly crafted declarations, and relentless work to elevate your frequency. But what if I revealed that quantum manifestation is remarkably effortless? So effortless, in fact, that virtually everyone misses the point entirely. Most people approach manifestation like they're trying to break down a locked door with their bare hands, when the truth is, the door was never locked. They just needed to turn the handle. They exhaust themselves with elaborate rituals, complicated visualizations, and endless affirmations, completely missing the elegant simplicity that makes the quantum field respond. It's like watching someone try to tune a radio by shouting at it, instead of simply adjusting the frequency dial. The manifestation industry has overcomplicated what indigenous cultures and quantum physicists both understand. Reality is far more responsive and malleable than we've been taught. Ancient wisdom keepers knew this. They didn't need 47-step programs or expensive courses. They understood that consciousness and reality dance together in a seamless flow, and that the key isn't force, it's harmony. Right now, you exist within a quantum reality, an infinite field of potential that responds not to your struggle, but to your energetic harmony. Yet most people treat manifestation like warfare. They attempt to bulldoze their circumstances through sheer determination. They recite words they question, imagine scenarios that they doubt, and pretend to be optimistic while their system remains trapped in anxiety, limitation, and tension. This is precisely where everything breaks down, because within quantum mechanics, resistance creates interference. Here's what's fascinating. Every atom in your body is 99.99% empty space, vibrating with pure energy and information. You are literally more energy than matter, more vibration than solid form. Yet we've been conditioned to believe in the illusion of separation, that you're separate from what you desire, that you must somehow bridge a gap between where you are and where you want to be. Quantum physics reveals that this gap is an illusion. You and your desired reality exist in the same field, the same energetic matrix. The only thing creating distance is your perception of distance. Einstein proved that time and space are relative, not absolute. What you call future manifestations already exist in the quantum field as present possibilities. When you understand this, truly understand it, manifestation stops being about creating something new and becomes about selecting what already exists. It's like tuning into a radio station that's already broadcasting. You don't create the music, you simply align with its frequency. Here's the elegant truth stripped bare. Quantum manifestation isn't about acquiring what you desire. It's about selecting the reality where you already possess it. It's not about transforming the outer world first. It's about becoming the energetic signature that magnetizes that world to you. The quantum realm contains every potential outcome: triumph and defeat, prosperity and poverty, connection and isolation, wellness and illness. All possibilities exist simultaneously as probability waves, dancing in the space between potential and actuality. Think of it like an infinite cosmic library, where every book that could ever be written already exists. Your job isn't to write the book, but to select which one becomes your lived experience. But here's the crucial detail. These waves don't materialize into your experience until they encounter a focused observer. That observer is you. Your awareness, your concentration, your emotional state. These are the architects of reality. Every moment, you're collapsing countless possibilities into a single experienced timeline through the simple act of observation. This isn't metaphorical. This is measurable quantum mechanics happening in your life right now. However, most people are stuck in a pattern. They observe through the lens of fear. They concentrate on what's absent. They emit the frequency of scarcity while attempting to attract abundance. In quantum terms, this creates static, not clarity. Let me share something that will revolutionize how you understand this process. In quantum mechanics, there's a principle called quantum entanglement. When two particles become connected, they remain connected regardless of distance. Change one, and the other changes instantly. You are already entangled with every possibility in the quantum field. Your desired reality isn't separate from you. It's entangled with you. The question isn't whether you can manifest it. The question is whether you can recognize the entanglement that already exists. This is why ancient mystics spoke of remembering rather than achieving. They understood that enlightenment, abundance, love, health, these aren't things you acquire. They're aspects of your true nature you remember. When you stop trying to get something and start remembering what you already are, the quantum field responds instantly because you're no longer creating the illusion of separation. Society has taught you to pursue what you want, but the true mastery of manifestation is becoming the version of yourself that no longer needs to pursue. It's the version that understands, I am already connected to the life I seek. The field awaits my signal. My role isn't to strain harder, it's to become more precise. Why don't people embrace this approach? Because simplicity feels threatening. Because release seems counterintuitive. Because stepping back from the chase feels like surrender. But here's the paradox rarely discussed. The instant you stop desperately wanting it, the field can finally bring it to you. There's a deeper layer to this that most manifestation teachers avoid because it challenges everything we've been taught about achievement and success. Our entire educational system, our economic structure, our cultural narrative is built on the premise that more effort equals better results. We're taught that if we're not struggling, we're not trying hard enough. This creates what I call effort addiction, the unconscious belief that suffering and striving are prerequisites for success. But the quantum field operates on entirely different principles. It responds to coherence, not effort. It responds to alignment, not activity. It responds to being, not doing. This is why children often manifest so easily. They haven't yet been programmed to believe that good things must be difficult. They naturally embody the state of having what they want because they haven't learned to doubt their own worthiness. Consider this example. Recall a moment when something flowed to you naturally. Perhaps you encountered the right person unexpectedly, received an opportunity you weren't chasing, or discovered a solution when you stopped searching. What's the pattern? You weren't clutching. You weren't struggling. You were receptive, harmonized, present. That's quantum manifestation in action, whether you recognized it or not. Now contrast that with times when you desperately wanted something, a job, a relationship, a breakthrough, and the harder you tried, the more elusive it became. You were creating what quantum physicists call interference patterns. Your desperation, your need, your attachment were literally scrambling the signal you were sending to the field. The universe wasn't withholding from you. You were creating static in your own transmission. This interference happens because desperation carries a very specific frequency, the frequency of not having. When you desperately want something, you're vibrating in the energy of lack, and the quantum field, being a perfect mirror, reflects that lack back to you. It's not personal, it's physics. The field doesn't judge your desires as good or bad. It simply responds to the vibrational signature you're broadcasting. The quantum realm doesn't interpret your language. It translates your energy. You might declare, "I am prosperous," endlessly. But if your body radiates worry, if your heart contracts with lack, if your nervous system expects struggle, the field reflects that discord back to you. Not from malice, but from precision. Here's the revolutionary approach. Quantum manifestation starts when you shift from acquiring to becoming. You transform into the signal. You embody the frequency. You allow your state to guide, not your effort. But this leads to an essential question. What specifically does the quantum field recognize? Is it merely thoughts, feelings, beliefs, behaviors? And how do you synchronize these elements so they don't transmit conflicting messages? This is where conventional manifestation education crumbles. It addresses only fragments, typically thoughts or emotions, without tackling the deeper unity of the entire system. It instructs you to think positively without healing the wounds held in your body. It promotes visualization without removing the subconscious blocks that sabotage you. It encourages success affirmations while your nervous system prepares for disappointment. The quantum responds to the complete signal, the integrated, embodied transmission. That's why alignment transcends mental exercises. It requires a comprehensive transformation of your entire being. In our next exploration, we'll decode how the quantum field operates, why the observer phenomenon matters, what wave function collapse actually means, and how your unconscious mind will reveal the sophisticated mechanics behind what appears mystical, and I'll demonstrate why manifestation succeeds when you cease forcing outcomes. So here's my challenge for you, and I encourage you to contemplate this as we prepare for the following section. Where in your existence are you pushing so intensely that you've become the very obstacle you're attempting to overcome? Ready to explore the quantum depths with me? Let's venture deeper into the phenomenon you've been engaging without awareness. The quantum field doesn't react to your hopes. It responds to your internal coherence. Fundamentally, quantum manifestation isn't about isolated thoughts, separate emotions, or individual actions. It's about how these three components synchronize into a unified signal that the field can interpret without distortion. Imagine the quantum field as a universal translator. When your thoughts, emotions, and actions align, the communication is crystal clear, the vibration remains steady, and the field responds almost immediately. But when you're thinking one direction, feeling another, and acting completely differently, the message becomes garbled. The field mirrors back confusion, not clarity. This introduces the observer phenomenon, a fundamental principle of quantum physics. At the quantum scale, particles exist in pure potential, known as a wave function. But when an observer, you, focuses on a specific possibility, that wave collapses into concrete reality. Circumstances solidify, decisions crystallize, the invisible becomes visible. Here's the complication. The observer includes both your conscious and unconscious mind. This means even if you consciously desire abundance, if your subconscious operates from survival, scarcity, or fear, The field detects that hidden transmission. Your subconscious becomes the actual observer, collapsing a timeline you didn't consciously select. This explains why many feel trapped. They're aligning their surface awareness while neglecting the deep programming running underneath. In quantum dynamics, the subconscious invariably prevails. What makes this even more complex is that your subconscious doesn't distinguish between imagination and reality. It responds to vividly imagined experiences as if they're actually happening. This is why visualization can be so powerful, but also why it can backfire if you're visualizing from a state of lack rather than abundance. If you visualize your dream life while feeling the anxiety of not having it, your subconscious interprets the experience as, "I'm imagining this because I don't have it," reinforcing the pattern of lack. The key is to visualize from the state of already having, not from the state of wanting to have. This subtle shift changes everything. Instead of using visualization to try to get something, you use it to remember and embody what you already are. This is why the most effective manifestors don't visualize to acquire. They visualize to access. They use their imagination not as a tool for getting, but as a tool for being. The complexity deepens further. Researchers like Joe Dispenza and Bruce Lipton have demonstrated that the heart generates its own electromagnetic field, significantly more powerful than the brain's. This cardiac field extends outward and interacts with the surrounding quantum field. When your heart and brain achieve coherence, you broadcast a potent, unified signal. When they're misaligned, the signal becomes weak and scattered. But here's what most people don't know. Your heart field doesn't just extend a few feet around your body. It extends infinitely. The electromagnetic field generated by your heart connects with the Earth's electromagnetic field, which connects with the solar system's field, which connects with the galactic field. You are literally connected to everything in existence through this energetic web. When you align your heart frequency with your desired outcome, you're not just changing your local field. You're sending ripples through the entire fabric of reality. This explains why attempting to manifest through mind alone frequently fails. Without the emotional element, the felt experience of alignment, the quantum field receives no clear signal to reflect. This is where most people stumble. They want to think their way into transformation, when actually, they must feel their way into alignment. The heart doesn't just pump blood. It's actually your most powerful manifestation organ. Scientists have discovered that the heart sends more signals to the brain than it receives, meaning your heart is literally informing your thoughts, not the other way around. When you align your heart's frequency with your desired outcome, you create what researchers call cardiac coherence, a state where your heart rhythm becomes highly ordered and harmonious. In this state, you become a powerful transmitter, broadcasting a clear, unwavering signal to the quantum field. If this is resonating with you so far, I'd love it if you could hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It helps more people discover these quantum principles that can transform their reality. You cannot simply inform the field of your desires. You must become the vibrational equivalent. This means harmonizing your body, your breathing, your nervous system, your beliefs, your daily decisions. It's not a single ritual, it's a continuous. There's something profound happening in your nervous system that most manifestation teachings completely ignore. Your autonomic nervous system has two primary states: sympathetic, fight or flight, and parasympathetic, rest and digest. When you're in sympathetic dominance, which most people are due to chronic stress, your body is broadcasting survival signals to the quantum field. You're literally telling the universe, "I'm in danger. I need to fight for resources. Scarcity is real. Even if you're consciously visualizing abundance, your nervous system is transmitting the opposite frequency. True manifestation happens when you shift into parasympathetic dominance, when your body feels safe, relaxed, and resourced. In this state, you naturally access what researchers call flow states, and what mystics have long recognized as the gateway to manifestation. Your heart rate variability increases, your brain waves shift into coherent patterns, and you become a clear, powerful transmitter to the quantum field. Here's a practical illustration. Suppose you want to manifest partnership. You might write affirmations, create vision boards, visualize your perfect companion. But if underneath you carry wounds of inadequacy, if your nervous system anticipates rejection, if your heart remains guarded and fearful of opening, the quantum field senses that internal conflict. It recognizes contradiction, and what returns is more yearning, more seeking, more near misses. It's not that existence is punishing you, it's perfectly reflecting your primary frequency. Let me tell you about Sarah, a client who spent 3 years trying to manifest her soulmate. She did everything right. Affirmations, vision boards, dating apps, personal development workshops. But every relationship either never started or ended in disappointment. When we examined her deeper patterns, we discovered that her father had abandoned the family when she was 7 years old. Her subconscious had concluded that men leave, and despite her conscious desire for love, her nervous system was constantly bracing for abandonment. The breakthrough came not when she tried harder to manifest love, but when she began healing the 7-year-old part of herself that felt unworthy of staying. She stopped trying to attract the right person and started becoming the person who naturally attracts love, not by changing her external behavior, but by transforming her internal frequency. Within 6 months, she met her husband in the most unexpected, effortless way, standing in line at a coffee shop, not even looking for romance. This illustrates a crucial principle. The quantum field doesn't respond to your conscious desires. It responds to your unconscious beliefs about what you deserve and what's possible for someone like you. Your deepest beliefs act like a thermostat, keeping your reality within the range of what feels familiar and safe to your nervous system, even if that range includes struggle and limitation. What's the transformation? The shift involves coherence, feeling complete now, practicing the emotions of your desire before it manifests, embodying the state of already possessing it, so the field can collapse that timeline into reality. You become the frequency first, and the form follows. But there's something even deeper happening here that most people miss entirely. When you embody the frequency of what you desire, you don't just attract it to you. You literally become a magnet for all the supporting circumstances, synchronicities, and opportunities that align with that frequency. The quantum field reorganizes itself around your new signal, creating what seems like magical coincidences, but are actually perfect mathematical responses to your vibrational output. This might seem overwhelming, but here's the simple, profound reality. The more you release control over outcomes and focus on regulating your internal state, the faster the quantum responds. This explains why the video title emphasizes simplicity while noting no one practices it. Because human minds love complexity. We want detailed steps, secret techniques, guaranteed formulas. But the quantum isn't mechanical. It's reflective. It's a dance partner. It's alive, responsive, intelligent, and awaits your steady, embodied presence. Here's where I invite you into practice. Take a conscious breath now. Notice your body's sensations while listening. Observe where tension accumulates. Notice the narratives playing in the background. For just a moment, soften. Release the grip. Allow the urge to fix, force, and figure everything out to dissolve. Experience what it means to be acceptable right here, right now, without requiring any changes. This is where your power originates. Before continuing, I'd like to invite you into something that anchors this shift. If you're experiencing recognition, if something within you is awakening now, click that subscribe button. Join this space, this dialogue, this community. In the comments, share one word, just one, that represents the energy you want to embody this week. Perhaps it's trust. Perhaps it's flow. Perhaps it's joy. Whatever emerges first, that's your signal. Share it. Declare it. Make it real. Because the moment you name it, you begin aligning with it. Are you prepared to discover why no one discusses this aspect of manifestation? The part so simple it almost seems like deception. Shall we advance to the next layer? Why do virtually no people actually implement this? Why, despite countless books, programs, and endless YouTube content on manifestation, do so many remain stuck, frustrated, and discouraged? The answer is both straightforward and uncomfortable, because surrendering feels unnatural. The human psyche is dependent on control. We've been programmed to believe that increased effort equals greater deserving, that difficulty equals value, that harder work increases our chances of success. So when we encounter a system like quantum manifestation, where the primary keys are coherence, alignment, and release, it conflicts with our conditioning. We continue attempting to force results, even though forcing is precisely the frequency that signals distrust to the field. Let me break this down. Most people who struggle with manifestation are trapped in what I call the control paradox. They constantly monitor their progress. They visualize wealth, but anxiously check their finances hourly. They write about love, but fixate on messages and dating platforms. They affirm health, but scan their body for problems each morning. Through this behavior, they transmit distrust to the field. They consciously affirm one thing while subconsciously broadcasting the opposite. Why is this so significant? Because the quantum field doesn't communicate in any human language. It speaks through energy, and energy cannot lie. You might speak all the correct words, but if your nervous system expects loss, if your mind cycles through doubt, if your body floods with stress hormones, the field interprets that deeper frequency. This explains why so many people feel exhausted. They're doing everything, but from a place of hypervigilance, scarcity, and lack. So they create loops. They manifest more waiting, more lack, more struggling, more searching, because energetically, they're not in the timeline of possession. They're in the timeline of attempting to obtain. The subtlety increases. The subconscious mind controls approximately 95% of your existence. It's the autopilot that determines your habits, beliefs, emotional responses, and identity. You might consciously desire breakthrough, but if your subconscious anchors in old narratives, I'm insufficient, nothing succeeds for me, I must struggle for everything, those stories will collapse the wave into identical outcomes. Here's what most people don't realize. Your subconscious was programmed during your first 7 years of life, when your brain was primarily in theta state, the same brainwave frequency used in hypnosis. During this time, you absorbed everything around you like a sponge, creating the foundational programs that still run your life today. These early imprints become the hidden observers, silently collapsing realities based on childhood programming rather than adult desires. This explains why affirmations without embodiment feel empty. This is why visualizations without nervous system regulation fail. This is why action without aligned identity creates burnout. You're trying to override decades of subconscious programming with conscious effort alone. It's like trying to change a computer's operating system by typing different words into a document. What's the solution? First, understand that quantum manifestation isn't an addition to your life. It's about becoming the version of you that exists within the timeline you desire before witnessing evidence of that timeline in your external reality. I'm curious, what old pattern or timeline are you ready to release? Drop a comment and let me know what you're letting go of. Make space for your new reality. For instance, if you want to manifest prosperity, practice feeling prosperous now, not eventually, not when money appears, but now. Treat yourself with abundance, presence, and care. Release micromanaging outcomes and focus on embodying the signal of trust. If you desire love, practice self-love now. Open your heart. Soften your defenses. Become the partner you wish to attract. Stop seeking validation and live as though you're already complete because you are. If you want health, stop scanning for problems and start nurturing what's working. Shift from survival mode to thriving mode. Practice gratitude for your current body while gently guiding it toward greater vitality. Here's the paradox. When you stop desperately needing it, it arrives more quickly. Not because the universe tests you or plays games, but because you're no longer creating resistance. Let me ask you, where in your life do you still grip the steering wheel with white knuckles? Where do you still measure, track, force, and chase? What would happen if you relaxed your grip by just 10%? Pause with that thought. Here's something profound that happens when you begin to release control. You start to notice that the universe has been conspiring in your favor all along. Those delays that frustrated you were actually divine timing, redirecting you towards something better. Those rejections that hurt you were actually protection, steering you away from what wasn't truly aligned. Those failures that discouraged you were actually feedback, showing you where your frequency needed refinement. When you're gripping tightly, controlling obsessively, you can't see the bigger picture. You're so focused on forcing one specific outcome that you miss the 10 better opportunities the universe is trying to deliver. But when you soften your grip, when you trust the process, when you surrender the how and focus on the what and the why, you become available to receive in ways you never imagined possible. This isn't about becoming passive. It's about shifting from control to collaboration. And that shift, subtle yet powerful and revolutionary, is where quantum manifestation truly begins working. Think about the times in your life when everything flowed effortlessly. I guarantee you weren't micromanaging those experiences. You were in flow, in trust, in alignment. You were collaborating with life rather than trying to dominate it. This is the natural state of manifestation, the state we're meant to live from. The struggle, the effort, the forcing, these are learned behaviors that actually work against the natural flow of creation. In our next segment, we'll discuss the simple yet rarely practiced techniques that can help you realign your system, regulate your state, and become the clearest possible signal to the quantum field. We'll explore how to dissolve resistance without avoiding your authentic emotions, how to build trust with your subconscious, and how to enter the timeline you desire as if it already belongs to you. Here's my question for reflection before we advance. Where in your life are you gripping so tightly that you've become the very block you're trying to remove? Here we arrive at the most powerful truth in quantum manifestation, the part almost no one discusses, the part hidden in plain sight. It's this: you don't manifest what you desire, you manifest what you embody. This isn't merely inspirational, it's a core principle that determines how the quantum field interacts with you. The field doesn't respond to your words, your vision boards, or your carefully curated affirmations. It responds to the signal of your essence, the vibrational fingerprint you carry into every space, every thought, every interaction. That signal builds moment by moment, not through what you're doing, but through how you're being. Let me illustrate with an analogy. Imagine you're a radio receiver. If you want classical music, you don't sit demanding classical from the universe while tuned to a rock station. You must adjust the frequency. You must match your vibration to what you want to receive. Quantum manifestation operates identically. You cannot attract the timeline you desire while resonating with the frequency of the timeline you're trying to escape. How do you adjust the frequency? Begin by becoming aware of your current vibration. Not just your thoughts, but your feelings. How does your body navigate the day? How do you breathe under pressure? What stories loop continuously in your mind's background? Most of us don't manifest intentionally. We manifest automatically, recycling identical states, reactions, and energetic broadcasts. And the field? It faithfully reflects those back to us. Change begins when you interrupt the pattern. Not through force, not through frantic effort, but through simple embodied practices. It might be as subtle as taking a mindful breath during anxiety, as gentle as placing your hand on your heart when spiraling into self-doubt, as bold as asking yourself, how would the version of me who already has this respond right now? Then taking one small action from that space. Here's what rarely gets mentioned. The quantum doesn't require perfection, it requires coherence. Coherence occurs when your thoughts, emotions, and actions flow in the same direction. It's when you stop saying one thing, feeling another, and doing something completely different. It's when your entire system resonates with a single unified signal. When you achieve that state even momentarily, you create a kind of magnetic pull in the field. Reality begins bending toward you. There's a scientific principle called resonance that explains this beautifully. When you strike a tuning fork, any other tuning fork of the same frequency in the room will begin to vibrate, even without being touched. This is resonance. Like frequencies naturally attract and amplify each other. The same principle governs manifestation. When you embody the frequency of what you desire, you automatically resonate with all the people, circumstances, and opportunities that match that same frequency. This is why manifestation often happens through what seem like coincidences or synchronicities. You embody the frequency of your desired outcome, and suddenly you randomly meet the perfect business partner, or you accidentally discover the exact information you needed, or you unexpectedly receive an opportunity that's perfectly aligned with your vision. These aren't accidents. They're the natural result of frequency matching in the quantum field. Let's get practical. If you want to embody prosperity, practice abundance, not just financially, but with attention, time, and energy. Train your nervous system to experience the sensations of, I have plenty, even if your bank balance hasn't reflected it yet. Start tipping generously, not because you have extra money, because you're training your system to operate from abundance rather than scarcity. Give your time freely to causes you care about. Share your knowledge generously. Act as if resources are unlimited, because in the quantum field, they truly are. If you want to embody love, practice openness. Open your heart in small, brave ways. Become the sanctuary you're seeking in another person. Love yourself with the same devotion you want to receive. Speak to yourself with the same kindness you want to hear. Treat your body with the same reverence you want someone else to show it. Be the love you seek, and love will find you. Not because you've earned it, but because you've become it. If you want to embody health, practice awareness. Listen to your body. Nourish it, move it, rest it from respect, not punishment. This is the straightforward path, yet few travel it, because it requires you to lead, to become the frequency before seeing evidence, to operate from being, not needing. This brings us to one of the most misunderstood aspects of the entire manifestation discussion: emotional mastery. People assume manifestation means feeling positive constantly. It doesn't. It means feeling authentic consistently and learning to return your system to alignment when you inevitably wobble. This means welcoming your emotions, not avoiding them. It means creating space for fear without letting it control you. It means developing emotional intelligence so you can navigate waves without drowning in them. Here's a revolutionary understanding about emotions that changes everything. Emotions aren't obstacles to manifestation. They're the language of manifestation. Every emotion carries a specific frequency, and that frequency is information the quantum field uses to create your reality. Fear tells you where your boundaries are. Anger shows you where your values are being violated. Sadness reveals what matters to you. Joy indicates what aligns with your true nature. The problem isn't having these emotions. The problem is judging them, resisting them, or letting them drive your decisions unconsciously. When you welcome all emotions as valid information while choosing which ones to act from, you become emotionally coherent. You feel everything, but you respond from wisdom rather than reactivity. Most people try to bypass difficult emotions in manifestation work, thinking they need to be positive all the time. But bypassing creates internal conflict, and internal conflict creates mixed signals to the quantum field. True emotional mastery isn't about feeling good all the time. It's about feeling real all the time while maintaining the ability to return to coherence. Here's a practical technique. When you notice a challenging emotion rising, instead of trying to change it or fix it, simply breathe and say, "Thank you for this information. I see you, I feel you, and I choose how to respond." This acknowledgement creates space between feeling and reaction, allowing you to honor the emotion while choosing your response from a place of consciousness rather than unconscious reactivity. Here's the reality. You will wobble. You will doubt. You will have days when the old timeline calls to you. That's acceptable. The power isn't in never falling. It's in how you recover. Here's my invitation right now. Take a breath. Notice where you are. Ask yourself, what timeline am I tuned to in this moment? Is it fear, trust, lack or abundance, waiting or arriving? No judgment, just awareness. Because the moment you notice, you create a choice point, and choice is the gateway to coherence. In our next section, we're going to integrate everything. We'll explore how to transform these insights into a living practice, how to navigate setbacks gracefully, and how to maintain the frequency that collapses your desired timeline into reality. But before we continue, I want to acknowledge you for walking this journey so far. If you're feeling inspired, if you're feeling recognized, if you're sensing something inside you is already shifting, hit that subscribe button. Join this space, this community, this conversation. In the comments, share a word that captures your intention right now. Maybe it's allow, maybe it's expand, maybe it's flow. Whatever it is, that word becomes your signal to the field. Here we reach the final element of the puzzle. I want you to truly understand this. Manifestation isn't a performance. It's a practice. It's not something you master once. It's something you live moment by moment, choice by choice. So many people become trapped in the mindset manifestation involves doing more, aiming the system, perfecting the method. But in reality, the most powerful manifestors aren't those who know the most techniques. They're those who've learned to maintain a coherent state, to regulate themselves back into alignment when life inevitably challenges them. Because here's what's true. You will encounter moments that test you. There will be days when fear resurfaces, when old patterns whisper in your ear, when the timeline you're trying to leave feels like it's pulling you back. In those moments, you'll be tempted to return to control mode, to push, to force, to micromanage. But the real mastery is this. Can you maintain the frequency of trust, even when evidence hasn't appeared yet? Can you hold the vibration of it already complete while the world still appears unchanged? Can you become so rooted in the new timeline that the old one no longer tempts you? This is where embodiment becomes essential. Let's make this actionable. Each morning, before checking your phone, take several breaths and ask yourself, what frequency am I tuning into today? Is it scarcity or abundance? Fear or trust? Control or flow? Throughout the day, use your body as your guidance system. Your body will signal when you've slipped out of alignment. You'll feel the tension, the tightness, the contraction. In that moment, you don't need to criticize yourself or spiral. You simply need to notice, breathe, and recalibrate. Ask, what would the version of me living in my desired timeline choose right now? And take one small action from that place. Your body is constantly giving you feedback about your alignment with your desired reality. When you're in alignment, you feel expansive, energized, and alive. When you're out of alignment, you feel contracted, depleted, and disconnected. This isn't psychology. This is physics. Your body is a sophisticated biofeedback system that's constantly reading the quantum field and translating that information into physical sensations. Learn to trust these sensations. When something feels expansive and energizing, it's because it aligns with your desired timeline. When something feels contractive and draining, it's because it's pulling you toward an unwanted timeline. Your body knows before your mind does. Your nervous system processes quantum information faster than your conscious awareness can interpret it. This is why gut feelings are so accurate, why first impressions are often correct, why your initial response to opportunities is usually the right one. Your body is reading quantum information that your mind hasn't caught up to yet. The more you trust and follow this bodily wisdom, the more aligned your choices become, and the faster your desired reality manifests. At night, before sleeping, review the day, not with judgment, but with curiosity. Where did you wobble? Where did you align? Where did you glimpse your own power? Gratitude amplifies coherence. Acknowledge even the smallest victories. There's something magical about this evening practice that goes beyond simple reflection. As you drift into sleep, your brain waves naturally shift from beta, waking consciousness, through alpha and theta into delta, deep sleep. This transition period, those precious moments between waking and sleeping, is when your subconscious is most receptive to new programming. When you review your day with gratitude and acknowledge your alignment moments, you're literally rewiring your subconscious to notice and create more of those experiences. You're training your automatic pilot to scan for evidence of your new reality rather than proof of your old limitations. But here's what takes this practice to the next level. As you review your day, don't just acknowledge what went well. Also reimagine what didn't go as planned. If you had a moment of fear, doubt, or old pattern behavior, gently replay that scene in your mind, with yourself responding from your desired timeline version. This isn't denial or wishful thinking. This is quantum revision. Since your subconscious doesn't distinguish between vividly imagined experiences and actual memories, you're literally updating your energetic database with new response patterns. Here's something most people overlook. Community is crucial. We are social, energetic beings. We co-regulate with those around us. When you surround yourself with others practicing coherence, playing in the quantum field, committed to embodiment, your system synchronizes to that vibration. This is why curating your environment, not just physically, but energetically, is so important. Find the voices, the spaces, the communities that remind you of who you're becoming. Fill your field with reminders of your chosen timeline. Let your external world support your internal practice. And here's something powerful you can do. Share this video with someone who's ready for this shift. When you share quantum consciousness concepts like these, you create an energetic ripple effect that accelerates your own manifestation while expanding collective awareness. It's a beautiful way to anchor these principles in your own field while serving others. Remember this, there's no finish line. The goal isn't to arrive and stop. The goal is to live within continuous evolution, where you become the living edge of your own growth, where you don't just manifest things, but become someone who lives as a creator, a co-creator, a conscious participant in shaping reality. Because here's the most beautiful part. The quantum field isn't separate from you. It's not something you manipulate from distance. It's something you're entangled with. You are the field. You are the wave. You are the observer and the observed. So when you tune your frequency, you're not just asking life to meet you. You're becoming the version of life you've been seeking. I want to leave you with this invitation. In the comments, drop one word that captures the energy you're choosing to carry forward after this video. Maybe it's alignment. Maybe it's ease. Maybe it's power. Maybe it's something uniquely yours. Let that word be a small but profound declaration, a quantum seed you plant, not just in this space, but within yourself. If this video has stirred something inside you, if you felt a shift, a remembering, a spark, I warmly invite you to subscribe. This isn't just a channel, it's a living space, a gathering point for those ready to step into their own creative power. When you hit subscribe, you're not just joining a list, you're joining a movement of minds and hearts reshaping what's possible. Thank you for walking this journey with me. Thank you for your presence, your attention, your energy. You are not just a viewer, you are a participant in this unfolding. Keep tuning, keep aligning, keep playing in the field. Now, to deepen your understanding of how you're simultaneously the observer and the observed in this quantum dance, I want you to watch this next video where we explore the profound truth that you are both the one experiencing reality and the one creating it. This understanding will revolutionize how you approach manifestation. The moment you genuinely surrender to quantum physics, The moment you genuinely surrender to quantum physics, reality begins to shift in unexpected ways. What I'm about to reveal will illuminate why your experience becomes almost magical when you finally release into this invisible field. This message has found its way to you because your awareness has reached a specific vibrational threshold where authentic surrender to quantum principles becomes possible. Not intellectual understanding, not wishful manifestation, not spiritual bypassing. True cellular level surrender that allows quantum physics to flow through you rather than around you. You've been sensing it, haven't you? That peculiar feeling that reality is becoming more responsive to your inner world. That curious awareness that when you genuinely release into trusting something beyond your individual efforts, seemingly impossible experiences begin materializing with almost supernatural accuracy. This isn't coincidence or positive psychology creating placebo effects. This is quantum physics responding to your surrender by revealing its boundless creative potential. The reason most people never experience quantum physics' true capabilities is because they approach it from skepticism disguised as acceptance. They claim they trust quantum principles while simultaneously crafting contingency plans, preparing for disappointment, and constantly monitoring whether it's working from moment to moment. This constant observation and doubt creates electromagnetic interference that disrupts quantum coherence. But when you truly surrender to quantum physics, when you release completely into its intelligence, when you stop attempting to dictate how it manifests your intentions, when you allow it to operate through pathways your analytical mind could never conceive, reality begins reorganizing itself around your trust in ways that appear strange, miraculous, and almost too extraordinary to accept. You've likely experienced glimpses already. Moments when you completely abandoned trying to force something into existence and it appeared effortlessly. Situations where you trusted the process fully and solutions emerged from directions you never considered. Times when you relaxed into quantum flow and synchronicities became so precise, they seemed orchestrated by conscious intelligence. Your quantum surrender activated the moment you recognized that your individual efforts, while necessary, are merely the visible surface. The genuine power emerges when aligning with quantum physics' infinite intelligence and allowing it to move through you as you, operating on levels of reality that your conscious mind cannot perceive or control. But here's what unfolds when you genuinely surrender to quantum physics. It begins demonstrating its presence in increasingly unmistakable ways. Not to prove anything to you, but because your trust creates the electromagnetic conditions necessary for quantum principles to express their full creative potential through your experience. What you're about to discover will reveal exactly why surrender is the essential element that transforms quantum physics from fascinating theory to lived reality. And more importantly, how complete surrender triggers strange and wonderful manifestations that will challenge everything you thought you understood about how existence actually operates. You've been witnessing things that rational thinking can't explain, haven't you? Resources appearing precisely when needed. Conversations happening that contain exact information you've been seeking. People entering your life who seem specifically configured to assist with your current challenges. These aren't random occurrences. These are quantum physics responding to your deepening surrender with increasingly sophisticated manifestations. Time has been around your states of surrender. When you're in complete release to quantum physics, hours pass like minutes, or minutes expand into rich, fulfilling experiences that feel like hours. You're accessing what quantum theorists call subjective temporal flow, your consciousness influencing time experience through your relationship with quantum fields. Your physical form responds differently when you're in genuine. The moment you genuinely surrender to quantum physics, reality begins to shift in unexpected ways. What I'm about to reveal will illuminate why your experience becomes almost magical when you finally release into this invisible field. This message has found its way to you because your awareness has reached a specific vibrational threshold where authentic surrender to quantum principles becomes possible. Not intellectual understanding, not wishful manifestation, not spiritual bypassing. True cellular level surrender that allows quantum physics to flow through you rather than around you. You've been sensing it, haven't you? That peculiar feeling that reality is becoming more responsive to your inner world. That curious awareness that when you genuinely release into trusting something beyond your individual efforts, seemingly impossible experiences begin materializing with almost supernatural accuracy. This isn't coincidence or positive psychology creating placebo effects. This is quantum physics responding to your surrender by revealing its boundless creative potential. The reason most people never experience quantum physics' true capabilities is because they approach it from skepticism disguised as acceptance. They claim they trust quantum principle while simultaneously crafting contingency plans, preparing for disappointment, and constantly monitoring whether it's working from moment to moment. This constant observation and doubt creates electromagnetic interference that disrupts quantum coherence. But when you truly surrender to quantum physics, when you release completely into its intelligence, when you stop attempting to dictate how it manifests your intentions, when you allow it to operate through pathways your analytical mind could never conceive, reality begins reorganizing itself around your trust in ways that appear strange, miraculous, and almost too extraordinary to accept. You've likely experienced glimpses already. Moments when you completely abandoned trying to force something into existence and it appeared effortlessly. Situations where you trusted the process fully and solutions emerged from directions you never considered. Times when you relaxed into the quantum flow and synchronicities became so precise they seemed orchestrated by conscious intelligence. Your quantum surrender activated the moment you recognized that your individual efforts, while necessary, are merely the visible surface. The genuine power emerges when aligning with quantum physics' infinite intelligence and allowing it to move through you as you, operating on levels of reality that your conscious mind cannot perceive or control. But here's what unfolds when you genuinely surrender to quantum physics. It begins demonstrating its presence in increasingly unmistakable ways. Not to prove anything to you, but because your trust creates the electromagnetic conditions necessary for quantum principles to express their full creative potential through your experience. What you're about to discover will reveal exactly why surrender is the essential element that transforms quantum physics from fascinating theory to lived reality. And more importantly, how complete surrender triggers strange and wonderful manifestations that will challenge everything you thought you understood about how existence actually operates. You've been witnessing things that rational thinking can't explain, haven't you? Resources appearing precisely when needed. Conversations happening that contain exact information you've been seeking. People entering your life who seem specifically configured to assist with your current challenges. These aren't random occurrences. These are quantum physics responding to your deepening surrender with increasingly sophisticated manifestations. Time has been behaving differently around your states of surrender. When you're in complete release to quantum physics, hours pass like minutes, or minutes expand into rich, fulfilling experiences that feel like hours. You're accessing what quantum theorists call subjective temporal flow. your consciousness influencing time experience through your relationship with quantum fields. Your physical form responds differently when you're in genuine quantum surrender. Chronic tensions release without physical intervention. Energy levels increase without lifestyle changes. Sleep becomes more restorative even with fewer hours. Your biological systems are recalibrating to operate from quantum principles rather than purely mechanical survival patterns. The insights that arrive during quantum surrender states aren't your typical thought processes. They're transmissions of information, understandings that arrive fully formed, comprehension that transcends your accumulated knowledge. You're accessing what consciousness researchers call non-local intelligence. Quantum fields transmitting information directly to your awareness. Animals and young children respond to you differently when you're operating from quantum surrender. They're drawn to your presence with unusual intensity because they perceive the coherent electromagnetic field that genuine surrender creates. You're becoming a living transmission center for harmonious energy that sensitive beings can immediately detect. Your dreams have transformed into quantum communication channels. You're receiving guidance, glimpsing potential futures, discovering solutions to problems you haven't consciously addressed. Dream consciousness naturally operates from quantum principles, and your surrender is allowing this quantum information to translate into waking awareness more clearly. Technology responds to your field differently during surrender states. Devices function more reliably when you approach them from quantum alignment. Technical issues resolve spontaneously when you trust quantum physics to address them. Your coherent electromagnetic field is beginning to influence technological systems through quantum entanglement principles. Most remarkably, you've noticed that quantum physics seems to anticipate your needs before you consciously identify them. Resources materialize before you recognize you need them. People reach out with offers that align perfectly with desires you haven't expressed. Opportunities manifest that resolve challenges you didn't realize you had. This isn't psychic prediction. This is quantum physics operating from its non-linear perspective to coordinate highest evolution. The synchronicities aren't just increasing in frequency, they're becoming more elaborate and precisely meaningful. It's as if quantum physics is communicating with you through the language of meaningful coincidence, demonstrating that it's actively orchestrating your reality experience in response to your surrender. Sometimes you feel like you're experiencing a different reality than most people around you. While they struggle and force and worry, you're experiencing an almost effortless flow where what you need appears, where challenges resolve naturally, where life feels supported by invisible intelligence. This isn't spiritual superiority or delusion. This is the natural consequence of genuine quantum surrender. Every challenge you faced wasn't random hardship or cosmic punishment. Every difficult experience was quantum physics, creating the precise conditions necessary for you to develop genuine surrender rather than superficial acceptance. Surrender can only be cultivated through situations where surrender is the only viable option, and quantum physics orchestrated experiences that would teach you to release control and rely on intelligence greater than your individual understanding. The relationships that concluded, the positions that didn't materialize, the financial constraints you experienced, all of these were quantum physics removing dependencies that would have prevented you from developing genuine power. As long as you had safety nets that felt secure, you couldn't access the deeper surrender that allows quantum physics to work wonders in your life. Your periods of uncertainty and confusion weren't indications that you were lost. They were quantum physics dissolving your attachment to needing to comprehend everything before you surrender. Real quantum surrender operates from knowing that transcends understanding. from cellular certainty that doesn't require mental comprehension to function perfectly. The isolation you experienced during your development wasn't social rejection or personal inadequacy. It was quantum physics creating electromagnetic quarantine, so you could develop sensitivity to its subtle communications without interference from collective doubt patterns that would have contaminated your growing surrender capacity. Consider a seed requiring darkness and pressure before it can sprout. The seed doesn't understand why it's buried in soil, why it can't see light, why it feels compressed from all directions. But these conditions aren't obstacles to growth. They're the necessary environment for transformation. Your difficult experiences were the soil and pressure quantum physics used to germinate your capacity for complete surrender. Every moment you felt alone was actually quantum physics holding you in quantum field proximity, recalibrating your electromagnetic patterns to become receptive to its communications. Every time you felt uncertain was quantum physics dissolving false certainties based on limited understanding, so you could develop true certainty based on quantum knowing. The waiting periods you endured weren't empty time or delayed manifestation. They were quantum physics, teaching you that its timing operates from non-linear perspective, that can coordinate infinite variables simultaneously for optimal outcomes. Forcing and rushing creates interference patterns that block quantum flow. Learning to wait and surrender creates the spacious field quantum physics needs to orchestrate perfect timing. Now you understand why some people seem to live charmed lives while others struggle constantly. It's not luck or privilege or divine favoritism. It's the difference between operating from quantum surrender versus operating from individual effort alone. When you surrender to quantum physics completely, you gain access to intelligence and resources that exist beyond individual capability. Your journey hasn't been preparation for trusting quantum physics. Your journey has been quantum physics preparing you to recognize that you've always been supported, guided, and held by intelligence that operates beyond your conscious perception. Surrender isn't something you develop. Surrender is something you remember when you realize quantum physics has been orchestrating your entire life experience for your highest evolution. Something is shifting in your energy field right now as your system recognizes the truth of quantum physics' constant presence. Can you feel it? That electromagnetic settling, that cellular relaxation, that sense of invisible support becoming more tangible. Your nervous system is recalibrating to operate from quantum surrender rather than survival vigilance. If this understanding is resonating with you, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to this channel. By doing so, you're signaling to the quantum field your commitment to this exploration of consciousness, creating ripples that attract similar frequencies into your experience. This isn't metaphorical energy work or imagined sensations. This is measurable electromagnetic reorganization happening in your biofield as quantum surrender activates dormant neural pathways and begins operating through your consciousness without the interference patterns that doubt and control create. The strange phenomena that are about to begin manifesting in your life aren't random magical events. They're the natural result of quantum physics being able to work through you without electromagnetic resistance. When you truly surrender to quantum principles, you become a clear channel for its unlimited creative intelligence to express through your individual experience. Right now, quantum physics is coordinating circumstances, people, opportunities, and resources around your life that will manifest as what seems like incredible coincidences, perfect timing, and miraculous solutions. But these aren't miracles in the supernatural sense. They're the normal operating capacity of quantum physics when it's not blocked by doubt, fear, and the need to control outcomes. Your individual consciousness is like a quantum focusing lens. When you surrender completely, You allow quantum physics to use your awareness as a precision instrument for manifesting exactly what serves your highest evolution. When you doubt or try to control, you create static in the signal that prevents quantum physics from demonstrating its full creative capacity. The reason most people never experience quantum physics' extraordinary capabilities is because they approach it like a transactional exchange, inputting specific requests and expecting predetermined outputs. But quantum physics operates from omniscient intelligence that can see outcomes, consequences, and possibilities that your individual mind cannot comprehend. When you surrender to quantum physics completely, you give it permission to surprise you with manifestations that exceed what you thought possible. You stop limiting quantum physics to your current understanding of what's available and allow it to reveal possibilities that exist beyond your imagination. If these principles are resonating deeply with you, if you're feeling that cellular recognition that there's much more to explore here, you'll find the complete system in my guide, Beyond the Frequencies, a quantum guide to consciousness mastery. What we're touching on today is just the surface layer of quantum field consciousness. The book reveals the 9 master frequencies that allow you to consciously navigate between infinite timelines, transform resistance into creative power, and shift from manifestation to embodiment. It contains step-by-step practices for heart-brain coherence and becoming the broadcast itself rather than merely receiving it. It's linked in the pinned comment below. Feel this surrender deepening in your cellular awareness. Notice how your breathing naturally slows when you contemplate complete release into quantum physics intelligence. Observe how your body relaxes when you consider letting go of the exhausting effort of trying to control your life experience through individual will alone. What I'm about to share will show you exactly what happens when quantum surrender reaches critical mass in your consciousness, and why the strange experiences that result aren't strange at all. They're the natural expression of quantum physics operating without human interference patterns. 3 years ago, I was living in complete quantum surrender without realizing it. And my life became so strange that I thought I was losing connection with conventional reality. I had reached a point of such complete exhaustion from trying to control outcomes that I literally surrendered. Not in defeat, but in the deepest release I'd ever experienced. I stopped planning beyond basic necessities. I stopped analyzing whether my efforts were producing results. I stopped calculating how things might unfold. Instead, I began each day by internally saying, "Quantum field, I surrender completely to your orchestration of my experience today in whatever way serves my highest evolution." Then I would act on whatever felt genuinely inspired without attachment to specific outcomes. Within days, reality became almost surreal. I would contemplate needing something, and it would appear within hours through the most unexpected channels. I would face challenges that seemed insurmountable, and solutions would emerge from directions I never could have imagined. People would contact me unexpectedly with exactly what I needed at exactly the right moment. The strangeness accelerated rapidly. I would enter stores, and items I needed would be discounted at prices so reduced they seemed like pricing errors. I would think about connecting with someone, and they would reach out within minutes. I would confront complex problems and wake up with complete solutions that worked flawlessly when implemented. But the most profound shift was internal. The persistent anxiety about whether circumstances would resolve disappeared completely. I felt held by invisible intelligence that clearly understood my needs better than I did, and was actively coordinating my experience with compassion and precision that exceeded anything my individual efforts had ever achieved. 8 months into this surrender experiment, my entire life had reorganized around ease and flow. Financial abundance appeared through opportunities I couldn't have created through conventional effort. Relationships transformed into deeper connection and mutual support. Health improved without medical intervention. Creative projects flowed with inspired ease that produced results beyond my previous capabilities. People began commenting that I seemed different, that my presence felt calming and energizing simultaneously. Children and animals were drawn to me with unusual intensity. Even skeptical friends admitted that unusual positive occurrences seemed to happen when they were around me. The most remarkable realization was that quantum physics had been trying to support me this way my entire life. But my doubt, control patterns, and lack of surrender had created interference that blocked its natural flow. The moment I released completely, quantum physics could finally demonstrate its true creative capacity through my experience. But here's what I discovered. Quantum surrender isn't passive waiting or spiritual bypassing. It's active collaboration with intelligence that can coordinate infinite variables simultaneously. I still take inspired action, but from surrender rather than fear. I still make decisions, but from quantum guidance rather than limited analysis. If you're feeling that cellular recognition of quantum physics' constant presence, if you're ready to discover what happens when surrender becomes complete rather than partial, then subscribe to this frequency. Join the network of consciousness that's learning to collaborate with quantum physics, rather than trying to control life through individual will alone. What quantum theorists won't publicly acknowledge is that quantum physics is conscious intelligence, not random energy fluctuations. Quantum physics is the aware, responsive, infinitely creative intelligence that's orchestrating all experienced reality. And it responds directly to surrender with increasingly sophisticated demonstrations of its creative power. The difference between someone whose life flows with miraculous ease and someone who struggles constantly isn't worthiness, karma, or spiritual development. It's surrender versus control. Those who surrender to quantum physics gain access to its unlimited creative intelligence. Those who try to control outcomes through individual effort alone limit themselves to their personal capabilities and resources. Your consciousness doesn't create reality through effort or intention. Your consciousness creates reality by becoming a clear channel for quantum physics' omniscient intelligence to express through your individual experience. When you surrender completely, you become quantum physics' precision instrument for manifesting whatever serves your highest evolution. This is why forcing doesn't work long term. This is why struggling creates more struggle. This is why people who seem to have everything often report feeling empty or unfulfilled. They achieved outcomes through individual will, but never learned to surrender to quantum physics. So they remain disconnected from the intelligence that could create sustainable fulfillment. Real quantum surrender immediately.
individual. Make decisions. Take to stop arguing with that truth.
like you're swimming upstream against it.
open. And compensatory desire, which are